Douluo, my battle soul is the star-forging Dragon King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1, Douluo Rebirth. Cough, cough, cough. In the room, a thin handsome boy, about 5 or 6 years old, coughed and walked to the stove, took the boiled medicine, and slowly poured it into the bowl. When the medicine cooled down a little, the boy picked up the bowl and drank it all. The medicine was very bitter, but the boy did not frown, as if he had already gotten used to it. 6 years. Putting the bowl on the table, the boy sighed in his heart, in a blink of an eye. I have been in this world for 6 years. His name is Luo Chen, and he was originally an ordinary young man on the blue planet. One day, Luo Chen was playing a game, and inexplicably his eyes went black. When he woke up again, Luo Chen found himself in another world, a baby abandoned by his parents, wrapped in swaddling clothes, shivering in the cold wind. Fortunately, a woman passed by and sent him to an orphanage, so he didn't fall to the ground and die. Martial spirits, spirit beasts, spirit rings. Douluo Continent, Nottingham City, Spirit Hall. As he grew older, Luo Chen began to know the tip of the iceberg of this world. Although the language and characters have changed, Luo Chen still remembered a certain work he had seen on the internet and Douyin in his previous life. Douluo Continent. If I had known that I would travel through time, I would not play Runeland lore. After knowing that I traveled through the world of Douluo, Luo Chen couldn't help but regret it. Why didn't I watch the animation of Douluo Continent at that time? To be honest, Luo Chen was not familiar with this work at all. The only information I knew came from some comments I read when I was browsing Tiba and those short videos on Douyin. For example, the Spirit Hall is of a lane force. The Pope is called Biby Dong, and he has a daughter named Kyan Ringsu, who went crazy later in the plot and started to make all kinds of troubles. And the women in this work, everyone is in love, and there are almost no exceptions. If you ask Luo Chen what is his biggest impression of Douluo Continent, Luo Chen's answer is, the Douluo Continent fan art on P-Station is really good. Especially Biby Dong's picture, it is really great. In addition, the protagonist of this work, Tang-san, does not seem to be a good person. He is extremely hypocritical and always says that you are going to die. Thinking about it this way, I feel like I'm going to die. Luo Chen is an orphan in this life. He was adopted by the Nottingham City orphanage when he was still an infant. As for why it ended? Because this orphanage was opened by the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall raised Luo Chen and was kind to him, and he would not be ungrateful or repay kindness with hatred. When Luo Chen thought of the ending of the destruction of the Spirit Hall, he felt that the future was dark. Alas, I don't know how Tang-san rose, otherwise I would have intercepted his opportunity in advance. Unfortunately, there is no if. Luo Chen does not know the current timeline. He is not familiar with the plot and cannot infer it at all. The only reference standard Tang-san. Luo Chen had never heard of him. I think Tang-san has not awakened his spirit yet. The reason why he thought so was because of the deacon of the Spirit Hall of Nottingham City, Ninetail, who was nicknamed the traitor of the Spirit Hall and the blind Douluo, Brother Tao. That's right, the protagonist changes, but Ninetail is always there. The Douluo Continent that was not started by Brother Tao is incomplete. When Brother Tao came last time, I specifically asked about the blue silver grass. The director of the Spirit Hall orphanage is Master Marzuno. Ninetail occasionally comes here to check on the children's physical condition and explain the common sense related to the spirit. Not long ago, Luo Chen asked about the innate full spirit power first, and then inadvertently asked the question of can the blue silver grass spirit also have innate full spirit power. As a result, Ninetail said that the blue silver grass is a useless spirit. Not to mention the innate full spirit power, even the spirit power is very rare. Looking at this situation, I should be older than Tang-san. No, it may be that I awakened this year. I'm the same age as Tang-san. If I have a chance, I can go to Tang-san's hometown to take a look. Thinking of this, Luo Chen showed his difficulty again. But where does Tang-san live? It seems to be some village. There is a stone at the entrance of the village with a palm print on it. It has been too long, and Luo Chen really can't remember these details. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Luo Chen hurriedly grabbed the crutches leaning against the table and walked slowly to open the door. I'm here. When he opened the door, he saw a little boy about the same age as Luo Chen standing at the door. His name is Wang Shen. Like Luo Chen, he grew up in this orphanage. Chen, today is the day for the awakening of the martial soul. The dean asked me to call you. Wang Shen's tone was full of excitement. Is your body okay? Do you want me to help you? Thanks, brother Wang Shen. Hey, brother, why are you being polite to me? Luo Chen did not refuse Wang Shen's kindness. He seemed to have caught a cold that night and had been weak and sick since childhood. Not only did he often have fever and colds, but his bones were also much more fragile than those of ordinary people. He would feel dizzy after a little intense exercise. With such a physical fitness, even in Luo Chen's previous life, it would be difficult for him to survive. He was able to grow up this big thanks to the gold soul coins left by the woman who sent Luo Chen to the orphanage, so that the dean could regularly buy some herbs to nourish Luo Chen's weak body. I hope I can awaken a stronger martial soul. Luo Chen and Wang Shen walked slowly towards the martial soul hall, praying silently in their hearts. Soon, the two came to the branch hall of the martial soul hall in Notting City. The Wuhan Hall in Notting City is an extremely magnificent dome building. The width of the front alone is more than 100 meters. It is divided into 3 floors, more than 20 meters high, and the whole is brown. A long sword is engraved on the gate, which is the symbol of the Wuhan Hall. According to the classification standard of the Wuhan Hall, there is only one pattern on the logo, which means that the Wuhan Hall in Notting City is only the lowest level Wuhan Hall. Stop. There are 2 guards standing at the entrance of the Wuhan Hall. They are about 20 years old. There is a faint invisible energy surging on their bodies, but it is not obvious. Notting City is located in a remote area in the Xiandao Empire. In Luo Chen's previous life, it was barely a 4th tier small city. Therefore, the members of the Wuhan Hall who serve here, the Hall Master Ma Ziuno and the Deacon Su Yunteo are only great soul masters. The cultivation of the 2 gods is even more ordinary. They have not even reached level 10. They are just soul warriors with soul power. However, even so, people with soul power are not something that 2 children can touch. Porcelain. With the help of Wang Shen, Luo Chen respectfully saluted the 2 guards. Hello, uncle. We are here to awaken our spirits. Are you the children who are awakening their spirits today? Yes. Wang Shen quickly said, my name is Wang Shen, and his name is Luo Chen. Yes, that's right. These are the 2 names. Seeing that their identities were correct, the guards let the 2 pass. There are about 100 children in the orphanage, but only Wang Shen and Luo Chen can awaken their spirits this year. Wow, this is my first time in the spirit hall. The 2 walked into the spirit hall side by side. The 20-meter high dome was majestic and magnificent. The grand momentum made Luo Chen, who was used to seeing high-rise buildings in his previous life, feel deeply moved. It's really a world with soul power. There are such buildings in any small place. Compared with Wang Shen's shouting, Luo Chen looked up silently and saw that the dome of the hall was covered with murals. In each small square, there were various martial spirit figures painted, shining brightly. It looked magnificent and magnificent, but also simple and profound. Chen, what kind of martial spirit do you think we will awaken? There were huge crystal windows around. The sunlight was refracted by the transparent crystal windows and sprinkled on the murals. The golden light was shining and dazzling. The 2 children walked here, as if bathed in the light, and unconsciously gave birth to infinite reverie about the future. For me, as long as I have soul power, I will be satisfied. Wang Shen's requirements are not high. Having soul power is his biggest dream. However, the population of Douluo Continent exceeds 100 million, but there are only hundreds of thousands of soul masters. In the face of the 1 in 1,000 awakening probability, it is conceivable how difficult it is for an ordinary person to awaken soul power. Chen, Wang Shen, you are here? The girl who appeared in front of the 2 was a female spirit master, tall and plump, with an above average appearance. The girl's name was Sissy, Su Yunteo's girlfriend, a 19th level spirit master. Come on, I'll take you there. The deacon Su Yunteo was the one who awakened the spirits for people in the spirit hall. Because of the purchase of herbs, the person the dean asked was Su Yunteo, who was also from an orphanage. But the real reason for the two people to get familiar with each other was the girl in front of them. Su Yunteo had a crush on Sissy, but a straight man like him didn't know how to win a girl's heart. Although Luo Chen was also alone in his previous life, he had never eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run. Who said that being single doesn't know how to pick up girls? Who are you looking down on? So, relying on the various skills of picking up girls learned in his previous life, Luo Chen made suggestions for Brother Tao, and finally let the single dog get the beauty. After a while, Su Yunteo and Sissy became closer to Luo Chen, and Wang Shen also benefited from it. You are here? Led by Sissy, the two children came to the second floor of the spirit hall. After opening the door, Su Yunteo greeted Luo Chen, Zio Chen, Wang Shen, stand here, I will help you awaken your spirit. In the Douluo world, spirit masters are arrogant. They look down on ordinary people and think that those who don't even have spirit power are just a bunch of mudlegs. However, the attitude of the members of the spirit hall towards civilians is particularly friendly, and they will not insult or bully them at will. This is also one of the reasons why the spirit hall has a very good reputation in the Douluo Continent. So what kind of death do you have to commit before the spirit hall will eventually perish? Luo Chen thought about this question more than once. He received the favor of the spirit hall, so he really didn't want this force that had done him a favor to go on the road of destruction. Unfortunately, Luo Chen was not familiar with the plot of the original work and could not rely on foresight to plan in advance. I can only rely on the spirit. If the martial soul is poor, then it is useless to think more. I'm not a saint, Luo Chen thought to himself. If I don't have the ability, the only thing I can do is to find a way to protect the people around me. Luo Chen was not a martial arts master in his previous life, and he didn't know internal skills and body skills. He didn't know much about some black technologies, and his main focus was to know the results, but not the reasons. As for the golden fingers and special abilities, Luo Chen has traveled through time for 6 years, and he has never found anything special about himself. On the contrary, this body has a fever and a cold every few days, and it is so weak that it doesn't look like a person from Douluo Continent. I don't ask for twin martial souls, at least give me a congenital full soul power, right? Luo Chen looked at Su Yunteo standing in front of him, and took a deep breath. He knew very well that the martial soul was the only chance to settle down in this world. Don't be nervous, Zio Chen. Su Yunteo and Luo Chen have known each other for almost 4 years. Brother Tao has always liked this precocious child. With your wisdom, even if you can't awaken your martial soul, you can do business or be a civilian in the future. I think it will be no problem. As he spoke, Su Yunteo opened his package on the table beside him and took out 2 things from it, 6 round black stones and a shining blue crystal ball. Su Yunteo arranged the 6 black stones on the ground into a hexagon. This is the awakening array. You will stand in the middle later, and I will awaken your martial souls for you. Okay. Su Yunteo asked, who will go first? Me. Wang Shen spoke quickly. He stepped forward and walked to the middle of the array. I will go first, Brother Tao. Yes. Don't be afraid. Close your eyes and feel it carefully. Su Yunteo nodded, and his eyes glowed. Then he shouted, Lone Wolf, possessed. Here it comes. Luo Chen had seen the scene in front of him on the short video. Classic scene. Brother Tao's lone wolf possessed. After 2 lives, Luo Chen should be more mature and stable. But seeing the familiar scene appear in front of him, Luo Chen couldn't help but get excited. In the awakening room, a faint green light was released from Su Yunteo's eyebrows, going up and into his hair. Su Yunteo's black hair turned grey and grew along quickly, and then the grey hair instantly covered his exposed hands. At the same time, Su Yunteo's body was much swelled than before, and his whole body was full of muscles. The special clothing of the spirit hall was very elastic, and did not appear at all due to the change in Su Yunteo's body shape. With a low shout, Su Yunteo's eyes flashed with a faint green light, and the cold light of the claws on his 10 fingers suddenly appeared. At this time, Two circles of light, one white and one yellow, lit up from his feet and kept wandering from his feet to the top of his head. They were Su Yuntao's 10-year first soul ring and 100-year second soul ring. This is it, spirit possession. Wang Shen's eyes were full of envy. He was not scared by Su Yuntao's lone wolf possession. Instead, he strode forward and stood excitedly in the center of the magic circle. The next moment, Wang Shen was enveloped by a pale golden light, and spots of light floated out from the black stone on the ground and entered his body. Stretch out your right hand. Following Su Yuntao's instructions, Wang Shen subconsciously stretched out his right hand. All of a sudden, all the spots of light appeared and turned into an orange-yellow tiger in his palm. It's a beast martial spirit. Su Yuntao was a little surprised. Tiger? As a leader among carnivores, it is very likely that it has soul power. However, Wang Shen only has the possibility of soul power, but whether it is or not, we have to test it to know. Come, test it. Su Yuntao, use your mind to take back your martial spirit, and then put your hand on the crystal ball. Wang Shen hurriedly followed Brother Tao's instructions. He was a little uneasy, but at the same time he was eager to become the lucky one in 1,000. But and at the moment when Wang Shen's hand pressed on the crystal ball, a light bloomed from it. Innate soul power level 2. Looking at the information fed back from the soul power test crystal ball, Su Yuntao smiled. Congratulations, Wang Shen, you have the qualifications to become a soul master. New book, please collect, recommend, and vote for me. Chapter 2 Awakening the Martial Soul. I can become a soul master. Hearing that he could become a soul master, Wang Shen was so excited that he trembled all over. Fortunately, Wang Shen still had some reason and knew that Luo Chen behind him was still waiting to awaken his martial soul, so he quickly made way. Luo Chen, you come. Congratulations. Luo Chen smiled and congratulated him. He was happy for his little friend. You can do it, Luo Chen. Wang Shen gave Luo Chen a look and looked at him expectantly, hoping that he could also awaken his soul power. By your good words. Luo Chen patted Wang Shen's shoulder. The latter tacitly took the wooden stick in Luo Chen's hand and secretly cheered him up. Come on. Luo Chen, stand in the middle of the magic circle. Don't be nervous. If you say you are not nervous, you must be lying. The awakening of the martial soul is the most important thing in this world, which determines their future and destiny. Okay. Luo Chen took a deep breath, and then followed Su Yuntao's instructions, relaxed his mind, and carefully felt the changes in his body. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. However, apart from the flickering light, nothing happened in the awakening room, and it was extremely quiet. Su Yuntao let out a light huff, and looked at Luo Chen, who was floating above the magic circle, in a daze. What's going on? Where's the martial soul? Brother Tao, I don't seem to have awakened my martial soul. Luo Chen had already spread his hands, but no martial soul appeared on his palms. Impossible. Everyone in this world has a martial soul. This situation was somewhat beyond Su Yuntao's expectations. No, I have clearly injected soul power into your body. Why don't you react at all? Chen? The essence of martial soul awakening is that the soul master injects soul power into the child's body, and after a certain stimulation, it stimulates the awakening of the martial soul in the other party. The role played by the 6 gems in the magic circle is similar to a special fixed soul skill. This soul skill is specially used to awaken the martial soul, which is safer and more efficient than directly stimulating with soul power. Try again. Su Yuntao once again operated his soul power and injected it into Luo Chen's body through the magic circle. This time, Su Yuntao used more soul power, almost all of his soul power as a great soul master. But even so, until Su Yuntao was panting and spitting out his dog tongue, Luo Chen still had no reaction, and even because Su Yuntao's soul power was exhausted, he fell back to the ground. Su Yuntao was stunned. He felt that the martial soul awakening array was indeed working. But for some reason, as soon as these soul powers entered Luo Chen's body, they disappeared without a trace. Su Yuntao had never encountered such a thing. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and then suppressed the horror in his heart. You wait here, I will go to find Master Mishuno. After saying that, Brother Tao anxiously left the awakening room and walked towards the room where Mishuno was. Su Yunteo didn't even knock on the door, but pushed it open and walked in. Master Mishuno, something's wrong. Come with me. What's wrong, Yunteo boy? Why are you so reckless? An old voice sounded, and an old man sat quietly behind a large desk. He was wearing neat Soul Master clothes with the standard Three Swords logo on his clothes, showing his identity as a Great Soul Master and Combat Soul Master. The Soul Master's training must be focused and calm so that you can keep improving. Otherwise, you will be like me, unable to step into the threshold of level 30. The old man stood up while speaking, not noticing Su Yunteo's inner anxiety. Anyway, Brother Tao usually makes a fuss like this, and Mishuno is no longer surprised. Master Mishuno, please stop talking so much. This time, something really went wrong. Su Yunteo had a good relationship with Mishuno. Su Yunteo was the Soul Master who had awakened Luo Chen himself. He quickly told Master Mishuno about Luo Chen's situation. After listening, the latter was also full of doubts. Luo Chen, is he the kid who often asks the spirit hall to buy herbs? Mishuno had an impression of Luo Chen. The latter liked to read books very much and often asked Su Yunteo to borrow books from the branch hall. As a result, the old man also met Luo Chen several times. Yes, that kid. Haha, it seems that we have picked up a treasure this time. Master Mishuno brushed his snow white beard, and then, under the guidance of Su Yunteo, he went straight to the awakening room. Master Mishuno, Luo Chen and Wang Shen saluted the old man respectfully. Master Mishuno smiled and said, no need to be polite, children. Come, Zyachin, stand in this magic circle. Mishuno looked Luo Chen up and down for a while, and then together with Su Yunteo, he once again started the awakening ceremony for Luo Chen. However, there was still no reaction. This is unreasonable. The two great soul masters, one old and one young, looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. What's going on? Although Mishuno was only a great soul master who could not break through level 30, his knowledge was far beyond Su Yunteo's. So the old man did not panic, but instead had endless expectations. He knew that anyone who had a strange phenomenon when awakening his martial soul was either a useless martial soul or a genius with extraordinary talent. Could it be that Zyachin really can't awaken his martial soul? Impossible. Mishuno immediately rejected Su Yunteo's question. He said firmly, everyone has a martial soul and can awaken it. Then, Grandpa Mishuno, what's wrong with me? Zyachin, did you feel anything just now? Feeling? Luo Chen carefully recalled the state when he awakened. He said, it seems that something wants to get out of the body, but it is blocked and can't get out. That's right. Master Mishuno nodded. He thought of a possibility. Zyachin's martial soul is likely to be a martial soul of extremely high quality. But why it can't be awakened, I don't know. Master Mishuno didn't know how to explain the specific reason. This was just his experience. Yunteo, report Zyachin's situation to the higher level Wuhan Hall. Master Mishuno was very far-sighted. He noticed the extraordinary nature of Luo Chen's martial soul. Since we can't see it, we can only ask more powerful adults to come and see it. In a word, in such a special situation, the Wuhan branch hall of Notting City had no reason to hide it, but must let the higher-ups know about Luo Chen's existence. Okay, I'll go right away. The spirit hall is spread across every corner of Douluo Continent, from the imperial capital to the most remote mountain villages. The intelligence network built by this is far superior to other forces in this world. In Luo Chen's case, no matter what his spirit is, the fact that he cannot awaken it is enough to alarm the upper echelons. Throughout the countless thousands of years of history of Douluo Continent, there has never been a person who cannot awaken his spirit. Maziuno believes that, if the upper echelons of the spirit hall knew about this, they would definitely pay attention to it. In this way, Luo Chen would have the hope of awakening his spirit. Wang Shen, take Zyachin to rest first. The awakening of the spirit may take a few more days. After Su Yunteo passed the message up, he returned to the spirit hall. He asked the two to return to the orphanage first, and wait for the response from above. Yunteo, what's wrong with Zyachin? What spirit did he awaken?
Sissy saw Su Yunteo rushing to deliver the letter and thought that something extraordinary had happened to his spirit. Cannot awaken? However, the result was beyond Sissy's expectation. The beautiful senior soul master looked at Luo Chen with surprise, and her eyes were full of incomprehension. In this way, the news about Luo Chen was reported to the higher levels. The Wuhan Hall in Notting City is only the lowest level branch of the Wuhan Hall. Above it are the Wuhan Sub-Hall, Wuhan Main Hall, Wuhan Holy Hall, Pope Hall, and the Worship Hall, which is even higher than the Pope Hall. Wuhan cannot awaken? About 3 days later, in the Pope Hall in Wuhan City, a beautiful woman about 20 years old was sitting on the Pope's throne. She was wearing a golden long dress, a 9-curved purple gold crown on her head, and holding a scepter about 2 meters long inlaid with countless gems. The woman had a beautiful face, her skin was white and tender, her figure was graceful, and her soft red lips were slightly parted, murmuring, "Impossible, everyone can awaken the martial soul. But his martial soul can't be awakened. Why is that?" Soon, Biby Dong thought of a possibility. Could it be that the martial soul is too high in quality, and the person who awakens it does not input enough soul power, which leads to the inability to awaken? If that's the case, then this kid named Luo Chen may be worthy of my cultivation. Biby Dong succeeded the position of Pope, and it has only been 2 months now. 2 months ago, the previous Pope Kayang Sunji fought with Tang Heo in order to hunt down the 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast Blue Silver Emperor, and was severely injured by Tang Heo, who had just broken through the title Douluo. Afterwards, Biby Dong killed Kayang Sunji and devoured everything of him, and used this to open the Rakshasa secret realm. Biby Dong, who is only 29 years old now, still has a soul power level of 90 after devouring Kayang Sunji, but as long as she obtains another soul ring, she can break through the title Douluo. With the advantage of twin martial spirits, Biby Dong is confident that she can become a super Douluo in a short time, or even reach the realm of Kai and Aoliu. By then, she will no longer need to pretend to be submissive, and can let go and start her revenge plan. In order to achieve her goal, Biby Dong knows that relying on her own strength is definitely not enough. She needs to control more power in the spirit hall and needs to be loyal to her team. Now hearing about Luo Chen's situation, Biby Dong immediately has the idea of taking him into her pocket. Have you tried to find a higher level spirit hall? I have tried. At this time, in addition to Biby Dong, there are 2 figures in the Pope's Hall. They are the elders in front of the Pope's Hall, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan and Ghost Douluo Gimri. After hearing about this, a black-robed cardinal stationed in the main hall of the spirit went to Notting City to awaken the child. But it still failed. Yuguan was as curious about this situation as Biby Dong. If he were not the elder of the spirit hall, he would have gone to see what was going on with this child. Black-robed cardinal, even the Soul Emperor level can't awaken him? The positions in the spirit hall, from low to high, are white-robed deacon, purple-robed cardinal, black-robed cardinal, platinum-robed cardinal. Among them, the black-robed cardinal has a soul power cultivation level of at least the Soul Emperor level. However, even the Soul Emperor couldn't awaken Luo Chen, which was somewhat beyond the expectations of the 3 people present. Interesting. Biby Dong's beautiful eyes swept across the second report and finally stopped on Notting City. Notting City. I remember Xiao Gang as in Notting City. Over the years, Biby Dong has been secretly looking for Yu Xiao Gang's whereabouts. Biby Dong naturally knew about Yu Xiao Gang and Liu Erlang's affairs. She did hate Yu Xiao Gang at first, but when she thought about how she abandoned him first, and Kayang Sunji was still alive, Biby Dong could only suppress all her thoughts. But now, Kayang Sunji, that beast, was killed by her, and Yu Xiao Gang fled to Notting City because he could not accept his relationship with Liu Erlang. Xiao Gang must be in great pain now, right? I'm no longer clean and unworthy of him, but if I could secretly take a look at him. Thinking of this, Biby Dong stood up from the Pope's throne and said, 2 elders, follow me to Notting City. What? Yu Guan and Gui Mei were very surprised. Logically speaking, no matter how special Luo Chen was, it was not worth Biby Dong to go there in person. If the other party was really special, wouldn't it be better to order the child to be brought to the spirit hall? It just so happens
that I also want to get the 9th spirit ring, and I will go to Notting City to take a look. Yu Guan and Gui Mei looked at each other in response to Biby Dong's words, thinking that the Xingdao Great Forest, where they went to hunt spirit rings, was to the east of Wuhan City, and Notting City was to the west. How could they get there, by the way? However, they did not question Biby Dong's order, and immediately nodded and agreed, and went to prepare. Gui and the two Douluo watched Biby Dong grow up, but the once innocent and romantic girl is now more indifferent and majestic. Especially after becoming the Pope, the inexplicable sense of oppression. They are obviously the titled Douluo, but in terms of aura, they have become the suppressed party. By the way, Biby Dong suddenly said, "Take Nana with you." The Nana that Biby Dong mentioned is Hulina, a genius who has awakened the top beast spirit demon fox, and has an innate spirit power of level 9.5. 3 months ago, Hulina awakened her spirit, and was spotted by Biby Dong, and accepted as a disciple. Biby Dong liked Hulina very much, and felt an unprecedented motherly love from her. Nana's soul power has reached level 10, and she can obtain the first soul ring. Can't awaken the martial soul? Is it some powerful martial soul that needs enough soul power to awaken? At the same time, in the worship hall facing the Pope's hall, a handsome middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s with a full head of blonde hair also saw the report submitted by the subordinate Wuhan Hall. He was the former predecessor of the Wuhan Hall, the current chief worshipper of the worship hall, and the angel Douluo known as the Invincible in the Sky, Kandao Liu. Brother. Not long after, a burly old man walked towards Kandao Liu. It was the second worshipper Golden Crocodile Douluo. Biby Dong has already gone to Notting City. Oh. Did she go there in person? Kandao Liu didn't know the real purpose of Biby Dong's trip this time. Checking on Luo Chen's situation was just a side job for Biby Dong. Since she's gone, let's leave it at that. Kandao Liu now puts all his energy on his granddaughter Kyan Ringsu. Just 2 months ago, because of the death of his son Kyan Zhengji, Kandao Liu personally went out to ask for an explanation from the Haoshan sect, and eventually forced the continent's #1 sect to close the mountain. As for Tang Hao, Kandao Liu didn't make things difficult for him, because Kandao Liu knew very well that the person who really killed his son was Biby Dong, and she was Kyan Ringsu's mother. And that thing, big brother, are you really going to let it go? The Golden Crocodile Douluo has always been resentful that Kandao Liu did not kill Biby Dong, but instead passed the position of Pope to her. Alas, Kandao Liu sighed. After all, she is Xiaoxu's mother. Xiaoxu has already lost her father, and cannot lose her mother again. As for the position of Pope, just think of it as compensation for her all these years. When it comes to Kyan Ringsu, Golden Crocodile Douluo doesn't say anything more. Like Kandao Liu, he has high hopes for Kyan Ringsu. Her innate soul power is level 20, and now she is only 9 years old. Her soul power has reached level 32. With such an astonishing talent, she is the hope of the spirit hall. This is why Kandao Liu doesn't care about Luo Chen. Even if he is won over by Biby Dong, Kandao Liu still doesn't take it to heart. Chapter 3 Biby Dong arrives. It was the morning of the 4th day after Luo Chen failed to awaken his martial spirit. Titled Douluo could fly in the air, and their speed was extremely fast. It took only half a day to get from Wuhan City to Notting City. We are here. Biby Dong brought Hulina, and under the protection of Yuguan Gimbi, they slowly landed in the forest outside Notting City. Teacher, aren't we going to hunt for spirit rings? Why are we here? Hulina, who was only 6 years old, awakened her martial spirit 3 months ago. Because of her high talent, she was accepted as a disciple by Biby Dong. Hulina was very smart, well-behaved, and sensible, and was deeply loved by Biby Dong. Nana, teacher came here to see someone. Biby Dong did not say Yu Zana Gang's name. Anyway, looking for Luo Chen was also seeing someone, so there was nothing wrong with her saying that. Ghost Elder, go and investigate the origins of that child named Luo Chen to see if his background is innocent. In Biby Dong's view, a martial spirit that could not even awaken the soul power of a soul emperor was at least a super martial spirit. Such a talent was obtained by her, so naturally she had to find out his origin and origin. Although these things are not important in the spirit hall, understanding a person can also help you know what he needs more quickly. Start from the heart and then control the other party. What Biby Dong needs is an obedient blade. Only in this way can she be driven. Yes, your holiness. The ghostly figure disappeared in front of everyone. He quickly entered the city and went straight to the spirit hall. Teacher, is the person we are looking for called Luo Chen? Who is he? A child about the same age as you, Nana. To Hulina, Biby Dong showed the tenderness and motherly love that she had never given to Kan Ringsu, and explained very patiently, his situation is very special. His spirit cannot be awakened, so he was reported to the branch hall. The spirit cannot be awakened? Hulina is still just a child, but she has been learning about spirit knowledge for 3 months. In Hulina's cognition, everyone can awaken the spirit. The only difference is whether they have soul power. But even the martial soul cannot be awakened. This, Hulina admitted that she couldn't figure out the reason, so she looked at Biby Dong. Then does the teacher know what's going on? I just have some guesses. Biby Dong said, the martial soul cannot be awakened. It is likely that the external soul power is not enough. Why is it difficult for soul masters to awaken themselves? Because soul masters who have not awakened their martial souls have no soul power in their bodies, and all the innate soul power is in the martial soul. Nana, do you know the origin of the martial soul? Yes. Hulina nodded and said, a person's martial soul comes from blood, and there is a high probability that it will be randomly awakened in the martial soul of the parents. Yes, Nana, you have worked hard, and the teacher is very happy. Biby Dong said, in addition, the strength of the martial soul is actually proportional to the innate soul power. This is exactly the content of the 10 core competitiveness of the martial soul written by Yuz Zana gang. Everyone's martial soul is actually fixed at birth, but the martial soul is just a martial soul. It is like a seed that needs to be irrigated for a certain period of time before it can germinate and grow. When a child is just born, the martial soul is not formed yet, but an embryo. As the child grows up, the martial soul in the body will actively absorb the soul power from the outside world until it is completely formed. Biby Dong, depending on the efficiency of a person's absorption of soul power, this process takes at most 6 years and at least 5 years. A high quality martial soul absorbs soul power faster, but it takes longer to fully form. A low quality martial soul absorbs soul power more slowly, but the soul power required is less than that of a high quality martial soul. The two increase and decrease, and the time required for a high quality martial soul and a low quality martial soul to fully form is almost the same. That's why there is a rule that the martial soul must be awakened at the age of 6. After Biby Dong finished speaking, Hulina widened her eyes and looked like she had learned something. As for the innate soul power, it is actually the soul power required for the martial soul to form. The child himself has no soul power, and the awakening ceremony will not give the child soul power. If this is the case, where does his soul power come from? There is only one answer, that is, the soul power that comes with the martial soul itself, and this is the essence of innate soul power. Therefore, the strength of the martial soul is proportional to the innate soul power. The stronger the martial soul, the higher the innate soul power. Even the martial souls of the same type have advantages and disadvantages. It can be said that in this world, the quality of the martial soul determines a person's future. But teacher, what about that child? According to what you said, the time required for the formation of a strong or weak martial soul is the same. Hulina said, he is already 6 years old, so the martial soul must have been formed. Why can't it awaken? In this case, we must first rule out the possibility that he has no martial soul. Without a martial soul, this is impossible. And if Luo Chen really has no martial soul, then Biby Dong's trip is also worthwhile. Because she has seen an unprecedented special case, a person without a martial soul. Incredible, it is simply eye-opening. After ruling this out, Biby Dong said, teacher can only guess that it is because his martial soul is too high in quality that he cannot awaken. The process of martial soul awakening is actually the soul master using external soul power to stimulate the child, thereby triggering the resonance of the dormant martial soul. When the martial soul is too high in quality and contains too much soul power, Biby Dong said, it will cause a blockage in soul power output, resulting in the martial soul being unable to awaken normally. So when encountering such a situation, the Soul Master needs to pull it from the outside world to completely complete the awakening ceremony. However, this situation is extremely rare. Even in the records of the Spirit Hall, there are less than 5 cases. Will the martial soul be unable to awaken if it is of high quality? Teacher is just guessing. In fact, Biby Dong did know of a similar situation. That is, her daughter Kyan Ringsu, whom she regarded as an evil seed. The 6-winged angel martial soul is a divine martial soul. Everyone who awakens this martial soul will be given divine soul power by the angel god. The only difference is how much. When Xiao Zuir awakened her martial spirit, Biby Dong was training in the slaughter city, so she didn't see it with her own eyes. But after all, she is her biological mother, and she knows some of Xiao Zuir's situation. In fact, even if Biby Dong didn't want to know, Kyan Zunji would tell her. When Kyan Ringsu awakened her martial spirit, she had the basic innate full soul power, plus 10 levels of divine soul power, so her innate soul power was 20 levels. Such qualifications are unique throughout the history of the Kyan family, and the awakening ceremony of the child was successfully completed by Kyan Daoliu himself. Could it be a god-level martial spirit? This thought popped up in Biby Dong's mind, but she quickly denied it. Impossible. How could a god-level martial spirit appear in such a remote place? Soon, Biby Dong and others came to the Notting City Martial Spirit Branch Hall. And here, Su Yunteo, Ma Xiuno and Sissy were kneeling on the ground respectfully, paying homage to Biby Dong. Greetings to His Holiness the Pope, Elder. No need to be polite. Biby Dong did not look at these people, and casually found a seat to sit down. She asked, where is the child you are talking about? Reporting to His Holiness the Pope, Luo Chen caught a cold the day before yesterday, and the fever only subsided last night. He is still resting in the orphanage. Cold, fever? Biby Dong was stunned for a moment. She had not heard the words of cold and other diseases from others for a long time. Soul Masters almost never get sick, because they have soul power in their bodies. Unless the other party is injured, and the soul power cannot regulate the body's balance, otherwise diseases will not appear in Soul Masters at all. This child's physical fitness is not good. He still gets sick at such a big age. Biby Dong doubted the strength of Luo Chen's martial soul. After all, his body was so weak. Did he really have a high quality martial soul? Why don't you find a healing spirit master? Luo Chen's matter had already been reported to the Spirit Hall, and there must be a healing spirit master there. Biby Dong's face darkened slightly. They won't heal. Spirit masters are arrogant and look down on ordinary people. But this is the Spirit Hall, and they are the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall has always been good to civilians, but in a situation like Luo Chen, it's just a matter of a healing spirit skill. But they won't do it? Biby Dong knew that there was some petty corruption in the Spirit Hall under Kyan Zungji's governance. She had planned to deal with it with thundering means after taking office, even if it meant killing people until blood flowed like a river and heads rolled. Biby Dong would not hesitate. Therefore, if such a thing really happened here, Biby Dong's eyes showed murderous intent. Branch Hall, Main Hall, Holy Hall. There are so many healing spirit masters in the Spirit Hall. Isn't there one willing to help? Please forgive me, Your Holiness. Seeing Biby Dong's misunderstanding, Mishuno hurriedly explained, it's not that the bishops don't treat the child, but they have treated him, but it's useless. Useless? Biby Dong frowned slightly. She didn't quite understand what useless meant. Just when she was about to give an order to have someone bring Luo Chen, the figure of Gui Mei suddenly appeared in front of Biby Dong, then knelt on one knee and said, Your Holiness, this is the identity information of the child, including his age and his life in the orphanage over the years. It's just that the origin of this child. What's wrong? Biby Dong waved her fingers lightly, using her soul power to take the information in Gui Mei's hand. Is there any problem? Looking at the information collected by Gui Mei, Biby Dong glanced at it casually. Most of the information was fine, except that the child seemed to be very weak, and he often caught a fever, and caught a cold, and was bedridden. Suddenly, Biby Dong saw the part about Luo Chen's origin, and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. 6 years ago, a woman sent him to an orphanage, and left nearly 1,000 gold soul coins. Looking at the description of the woman's appearance and the information, Biby Dong seemed to remember something. Your Highness, The woman who sent this child to the orphanage seemed to be. Is it me? Biby Dong's beautiful eyes moved, and she remembered. He is that child. The child I saved from the fallen 6 years ago. He is still alive. However, Biby Dong soon showed an incredible expression. How is this possible? Quick, take me there now. At this moment, Biby Dong finally knew the reason why Luo Chen was weak and sick, and also understood why the healing soul skills were ineffective on him. Cough, 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 cough. In the orphanage, Luo Chen put on his clothes, and then with the help of Wang Shen, he began to go to the Wuhan branch hall. Zai-chan, are you okay? Or, I'll carry you over. Wang Shen looked at Luo Chen worriedly, but the latter waved his hand nonchalantly. It's okay, I know my body best. It will flare up once in a while. It's an old problem. Luo Chen's disease is very special. In addition to the normal physical weakness, there are also body tingling and weakness every now and then. But as long as you can get through it, it won't flare up again for several days. Luo Chen didn't know what his disease was and asked the dean to find a healing soul master, but unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. Walking out of the house, Luo Chen suddenly noticed someone in front of him. Looking up, what came into view was a beautiful woman with long pink and purple hair, a crown on her head, and a scepter in her hand. The whole person exuded a sacred, noble, and elegant aura, which made people subconsciously want to worship her. However, Luo Chen didn't care about the dress that made him very familiar. His attention was completely focused on the woman's face at this time. You. Luo Chen blurted out subconsciously, it's you. Oh. Biby Dong looked at the boy in front of her, and she saw surprise and nostalgia in his eyes. Do you know me? Luo Chen only then realized that he had lost his composure. But at this point, Luo Chen did not intend to lie, but told the truth. I remember what you look like. 6 years ago, it was you who sent me to the orphanage. At this moment, even Biby Dong showed a surprised expression. Gui Mei and Yu Guan who followed behind her looked at each other, thinking secretly, is there really a person in this world who has a photographic memory? 6 years ago, Luo Chen was just a baby, and such a young child can actually remember the appearance of someone he has only met once. It must be said that this is really incredible. However, before they could think about it, Luo Chen's next words made everyone present stunned. Are you my mother? After the voice fell, Biby Dong felt her breathing stagnate, and Guan Ringsu's face subconsciously appeared in her mind. Mother. Biby Dong was a little dazed. She was about to explain when she heard Yu Guan and Gui Mei scolding at the same time. Child, don't be so presumptuous. Fortunately, the two knew the seriousness of the matter and did not add soul power to their voices. Children speak without restraint. How could they care about a child's nonsense? He was not a noble of the two empires of Xiandao and Xingluo. Even Biby Dong would not take it to heart. It's okay. Biby Dong raised her hand to stop the two, and then said in a gentle tone, child, I'm not your mother. Oh. Luo Chen was not very disappointed, which was also a fact. He had known for a long time that Biby Dong could not be his mother. He had speculated before, because he did not know the identity of the woman who sent him to the orphanage. But after knowing that the woman in his memory was Biby Dong, Luo Chen no longer had such thoughts. The reason why Luo Chen asked such a question was that he did not think too much, but just felt that he should ask this question, which was more in line with the personality of a child abandoned by his parents in an orphanage. Luo Chen is far from being as innocent as Wang Shen and others seem. Otherwise, he would not have taken advantage of Sissy to get close to Su Yuntao, the great soul master, and thereby obtain the qualification to borrow books from the Wuhan branch hall. After knowing that this is Douluo Continent, Luo Chen decided to change his naive thoughts in his previous life. In order to survive, to become stronger, and to have the power to control his own destiny, Luo Chen cannot let go of any resources that can be used. And now, Biby Dong, the final boss in Douluo Continent 1, is in front of him. How can he not hug such a supermodel thigh? Then big sister, do you know where my parents are? The next moment, Luo Chen's eyes really shone. But this time, Luo Chen did not pretend. He has lived 2 lives. In his previous life, he grew up in an orphanage without parents or family, and never experienced the warmth of family affection.
And this is what he really wanted to know after the first question. Chapter 4. The Transformation of the World. Alas. Biby Dong looked at the expectation in Luo Chen's eyes. Her eyes gradually dimmed, and then she shook her head regretfully and said, "Sorry, child, your parents are no longer alive." Perhaps out of guilt, Biby Dong told him about Luo Chen's life experience. 6 years ago, in order to ease the pain in her heart and to get rid of Kayang Sunji's control, Biby Dong chose to go to the Slaughter City for training. On the way, Biby Dong encountered a group of fallen soul masters attacking the village. At that time, Biby Dong had not been affected by the hostility of the Slaughter City and the negative emotions brought by the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Although she hated Kayang Sunji, she was still the kind-hearted saint of the spirit hall. So, Biby Dong killed these fallen soul masters and found Luo Chen in the village. His parents died at the hands of the fallen soul masters. In the whole village, only Luo Chen survived. "Thank you for saving my life, big sister. I will definitely repay you in the future." Although Luo Chen was a little disappointed, his parents were dead, and he became an orphan in this life. But knowing his own life experience, Luo Chen still let go of a big regret in his heart. In his previous life, Luo Chen didn't even know who his parents were. Luo Chen is already satisfied to have a clear start in this life. Repay? Biby Dong was not dissatisfied when she heard Luo Chen calling her big sister. On the contrary, the 6-year-old Luo Chen was extremely delicate and cute. Especially the sickness, which added a lot of brilliance to her, which could best arouse a woman's maternal love and protective desire. Since even Biby Dong herself did not refuse, Yu Guan and Gui Mei naturally had no reason to speak again. However, the two were very curious why Biby Dong was so easy to talk to today. No, it should be said that why Biby Dong treated the child in front of her so well. This tolerance, even Hulina is far inferior. "Zai-chan, the reason why your body is so weak." Biby Dong hesitated. She didn't know how to start. After hesitating for several times, she finally decided to tell Luo Chen the truth. "Actually, it was me who caused it." In Biby Dong's opinion, Luo Chen was well behaved and sensible. While fighting the disease for many years, he still had such a cheerful and optimistic attitude. Although Biby Dong was a woman who valued interests very much, she was also very emotional. She even deceived such a simple and lovely child. She felt that she might be worse than the beast Kayang Sunji. "Big sister, it was you who caused it?" Luo Chen looked at Biby Dong in surprise. "Why do you say that?" Alas. Biby Dong was not really cold-blooded, otherwise she would not treat Hulina as her own daughter, and she would not sacrifice her life to protect her daughter Kayan Ringsu at the last moment. "This matter is mainly my fault." Looking at Luo Chen's weak appearance, Biby Dong touched Luo Chen's head reluctantly, and then told him about the time she met Luo Chen. It turned out that when Biby Dong fought with the fallen soul masters, because she saw the evil deeds they committed, and there were no living people around her in her spiritual perception, she used the extremely terrifying Death Spider King poison in anger. What Biby Dong didn't expect was that there was still a child in the whole village who had not lost his life. That was Luo Chen. The reason why I'm not in good health is that I was poisoned. At this moment, Luo Chen was really a little confused. He thought about what happened between him and Biby Dong, but he never thought it would be like this. Isn't the Death Spider King poison a deadly poison that kills people with blood? When watching the short video on Douyin, even the two 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest couldn't stop it. How did he, an ordinary human child, survive? "I'm sorry, Zai-chan." Seeing Luo Chen fall silent, Biby Dong thought he was resenting her and quickly spoke with a tone full of guilt. It was because of her mistake that Luo Chen suffered for so many years. Thinking of Luo Chen's first reaction when he saw her, the expectant mother, Biby Dong felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. "This child remembers me. He has always regarded me as his mother. But the fact is that not only is she not his family, but she is the culprit who caused him to suffer for 6 years." With this thought, Biby Dong couldn't even maintain her cold pope persona. "My death spider poison. Anyone who is poisoned by it, there is absolutely no reason to survive. But Zai-chan, you are still alive." Biby Dong grabbed Luo Chen's hand and carefully examined his body. "I have never encountered such a situation.
To be honest, Biby Dong had actually given up Luo Chen at the beginning. She couldn't save Luo Chen. The only thing she could do was to send him to an orphanage and then leave enough gold soul coins, hoping that they would take care of the child as much as possible. Biby Dong also felt guilty and blamed herself for Luo Chen for a while. However, the following experience in the killing city made Biby Dong completely immersed in the battle in the hell killing field. So until today, Biby Dong thought Luo Chen had died. Now that she suddenly saw Luo Chen, the regret that she had buried deep in her heart resurfaced, but it was even deeper than before. Then, sister, can you help me detoxify? Luo Chen did not blame Biby Dong. After all, without her help, he would have died in the hands of those fallen soul masters. He was still alive. Even if his hands and feet were broken, he was still alive. Luo Chen would not do things that would repay a favor. What's more, Biby Dong did not do it on purpose. When she saw him again, she did not act like a pope at all. The concern from the bottom of her heart made Luo Chen put down the last bit of resentment. In this world, when it comes to understanding the Death Spider King poison, Biby Dong is second to none. But Luo Chen's situation really exceeded Biby Dong's understanding. If it was someone else, they would have died immediately after being poisoned by her, so there was no need for detoxification. Of course, Biby Dong can use her martial spirit to make the serum of the Death Spider Emperor poison, so as long as the other party does not die immediately, even if there is still a breath left, she can detoxify the other party. But the problem now is that the poison has penetrated into the bone marrow, and the antidote is no longer useful. In other words, Luo Chen is still alive, which makes Biby Dong feel incredible. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Biby Dong shook her head and looked at Luo Chen with guilt. Luo Chen has never hurt her, let alone her enemy, but just an innocent child. However, it was because of her mistake that the child suffered 6 years of torture. Even though Biby Dong was betrayed by her teacher and her mind was partially eroded by the evil thoughts of the Rakshasa god, her heart was filled with self-blame at this time. Thinking of the previous plan to use Luo Chen, Biby Dong felt that she was really a vicious woman. Forget it. Biby Dong sighed secretly. It's me who made him become like this. In the future, I will do my best to compensate him. Biby Dong made a decision in her heart. Even if Luo Chen's martial soul is not of high quality, or even cannot become a spirit master, she will take responsibility and try her best to make up for his physical loss, so that the child can grow up safely. Elder Jew. On the other side, Hulina, who had been following the two titled elders, whispered, "Is the problem with that little brother serious? Why does the teacher look so sad? The child's body functions have been destroyed by toxins. It's a miracle that he can survive." Yu Guan is proficient in pharmacology and is the person who knows Luo Chen's situation best among all the people present. He only heard him transmit the voice. Even so, according to my estimation, he should not live beyond 15 years old. Hulina looked at Luo Chen with sympathy, thinking that such a cute boy would die young. For a moment, Hulina couldn't help but feel distressed for Luo Chen. Even Elder Jew can't do anything? No. Yu Guan transmitted to Hulina beside him. This is not a problem that can be solved by a simple healing spirit master. Unless we find a natural treasure to replenish vitality, there is no solution to this situation. Then the teacher? His Holiness the Pope must have discovered it. Yu Guan, His Holiness didn't tell him the result. I think he hopes he can spend the rest of his life happily. At this point, Yu Guan paused for a moment and said, in fact, there is another possibility. That is that he becomes a spirit master and then shows enough talent. Yu Guan said, as long as he can break through to the spirit saint before the age of 15, he can be reborn and reborn. The spirit saint and the level below the spirit saint are two completely different levels of life. Once you break through to the spirit saint, not only will your lifespan increase significantly, but you will also have a chance to cleanse your essence and marrow. This is also the reason why the special abilities of some powerful martial spirits will awaken after breaking through to the spirit saint. 15 years old, spirit saint. Although Hulina has just become a spirit master, a 15-year-old spirit saint, this is simply a fantasy. Don't worry, Zai-chan, I will do my best to find a way to heal you. Biby Dong stroked Luo Chen's hair. She was naturally very clear about Luo Chen's physical condition, which made her show a gentleness that she had not had for a long time. I'm fine. I've been used to it for so many years. Luo Chen's illness did come from Biby Dong, but no matter what, it was she who saved him and prevented him from being killed. Moreover, the gold soul coins left by Biby Dong did help Luo Chen a lot over the years. As for the fact that he would not live long, he was mentally prepared. After 2 lives, Luo Chen had already let it go. Big sister, are you here to help me awaken my martial soul? It's okay to let it go, but if he can survive, Luo Chen will never give up. Now, the only way for Luo Chen to change his fate is to awaken his martial soul. I don't ask for twin martial souls, I only ask to awaken a martial soul with strong vitality. The martial soul is his last hope. Oh, yes, there is one more thing. Biby Dong saw that Luo Chen was still alive, and her mind was completely focused on him. She almost forgot the real purpose of coming to Notting City. In addition, even Biby Dong herself did not realize that the idea of visiting Yuz Zana gang had been thrown behind her mind because of Luo Chen's appearance. Come, Ascension, sister will awaken your martial soul for you. Hearing Biby Dong calling herself sister, Yu Guan and Gui Mei couldn't help but look at each other, thinking that no matter what kind of woman she is, she always cares about her age. Biby Dong glanced at them coldly, making the 2 title Douluo's backs cold. With a slightly dissatisfied snort, Biby Dong took out a few stones from the storage soul guide and arranged the magic circle for awakening the martial soul. Ascension, come in. Hearing Biby Dong's gentle tone, Gui Douluo secretly said, good family. Biby Dong's expression changed so quickly that people who didn't know would think Luo Chen was her own son. Okay. Luo Chen looked well behaved, and then he stood in the center of the magic circle set up by Biby Dong. Come on, Luo Chen. Wang Shen, who was standing aside, looked around and noticed Hulina, who was about the same age as him. However, the other party was dressed so exquisitely and gorgeously that he dared not get close to her. Helplessly, Wang Shen had to choose a position to ensure that he could come forward to support Luo Chen at any time when he needed it. At the same time, Wang Shen was secretly cheering for Luo Chen in his heart. What kind of martial soul will be awakened? Hulina ignored Wang Shen, but the 2 titled Douluo noticed his actions and secretly praised the child's character. Are you ready? Don't be nervous, I'm going to input soul power into you. Biby Dong said, and a lavender soul power emerged from her body. She controlled it and slowly transferred it into Luo Chen's body while ensuring that the soul power was gentle enough. Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, until Biby Dong input the soul power of the Soul Saint level. The martial soul in Luo Chen's body moved. Success. Biby Dong retracted her soul power and looked at Luo Chen, who was awakening his martial spirit, in surprise. Boom. The next moment, soul power with bright starlight in azure blue surged out of Luo Chen's body, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that made everyone present feel palpitations. Not good. The sharp soul power fluctuations, like a substantial storm, suddenly pushed the 5 people present, except Luo Chen, back several steps. Fortunately, Biby Dong and others were all title level masters, and they immediately protected Hulina and Wang Shen. What is this? When Biby Dong, Yu Guan, and Gui Mei calmed down, their breathing stagnated at the same time. They raised their heads at the same time, only to see that the sky, which was originally very bright, had turned into night without knowing when. The stars were dotted, the Milky Way shuttled, and the whole world seemed to be quiet at this moment, leaving only the soft moonlight like water and the quiet star arcs, infecting the boundless earth. The sky and the earth changed color, and the stars moved. Such a shocking scene, not to mention the 2 children Hulina and Wang Shen. Even Biby Dong and the other 2 were shocked and speechless. It's dark? Wasn't it daytime just now? How come it's dark all of a sudden? What happened? The awakening of Luo Chen's martial soul caused the stars to move, and the sun and moon to change. This happened not only in Notting City, but also in every corner of the Douluo Continent. Countless residents were stunned by this sudden scene and were speechless. Many ignorant people thought it was a natural disaster, and now they knelt on the ground and prayed for the forgiveness of the gods. Chapter 5, Star Forging Dragon King. What a powerful divine power. Kyandeo Liu strode out of the Wuhan City Worship Hall. He looked up at the starry sky with a solemn look, and then looked at the statue of the angel god standing in front of the hall. Could it be that there is a problem in the god realm? Soon, Kyandeo Liu noticed the commotion in Wuhan City. The Soul Masters were panicked by this sudden celestial phenomenon, but Biby Dong, the Pope, was not here. It happened at this time. Helplessly, Kyandeo Liu could only send a message to the title Douluo in the Elder Hall, asking them to send people to appease the people of Wuhan City. Grandpa at this time, a petite figure jumped out from behind Kyandeo Liu. She had long golden hair like a waterfall, and wore an exquisite white and gold dress. It was Kyandeo Liu's granddaughter, the future angel god Kyan Ringsu. Grandpa, why did the sky suddenly darken? Kyan Ringsu, who had not yet gone undercover in Xiandao, was still a simple girl in the boudoir. She had just experienced the pain of losing her father, and was hated by her mother. In addition to her status as the young master of the spirit hall, Kyan Ringsu didn't even have a peer to talk to. In addition to her grandfather Kyandeo Liu, there were only 6 other priests who could communicate. Don't worry, Zua, everything will be fine with grandpa here. Kyandeo Liu touched his granddaughter's little head. Although he was also worried about the unknown in front of him, he still showed a steady and reliable side. In front of his granddaughter, Kyandeo Liu had to maintain a tall and glorious image. Yeah. Kyan Ringsu held her grandfather's hand, looking at the entire spirit city, and was full of confidence in Kyandeo Liu. Subconsciously, the girl would still glance towards the Pope's palace. My mother hasn't come back yet. I wonder if she's in danger. There's a strange phenomenon in the sky. Could it be that someone has become a god? On Poseidon Island, the high priestess Poseidon frowned, her long snow-white hair fluttering in the sea breeze. She breathed softly. Could it be you, Tang Chen? At the same time, in the lake of life south of the Stardao Great Forest, a pair of purple beast eyes opened from the darkness. My lord? Dishan, who was guarding the Silver Dragon King, sensed her awakening and quickly appeared. Why did you wake up? I sense the breath of the Father God. The breath of His Majesty the Dragon God. Dishan's tone was excited, but he soon calmed down. Could it be a trap set by those guys in the God realm? No. The Silver Dragon King's perception of this breath was clearer than Dishan's. This breath contains an extremely huge force of the origin of the universe. Even the Father God should not be so pure. Those guys in the God realm can't make such a fuss. The Silver Dragon King is the half of the Dragon God after he split, but unfortunately she did not inherit the Dragon God's memory. The Silver Dragon King only felt that this vast force of the origin of the universe was similar to the Dragon God, but could not determine its origin. As for whether it came from the Dragon God, it was even more difficult to tell. Then we don't act rashly for now. The Silver Dragon King said helplessly, my injuries are still far from being fully recovered. There is no way. They don't even know the source of this breath now. If they act rashly, once they are discovered by the God realm, they will be doomed. But if they really do nothing, if this breath is related to the Dragon God, then they will miss the opportunity in vain. I got it. After some thought, the Silver Dragon King made a choice. I will separate a part of the origin. Dishan, you take it, and go to find the source of the breath. As the voice fell, a crystal clear dragon scale slowly separated from the Silver Dragon King's body. And as this part of the origin was peeled off, the Silver Dragon King's breath instantly weakened a lot. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, it will take a long time for her injuries to recover. Even if it is worse now, it will only waste a few thousand years. 4 thousands of years, between the universe origin similar to the Dragon God. The Silver Dragon King undoubtedly chose the latter. My lord. Dishan took the dragon scale, his eyes full of worry. Your injuries have not recovered much, and now you are separated from your origin. Go. The tone of the Silver Dragon King did not allow for ejection, and he did not want to explain more. Alas, Dishan wanted to persuade him, but in the end he chose to leave. At this time, Luo Chen did not know how much shock his martial soul awakening had caused to Douluo Continent. Because as he perceived the martial soul, his mind kept sinking, and Luo Chen had already lost his perception of the outside world, and entered the martial soul space in his body. God level martial soul.
Biby Dong accepted the Rakshasa God test, and she could naturally feel the fluctuation of divine power. This child has awakened. It is definitely a god-level martial soul. There is no mistake. The invisible pressure emanating from Luo Chen is the breath of divine power that Biby Dong felt in the Rakshasa secret realm. However, compared with the Rakshasa god, the power that Luo Chen is awakening is obviously more powerful. Where is this? In the martial soul space, Luo Chen opened his eyes and found himself floating in a magnificent and mysterious starry world. Roar along with this vicissitudes and majestic dragon roar, a majestic figure that is difficult to describe in words emerged from the deep starry sky. He wore a crown with shining stars on his head, and his body was like a miniature universe, with starlight flowing inside, and ancient and mysterious runes flickering faintly. Star-forging Dragon King. The one who appeared in front of Luo Chen was the Star-forging Dragon King in the League of Legends, Aurelian Soul. My martial soul is the Star-forging Dragon King, Luo Chen exclaimed in his heart. He originally did not have high requirements for martial souls. As long as he could have innate soul power, and the quality was average, he could accept it. However, what Luo Chen did not expect was that happiness came so suddenly. The Star-forging Dragon King is a creator god in the worldview of the League of Legends. His power is so strong that it is impossible to describe it in words. He can forge stars with his hands, crush stars with his bare hands, and witness the birth and destruction of a universe countless times. In the worldview of Douluo, such an existence, perhaps only the dragon god who is above the god king and the legend can barely compare with it. Well, the beggar version. But before Luo Chen could get excited for long, a message of inheritance from the Star-forging Dragon King's martial soul poured cold water on Luo Chen. The Star-forging Dragon King's martial soul possesses extremely terrifying power, but due to the restrictions of the world's rules, I cannot directly obtain this power. The power of the Star-forging Dragon King has been bound to the Douluo plane. The plane is broken, and the power of the Star-forging Dragon King is completely released. This. Looking at the inheritance information that emerged in his mind, Luo Chen was stunned in the martial soul space. Let's not talk about how many people will die if the plane is destroyed. What can I do to destroy an entire plane? With this strength, he can be invincible in the Douluo Continent, right? And destroying the Douluo plane, he is called Luo Chen, not Biby Chen. Luo Chen said that he couldn't do this kind of thing at all. Is there no other way? Improve the potential of the Douluo plane and gradually gain the power of the Star-forging Dragon King. The inheritance information emerged, and the Star-forging Dragon King martial spirit slowly opened its clenched dragon claws, and on the two dragon claws, two new martial spirits bloomed with brilliant light. I still have two martial spirits? Luo Chen opened his eyes suddenly, and he instinctively raised his right hand with his palm facing up. The next moment, a crown made of gold and inlaid with gems like stars appeared in Luo Chen's hand. At the same time, with the end of the martial spirit awakening, the starry night sky began to dissipate and finally returned to a sunny morning. Crown. Without waiting for Luo Chen to observe carefully, Biby Dong hurried forward. Is this your martial spirit, Chen? The beautiful Pope carefully looked at the crown floating on Luo Chen's right hand and felt that the crown was shining with endless starlight, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary martial spirit. What kind of martial soul is this? No impression. Could it be a martial soul mutation? Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo were communicating. Like Biby Dong, they were very curious about the specific situation of this martial soul. It looks a bit like the Xingwen martial soul of Xingwen sect. Could it be a martial soul mutated from Xingwen? Biby Dong secretly guessed that Luo Chen might be related to Xingluo's hidden sect Xingwen sect, and one of his ancestors might have come from this sect. But what's going on with this strange phenomenon? Even when Qian Rinxu's martial soul awakened, there was no such extraordinary phenomenon. The scene just now, the world turned upside down, the stars shifted, the scene was too horrifying. Compared with the great power that could overturn day and night in an instant, Biby Dong realized for the first time the insignificance of human beings. Even as a titled Douluo, in front of the heaven and earth, the sun and the moon, and the universe, what is the difference between them, and dust and ants? Forget it, don't think about it so much. Let's test the innate soul power first. Biby Dong quickly woke up from her confusion.
She took out a crystal ball from the storage soul guide and handed it to Luo Chen. "Come on, Chen, put your hand on it." At this moment, Biby Dong's thoughts were completely filled with Luo Chen's awakened martial soul, and there was no place for Yuz Zana gang. "Yeah." Luo Chen nodded and stretched out his hand very cooperatively. Biby Dong, Gui Mei, Yu Guan, Hulina, Wang Shen, everyone present stared at the crystal ball under Luo Chen's palm, wanting to know his innate soul power level. Luo Chen's star crown has a beautiful style, and it is obvious that it is not an ordinary martial soul. The martial souls of Douluo Continent can be divided into 7 levels from low to high quality: low level martial souls, intermediate martial souls, advanced martial souls, top martial souls, super martial souls, ultimate martial souls, and God-given martial souls. Among them, the super martial soul itself is also a top martial soul, which is the upper limit of the top martial soul. However, unlike top level martial spirits, super martial spirits are often unique. They not only have a domain, but are also stronger than top level martial spirits in all aspects. In addition, super martial spirits have another characteristic, which is that they will not be easily inherited with blood, but require a special awakening ceremony to be completely obtained. Tang San's Blue Silver Emperor martial spirit is a super martial spirit, which is unique, has a blue silver domain, and requires a special ceremony to awaken. Then there are extreme martial spirits, which have extreme attributes, that is, they can easily crush everyone in a certain attribute. Only the extreme can deal with the extreme. It is no exaggeration to say that once a martial spirit with extreme attributes grows up, it is almost invincible. The only one who can suppress the extreme martial spirit is the God-given martial spirit. But as Luo Chen's hand touched the crystal ball, a dazzling light burst out instantly. "What is this?" Biby Dong's pupils shrank slightly, and the two titled Douluo Jugi on the other side widened their eyes in surprise. The three of them exclaimed in their hearts at the same time, "Innate soul power level 30. It's even higher than that child's talent." Biby Dong subconsciously gasped. She thought she was also a genius in the Douluo Continent for thousands of years. She had twin martial spirits and had cultivated to level 90 before she was 30 years old. Unexpectedly, she met Luo Chen today. Not only her, but even the talent of the child she hated was pressed to the ground by Luo Chen. "Your Excellency the Pope." Jugi Douluo was extremely excited. They simply couldn't imagine what the concept of innate soul power level 30 was. Kyan Rinxu's innate soul power level 20 was only circulated among the elders of the Spirit Hall. It was the top secret that only titled Douluo could know. Originally, the two thought that Kyan Rinxu's talent was already invincible in the world, but they didn't expect Luo Chen to be even more powerful than her, with an innate soul power level 30. "I must get this child." Biby Dong stared at Luo Chen with fiery eyes, thinking in her heart, no matter what this child's martial soul is, with the 20 level divine soul power, it is definitely a divine martial soul. And with Luo Chen's current talent, he will be at level 30 once he awakens. As long as he obtains 3 soul rings, he will immediately become a soul master. A 6-year-old soul master, even Kyan Rinxu couldn't do it. And this also means that as long as Luo Chen practices well, he will definitely become a top powerhouse in Douluo Continent in the future, and it is even possible to become a god at level 100. When she thought of this, Biby Dong could no longer suppress her excitement. She hated the Angel clan, hated the Kyan family, and wished that the martial soul hall would be destroyed as soon as possible. But Biby Dong also understood that Kyan Daoliu was very strong, and the strength of the other 6 priests in the worship hall was equally unfathomable. Although she became the Pope, she was just a puppet held up by Kyan Daoliu. She didn't have much power in her hands, and even the talents she could use were few and far between. Biby Dong was unwilling to be controlled by the Angel clan. She has been a reproductive tool once, and she doesn't want to be a puppet again, a mascot that keeps the position of the Pope of the Spirit Hall for Kyan Rinxu. This child's talent is unprecedented. Biby Dong couldn't imagine how far Luo Chen could go in the future. More importantly, Luo Chen has a good personality, and the information collected by Gimli clearly shows his character. It is said that a child's character can be seen at the age of 3. If a child who knows how to repay kindness and does not complain about illness and pain is not worth cultivating, then Biby Dong is really blind. As long as I treat him well, when this child grows up, he will definitely be on my side. In addition to Kan Ring-su, her biological daughter, Biby Dong can show her tenderness to any child. Hulina is regarded as her biological daughter by her and is used as a spiritual sustenance. Now that she has met another Luo Chen, Biby Dong said that she can raise him as her own son. Well, a daughter is already there, and then a son. Sons and daughters, happy. That's right, let's do it. Biby Dong secretly encouraged herself. I'm not that beast Kan Zungji. Whether it's Nana or Chen, I will give them the best. Biby Dong in the original novel did this. For Hulina, she announced the spirit skull as a prize for the competition. Even if she lost the competition later, she still gave her disciple a piece of her treasured skull. When Hulina was in the slaughter city, Biby Dong also visited her several times to prevent her from really getting into trouble. When the disciple returned from the slaughter city, she was canonized as a saint. You know, the saint of the spirit hall is not the saint in the western fantasy novel. It means the heir of the pope of the spirit hall. Biby Dong is going to hand over the spirit hall to Hulina. Therefore, no matter what kind of person Biby Dong is in the original novel, how bad her personality is, and how blind her eyes are, at least she really gave all her heart to Hulina. But Biby Dong's love brain was perfectly passed on to Hulina, and then she was cheated by her. Although Luo Chen had not read the original novel, he had seen many posts complaining about important female characters in Luo. It can only be said that there must be something hateful about pitiful people, and vice versa. Ahem. Biby Dong naturally didn't know what Luo Chen was thinking, so she cleared her throat and introduced herself. I'm the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Biby Dong. Luo Chen, are you willing to worship me as your master and become my disciple? After saying that, Biby Dong waited for Luo Chen's answer nervously. Although everyone knew that with Luo Chen's talent, there was no second possibility other than joining the Spirit Hall. Since she was met by Biby Dong, she would not let others snatch it away. However, Biby Dong wanted not only Luo Chen's body, but also his heart. I do. Without any hesitation, Luo Chen made a direct choice. Disciple greets teacher. One of the most reliable relationships in the Douluo world is the master-disciple relationship. Of course, this sentence does not apply to Biby Dong, because she fed her teacher Kayang Sunji to the spider. However, before Biby Dong was trapped in the secret room, she respected Kayang Sunji from the bottom of her heart, and Kayang Sunji had never treated her badly. So how did all this happen? Luo Chen didn't know much about Biby Dong's being trapped in the secret room. He only knew that Biby Dong was in love and fell in love with a man called Master, but Kayang Sunji disagreed. For love, Biby Dong planned to leave the spirit hall and elope with this master. This remark completely angered Kayang Sunji, so the secret room Douluo was born. Of course, it is unknown whether Kayang Sunji had a sudden whim or had planned it in advance. Forget it, don't think about it. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Luo Chen focused his attention on Biby Dong and saw that the beautiful Pope was extremely happy. The smile that appeared inadvertently fascinated Luo Chen, who was still just a child. But, great. Biby Dong caressed Luo Chen's head affectionately. Don't worry, Chen. The teacher will ask someone to find the best medicine and will definitely help you heal your body. Biby Dong felt heartbroken when she thought that such an excellent Luo Chen might die because of her mistakes. It is true that she was reluctant to lose Luo Chen's power, but more of it was her pity for her disciple and the tragic fate of a little child. Whether it is for Chen's talent or to make up for my debt to this child, I must find a way to cure him. No matter what the purpose is, at least at this moment, Biby Dong really wants to take good care of Luo Chen. For a moment, even Luo Chen felt the deep care from Biby Dong. I have to admit, Biby Dong, it smells so good. Chapter 6, 3 Life Martial Spirits. Chen, this girl is Hulina, the same age as you. Biby Dong brought the little fox to Luo Chen. She was my disciple before you, and she is also your senior sister. Is this Hulina? The little fox is indeed born with a charming body. She looks delicate and soft, cute and charming. She is only 6 years old, but she can already be a stunning beauty in the future. The 3 love brains in the spirit hall. I didn't expect that Luo Chen would have the honor to meet 2 of them at once today. Luo Chen knew that Hulina would become a love brain in the future, but those things have not happened yet. Since I'm here, I will definitely not let the things in the original book happen again. Luo Chen would not look at her with tinted glasses because of those unfounded things, but nodded very obediently and said, "Hello, senior sister." "Yes, hello, junior brother." Hulina stepped forward a little nervously. Can I call you Zaya-chan like the teacher?" "Of course." Luo Chen found that Hulina was really cute when she was a child. Zaya-chan is so cute. The girl had a good impression of Luo Chen, especially after knowing Luo Chen's experience and the suffering he had endured in the past 6 years. Hulina felt even more distressed for him. Now that she has become Luo Chen's senior sister, it is her responsibility to take good care of this frail and sickly junior brother. Senior sister, since it has the word sister, then she, Hulina, will be Luo Chen's sister in the future. It is natural for a sister to protect her brother. With this thought, Hulina's eyes lit up. Zaya-chan will be protected by me in the future. Luo Chen looked at Hulina, who was inexplicably excited and was a little confused. He really didn't expect that the little fox would be so close to him. Luo Chen was still thinking, would Hulina feel jealous and dissatisfied with the sudden addition of a junior brother? Well, this seems not bad. In Luo Chen's opinion, it is better to let Hulina fall in love with him than to let him fall in love with Tang-san. Love-brained creatures, when the object they like is themselves. Nothing to say, it's really fragrant. Zaya-chan, Zaya-chan. Just as Luo Chen was thinking secretly, because of Hulina's closeness, the little fox stepped forward quickly, hugged him directly, and then asked in a baby voice, "What is your martial soul? What is the level of innate soul power?" The process of testing soul power is extremely short, and no number will be displayed. It can only be perceived and judged by the soul master himself. Hulina and Wang Shen did not understand the specific situation here, and although Biby Dong and the other 3 were shocked in their hearts, they controlled themselves very well on the surface, and did not reveal Luo Chen's specific information. "Senior sister, my martial soul is a demon fox with a top beast martial soul. As for innate soul power," Hulina's big watery eyes were faintly charming. "Junior brother, can you tell me first?" Obviously she was just a 6-year-old girl, but her soul power was so unreasonable, and Hulina was born with a charming body, and her words and deeds were seductive. Unfortunately, she met Luo Chen. Luo Chen's martial soul was not just a crown, but a divine martial soul, the star-casting Dragon King. In front of the God-given martial soul, this kind of mental effect that changes the mind and affects emotions is difficult to work. "My martial soul is called the Heavenly Star Crown." This is what it told me. The name of the martial soul was given later, and it does not give any information to the soul master. But the God-given martial soul is different. Luo Chen is like carrying a manual, including the name and function of his own martial soul, and even how to develop it is clearly marked. As for the innate soul power, Luo Chen said, looking at Biby Dong, who smiled with satisfaction, "Zaya Chen is innate full soul power." Biby Dong did not say such shocking things as innate full soul power level 30. There is no way such a talent can be hidden, no matter how hard you try. Innate full soul power. Hulina looked at Luo Chen in surprise, and had to admit that she was it. Originally, she wanted to show off her majesty in front of her junior brother, but she lost her temper before she even started. The little fox was hit hard. JPG. No. Suddenly, Hulina looked at Luo Chen in surprise. "Why, Zaya-chan, you." She had just used her charm on him inadvertently, but Luo Chen was still able to calmly ask Biby Dong for her opinion. Obviously, her charm had no effect on Luo Chen at all. "Okay." Biby Dong stopped Hulina, who was still trying to explore, and looked at Luo Chen. "Zaya-chan, what type of martial soul do you belong to? Tell the teacher, so that the teacher can think about what kind of spirit ring to add to you." "That, teacher." Biby Dong's beautiful lavender eyes were full of tenderness. She did not blame Luo Chen for interrupting her, but waited very patiently for Luo Chen's next words. "Actually, I have another martial soul." "What?" After this was said, except for Hulina and Wang Shen, who had no idea, Biby Dong and Jujui Douluo could no longer remain calm. Twin martial souls. Biby Dong's pupils shrank slightly, and her eyes were full of surprise. Luo, you actually have twin martial souls like the teacher. Not only that, Luo Chen's first martial soul, the Heavenly Star Crown, is a god-level martial soul, so how can the quality of another martial soul, that can be twinned with it be low? Teacher also has twin martial souls? The question was not asked by Luo Chen, but by Hulina, who was standing aside. The little fox has always admired Biby Dong, but she never thought that the teacher could not only break through the realm of title Douluo before the age of 30, but also possess the legendary twin martial souls. This is a teacher's secret, only the closest people know it. The fact that Biby Dong has twin martial souls was hidden very well. Until today, only the few people she trusted the most knew about it, and even Yuz Zana gang didn't know. Jujui Douluo is Biby Dong's temple elder. Since Biby Dong was very young, he has been guarding her. In addition, it was they who discovered Biby Dong, who awakened her twin martial souls and brought her to Pope Kyang Sunji. And now, another twin spirit owner appeared in front of them. They still witnessed the awakening with their own eyes, and then watched him worship the current Pope as his teacher. Fate. Ju Douluo sighed secretly, it's so unpredictable. Even Ghost Douluo felt that there was a will of heaven in the dark. There was no way, it was just too coincidental. Quick, let out your other spirit to show the teacher. Biby Dong didn't care about the two old men sighing beside her. At this moment, the beautiful Pope only had a Luo Chen in his eyes. This is my second spirit. I call it the Sun Disk. Looking at the golden disc that appeared on Luo Chen's left hand, Biby Dong inexplicably felt an indescribable desire in her heart. She didn't know what this feeling was, but she knew that this spirit seemed to be of great help to her. This was the same for Ju and Ghost Douluo. It's so strange. Why does this martial spirit have such a strong attraction to me? You too? Gui Mei rarely spoke, and now he spoke in a surprised tone. Me too. Just like this martial spirit can bring me great benefits. Luo Chen, the teacher, has a similar feeling. Biby Dong did not hide it, and directly admitted the desire in her heart. This desire is not possession, such as wanting to obtain the Sun Disk, or wanting to get a Luo Chen. If you have to describe it, it's more like they encountered a problem that they had been pursuing, but could not get, and suddenly they found the answer, and it was right in front of them. It's like a bottleneck that has been bothering them for a long time, and it's about to break through. Biby Dong's description is very consistent with Jujui Douluo's mood. However, the three of them don't understand why an outsider's martial spirit can make people have such a strange feeling. Suddenly, Biby Dong noticed Hulina and Wang Shen. The two had come up to them without knowing when, and were staring at Luo Chen's Sun Disk. Obviously, the two little guys were also attracted by the Sun Disk. The power of this martial soul seems to have nothing to do with the strength of the Soul Master. From the title Douluo to the newly awakened young Soul Master, everyone will be attracted by it. Luo Chen has received the information from the Sun Disk, so he knows why everyone has such a reaction. In fact, Luo Chen's martial soul is not a twin martial soul. He has only one martial soul in the true sense, that is the Star-Forging Dragon King. Although the Celestial Star Crown and the Sun Disk are also martial souls, they are more like the gaps of the Star-Forging Dragon King's martial soul, used to release the power of the Dragon King. Therefore, it is more appropriate to call them companion martial souls. Of the two martial souls, the Sun Disk cannot add soul rings, but the Celestial Star Crown can add a full 18 soul rings. From this point of view, Luo Chen's martial soul does have the advantages of twin martial souls. Not only that, as the soul rings of the Celestial Star Crown are continuously added, the power of the Star-Forging Dragon King will also be unlocked. This Star Crown itself is the manifestation of the artifact used by the Star Spirit to seal the power of the Dragon King. And with each additional soul ring, a crack will appear on the crown of the Star-Forging Dragon King's martial soul. When the crown is completely broken, Luo Chen will be able to obtain the divine test from the Star-Forging Dragon King, a divine throne inheritance that is more powerful than the divine king in the Douluo world. The reason for this is that after Luo Chen came to this world, the power of the Star-Forging Dragon King merged with the Douluo universe, and the rules of its power inheritance also underwent localized changes. The divine throne bred by part of the power of the Star-Forging Dragon King is called the Creation God. Its foundation is the God King level, and it will become more perfect and powerful as the level of the Douluo plane is improved. Destroy the Douluo plane, ascend to the godhood in one step, and directly inherit the power of the Dragon King's body. To be honest, if someone really wants to destroy the Douluo plane, then the other party will face the extreme torture of the game difficulty from simple to hell. Once there is a problem with the Douluo plane, the power of the Dragon King's body will be freed, and Luo Chen can also inherit the true power of the Dragon King, and ascend to the godhood in one step. But before that, I have to have enough power first. At least, Luo Chen has to ensure that before the Douluo plane is annihilated by the power of the Dragon King, there is enough time to protect the people he cherishes. Well, you still have to keep a low profile. Although they had only met for a while, Luo Chen's first impression of Hulina and Biby Dong was not bad. Not to mention Wang Shen, Taojet, Sissy and others, Luo Chen had long been familiar with them and regarded them as family and friends. In any case, Luo Chen did not want to damage the Douluo plane when he was weak. Otherwise, even if Luo Chen obtained invincible power, he would definitely regret it in the future. Before completing the God test, the Star-Forging Dragon King will exist in the form of martial soul. Therefore, Luo Chen should have 3 life martial souls, 1 innate martial soul, plus 2 companion martial souls. In the future, when Luo Chen becomes a god at level 100, the 2 companion martial souls will be shattered, and the 18 soul rings on them will all turn into god rings, and then be transferred to the Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul. And this is the god-given martial soul that Luo Chen awakened the Star-Forging Dragon King. The Star-Forging Dragon King martial soul is my biggest secret, and it must never be exposed. In addition, Luo Chen felt that the secrets about the martial soul could be selectively revealed to Biby Dong and the others. Because only in this way can Luo Chen gain the attention of the Spirit Hall, get the best training, and then improve his strength faster. Although Luo Chen's previous dream was just to travel around the continent, plans cannot keep up with changes. He has the potential to become a god, so naturally he has to raise his goals higher, such as from traveling around the continent to traveling around the universe with the Douluo plane. Teacher. Thinking of this, Luo Chen took back the Heavenly Star Crown and only released the Sun Disk outside. My second martial soul is called the Sun Disk. It cannot be attached with soul rings, but the Heavenly Star Crown can be attached with 18. 18. Biby Dong exclaimed, doesn't this mean that you can use a martial soul with 18 soul rings? Exclamation mark. Twin martial souls are twins, but only one can be used at a time, and each has only 9 soul rings and soul skills. What about Luo Chen? Although his Sun Disk cannot add soul rings, is this a disadvantage? No, it is not a disadvantage. The biggest advantages of twin martial souls are 2. One is that after the first martial soul is developed to the title level, the soul rings of the second martial soul can be added from 10,000 years at least, and it is still more than 50,000 years. Secondly, adding 9 high-year soul rings to the second martial soul will bring great improvement to the soul master. After others break through level 90, it may take 10 years to upgrade one level, and after level 95, it may not be possible to break through for decades. In contrast, the owner of a twin martial soul can quickly improve his soul power by adding a high-year soul ring to the second martial soul, and forcibly upgrade the level by extremely violent means. In summary, Luo Chen not only has a divine martial soul, but also a twin god level martial soul. What's more, this twin martial soul has 18 soul ring slots and a full 18 soul skills. Isn't this too abnormal? Douluo felt numb all over. In this world, there are actually twin martial souls with such bugs. When he thought of the scene one day in the future, when Luo Chen took a step forward, and 18 spirit rings surrounded his body, Douluo instinctively took a breath of cold air. Biby Dong always felt that she had outstanding talent. Looking at the world, even the so-called Haotian twin stars were not enough to compare with her. Kyan Rinxu was very good, but she was too young, still a child. and she, Biby Dong, not only broke through the title Douluo at the age of 29, but also passed the divine test of Araxis a god, and she has the hope of becoming a god in the future. Unfortunately, today, she met Luo Chen. Very good, Chen. Your talent is even better than the teacher. Biby Dong was not jealous. She had already accepted Luo Chen as her disciple, and they would be a family in the future. She was not afraid that Luo Chen would surpass her. After all, she had practiced for so many more years than Luo Chen, and even passed the god test so early. If Luo Chen could still surpass her, Biby Dong would have nothing to say. She was a waste, so should she blame others for being too talented? She, Biby Dong, was not so petty. If this child was born in the hands of other forces, I would kill it in the bud no matter what. But now, Chen is my disciple. Thinking of this, Biby Dong turned to look at Juji Ui Douluo, Wang Shen, and even her most beloved Hulina, and then said in a cold tone, Chen is innate and full of soul power, and his martial soul is the top mutant martial soul heavenly star crown. There is only this one. Chapter 7 Ascension Ceremony. Yes. Juji Douluo agreed immediately. The little fox was young, but he was smart. He immediately understood what the teacher meant. Teacher, don't worry, I'll remember it. In fact, the two children did not get much useful information. They only knew that Luo Chen had 2 martial souls, and one of them could add 18 spirit rings. That's all. Biby Dong didn't take Wang Shen seriously. Although this guy's talent was very ordinary, his innate spirit power was level 2. But in order to ensure that he would not reveal Luo Chen's secret, Biby Dong planned to take him directly back to Wuhan City and then send him to the Wuhan Hall Academy. Under her nose, Biby Dong didn't think Wang Shen had the courage to reveal Luo Chen's secret. Don't worry, Pope, Chen is my best brother. I won't reveal a word about him. Wang Shen was even more excited when he heard that he could join the Wuhan Hall Academy. Old Ghost and I will keep this child's secret to the death. Yes. Biby Dong could still trust Juji Douluo. Luo Chen's information must be kept top secret, and no one, not even the guys in the worship hall, should know about it. No, the worship hall must not know about it. Once that old man Liu knows about Luo Chen's existence, he will definitely do something. Biby Dong is not worried that Liu will hurt Luo Chen. Luo Chen has a good family background, and now he has become Biby Dong's disciple, so he is naturally bound to the spirit hall. What Biby Dong is really worried about is that Liu might snatch Luo Chen from her. No, I must find a way to tie Chen to my side. Feeling guilty about Luo Chen's weak body, Biby Dong looked at Luo Chen with a little more pity. Such a talent, such a cute child, well behaved and sensible. We must not let that old guy Liu and the hypocritical angels bewitch Chen. Biby Dong was very satisfied with the answers of the crowd. The beautiful Pope nodded and then cast his eyes on Luo Chen again. By the way, Chen, you haven't told us about your second martial soul. Why is it so attractive to us? The situation of the first martial soul is still unknown, and now there is a mysterious second martial soul. For a moment, everyone showed curiosity. As for this, I will explain it to you teacher slowly. Luo Chen took the 5 people to his room in the orphanage. Wang Shen already knew Luo Chen's secret, and knowing more would not make much difference. The room was empty and there were few furniture inside. It was not that poor, but it was clear at a glance that Luo Chen must have lived a very simple life. Especially the smell of medicine, which made the 4 people frown. Chen, do you have to drink so many medicines every day? Yes, I have to drink them morning, noon, and night. Hearing this, Biby Dong felt distressed, and her eyes looking at Luo Chen became softer. Alas, Chen must have suffered a lot these years. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, this child wouldn't be. I have spent most of the money left by the teacher over the years, and most of it was bought to nourish the body. Luo Chen said. For the rest, I asked the dean and brother Tao to buy some books. There are actually very few books about martial spirits in these books. After all, Luo Chen is not sure that he can become a spirit master, so he made a lot of preparations. From politics and management to forging and catering, Luo Chen has almost dabbled in them. After traveling to this world, Luo Chen did not gain nothing. He got the ability similar to the photographic memory in his previous life. As long as he has read a book, he can remember it word for word in his mind. This is also the reason why Wang Shen always puts Luo Chen first, even though Luo Chen is weak. In Wang Shen's eyes, Luo Chen is the brain. He does whatever he says. Anyway, it's always right to listen to Luo Chen. After reading the books, I sent them to the library of the orphanage as a popular science and education for my younger brothers and sisters. Luo Chen is a grateful person. He never forgets anyone who has helped him. What a good boy. Biby Dong likes Luo Chen even more, and then he said, I don't know the specific function of my first martial soul for the time being, so I can't explain its ability to the teacher. As for the second martial soul, although it can't add soul rings, it has a very special soul skill. I call it Ascension. While speaking, Luo Chen spread his hands and released the Sun Disk martial soul. The effect of this soul skill is to perform an ascension ceremony for soul masters, enhance their potential, and make them undergo qualitative changes. Hearing Luo Chen say that the Sun Disk can improve the qualifications of soul masters, Biby Dong's worldview was once again greatly impacted. The improvement of the soul master's qualifications also means the strengthening of the martial soul to a large extent. But Biby Dong has never seen anyone's martial soul being able to evolve after birth. This kind of thing is rarely recorded even in the books of the Spirit Hall. The most famous one is the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda, the inherited martial soul of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, which was once evolved into the Nine Treasures Glazed Pagoda by a certain ancestor. But the problem is that the specific conditions required for this evolution are not known to the Spirit Hall, let alone the Seven Treasures Glazed sect itself. What is the price? Will such a ceremony cause any harm to you, Zana-chan? Biby Dong was indeed shocked by the power of the Sun Disk, and after reacting, the beautiful Pope immediately asked Luo Chen about the impact of the Ascension ceremony on him. After Luo Chen awakened his martial soul, he had a very keen perception of other people's emotional fluctuations. He could feel that Biby Dong really cared about him. Compared with the benefits of the Ascension ceremony, Biby Dong was more worried about his health. This warmed Luo Chen's heart, and his emotions towards Biby Dong also changed from hugging his thighs at the beginning to a sense of closeness. No matter what Biby Dong's purpose was, her attention to Luo Chen was indeed from the heart. Teacher, don't worry. Luo Chen smiled slightly, then raised the Sun Disk slightly. The Sun Disk will automatically absorb external energy, but the upper limit of this energy will not increase with the increase of my soul power level. It is fixed. To describe it with data, it is a full value of 100 points. In addition, the Ascension ceremony does not consume my soul power, but the Ascension power stored in this Sun Disk. Luo Chen explained. So even if it is a human ascension, I will not be damaged. I see. Hearing Luo Chen say this, Biby Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, if the price of improving others' qualifications is to damage Luo Chen's foundation, then Biby Dong would never allow Luo Chen to do such a thing of picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Luo Chen's qualifications are rare in the ages, and he is a real treasure. Women have a natural possessiveness for things they cherish. Biby Dong is no exception. Today, Biby Dong feels guilty about Luo Chen, as well as a sense of responsibility as a teacher, and has infinite expectations for his future. So as long as Luo Chen doesn't touch her bottom line, such as betraying her, Biby Dong will do whatever Luo Chen wants. Teacher. Luo Chen said to Biby Dong, I want to perform the Ascension ceremony for Wang Shen. It just so happens that I can also take this opportunity to show the teacher the effect of the Ascension ceremony. In the past 6 years, Wang Shen has been taking care of Luo Chen like a brother, and after learning about the effect of the Ascension ceremony, Luo Chen thought of him first. Wang Shen's qualifications are ordinary, his innate soul power is level 2, and his martial soul is only a low-level martial soul, the War Tiger. With such a talent, whether he can break through level 30 in the future is unknown. Teacher has never heard of martial soul that can improve others' qualifications. Biby Dong guessed Luo Chen's intention, but she did not refuse, but was happy about it. Luo Chen did not forget Wang Shen, after gaining the power of Taoism, which is enough to show his character. A drop of water is returned with a spring. There is no such saying in Douluo Continent, but similar proverbs do exist. And this time, Wang Shen really met a noble person. When one person succeeds, everyone else will benefit. Luo Chen is about to achieve glory, but he still doesn't forget to help his former brother. Well, you can perform the ascension for this child. Biby Dong asked, do you need the teacher to prepare a secluded place for you? It doesn't matter, it's fine here. Luo Chen said as he led people to the small courtyard outside the door. The people around him had long been driven away by ghosts. Only Luo Chen, Hulina, Biby Dong, Wang Shen, and two titled Douluo were left here. Luo Chen, do you really want to help me? Wang Shen trusted Luo Chen very much. They grew up together and knew each other well. So Wang Shen had no doubts about Luo Chen's intention to perform the ascension ceremony for him. Someone else might think that Luo Chen was looking for a guinea pig for an experiment. But Wang Shen knew that if Luo Chen was not absolutely sure, he would not try it on himself. And that was the fact. The information feedback from the sun disk to Luo Chen clearly stated that the ascension ceremony had only benefits, not disadvantages. Even if it fails, at most it will just return to its original state, and it will not cause any damage to the Soul Master's qualifications and martial soul. Brother, just leave it to me. Luo Chen gave Wang Shen a reassuring look, and the latter understood and asked, what should I do? You don't have to do anything, just stand there and relax. As Luo Chen said, he injected soul power into the sun disk in the curious eyes of everyone. The golden disk engraved with mysterious runes slowly rose, standing upright in the air like a coin, and then slowly rotated. As the golden light on it bloomed with brilliant brilliance, a sacred and magnificent humming echoed above everyone's head. Boom. The light blue energy tilted down from the sun disk and poured into the body of Wang Shen standing directly below like a revelation. Where is this? A dazzling golden light penetrated the starry night above Wang Shen's head. He raised his head and saw that he was standing on a huge golden platform. Surrounded by stars, the vastness was endless. In front of Wang Shen, an illusory figure was emerging from the vast universe. He could not see the other person's full appearance. What came into his mind was only a pair of eyes that seemed like the eternal sun. However, before Wang Shen could panic, Luo Chen's majestic and sacred voice came from above his head. Don't be afraid, my brother. This is my world, and it is also the ladder for you to pursue glory and climb up. Now, let go of your mind. I will promote you. At this moment, Luo Chen's consciousness also came to this magnificent and vast world. This is his martial soul space, and the figure that seems to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the starry sky is his real martial soul, the star-forging Dragon King. In the martial soul space, Luo Chen's consciousness will transform into the star-forging Dragon King himself. Okay. Although Wang Shen was trembling all over, he trusted Luo Chen very much and believed that he would not hurt him. Roar. Then, accompanied by a loud tiger roar, Wang Shen's martial soul, the war tiger, emerged from behind him. A man and a tiger stood on this golden disc, facing the universe and the stars, looking so small and insignificant. The next moment, the surging power of ascension enveloped the man and the tiger. In reality, Wang Shen looked up to the sky and roared, and the war tiger martial spirit was transformed rapidly under the transformation of the ascension power. This scene really shocked the other four people present. Martial spirit, it really evolved. The strength of the martial spirit is actually difficult to judge directly, but the appearance change of Wang Shen's war tiger martial spirit, this intuitive change, everyone can see clearly. Not long after, the movement of the ascension ceremony began to gradually subside. It was a dark demon tiger with the height of 2 people, surrounded by black flames. It wore dark golden armor and had wings on its back. Its blood red eyes stared at everyone, full of fighting spirit. Luo Chen took the sun disk back in his hand. He looked at Wang Shen and said, "Congratulations, brother Wang Shen. Your martial soul has evolved into a top beast martial soul, the Black Prison Demon Tiger. One of the hidden abilities of the Ascension ceremony is that it can learn about the martial souls and innate soul power changes of those promoted by Luo Chen. It's actually a top beast martial soul." Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo stared at the black giant tiger standing behind Wang Shen. The amazing momentum made their martial souls feel a little threatened. In the Douluo world, it is difficult to judge the quality of martial souls. The best way is to use your own martial soul to compare. Generally speaking, for martial souls of the same type, the stronger one will suppress the weaker one. Even if they are of different types, the martial soul will give the owner some warning. For example, now, Biby Dong's twin spider emperors have a similar feeling. It is indeed a top beast martial soul. The quality is not as good as the blow lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, but among the top martial souls, it is at least in the middle level. Soul devouring spider emperor and death spider emperor are definitely top martial souls, and they are super martial souls with innate domains. Therefore, Biby Dong has a say in the perception of the quality of martial spirits. How is it? Let's test it and see. Biby Dong took out the crystal ball and used her soul power to float it in front of Wang Shen. She walked to Luo Chen and said gently, "Chen, how are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "I'm fine, teacher." Luo Chen assured Biby Dong and told him that the Ascension ceremony did not cause any damage to him. Full innate soul power. At this time, Zhuge Douluo screamed in horror. The two stared at the crystal ball and then looked at Luo Chen with unprecedented enthusiasm. Change the cultivation talent of the soul master from innate level 2 to innate full soul power. Evolve the martial spirit. Directly turn a low level beast martial spirit into a top level beast martial spirit. I just don't know if Wang Shen's black prison demon tiger can be inherited. If it can, then Luo Chen's value is simply indescribable. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8. This kid is so scary. Two elders, and Nana, Wang Shen. Biby Dong also realized this, and she ordered again. Luo Chen's spirit ability is the top secret of the spirit hall. Without my permission, you must not disclose it to anyone. Biby Dong, who was only level 90 and had not even broken through the title realm, released a spirit pressure that made the two Douluo Juji feel a palpitation. "Yes, teacher, I won't tell you, even if you kill me." "Me too." Hearing the four people's assurances again, Biby Dong nodded with satisfaction. "Wang Shen, I will arrange for you to study at the Spirit Hall Academy later. I hope you don't let Luo Chen down." Wang Shen's fate changed because of Luo Chen. Originally, even if he was allowed to study at the Spirit Hall Academy as an exception, his level 2 innate spirit power was destined to not allow him to go far. But now it's different. He has full innate spirit power, and his spirit has evolved into a top level beast spirit. Such talent is better than Hulina. However, Wang Shen was not proud or complacent. He knew who this opportunity came from. "Luo Chen, as long as I'm alive, I will not let anyone hurt you." Cough, cough, cough. Luo Chen coughed a few times. He said that Wang Shen's words sounded a bit like a confession. He is not a man, and he is not gay. "Well, I will trouble you, brother Wang Shen, in the future." Luo Chen knew Wang Shen very well, which was why he wanted to ascend for him. In any world, any place, it is not enough to be able to fight. Strength, connections, and influence. Since Luo Chen awakened the star-forging Dragon King and had the capital to survive in Douluo Continent, he naturally had to plan for the future. Biby Dong's disciple. This identity means that I have officially joined the villain camp. Luo Chen didn't care about this. Being a villain or not was a matter of position. The most important thing is that the inheritance of the star-forging Dragon King will never be worse than the godhood of this world, which gave Luo Chen enough confidence to face any enemy with confidence. However, think carefully about the causes and consequences of the destruction of the Spirit Hall. In the final analysis, the problem lies with Biby Dong, Rinsu and Hulina. Luo Chen heard from a friend that among the 10 female characters in Douluo Continent, 7 are love-brained and 2 are pendants of male characters. The only survivors are either dead or completely passers-by. So Luo Chen is a little worried. If he joins the Spirit Hall and Biby Dong and Rinsu start to make trouble, he really doesn't know if he can withstand it. There is a saying that you are not afraid of godlike opponents, but you are afraid of pig-like teammates. Love-brained. So scary. What kind of person is Rinsu? I don't know yet. But Biby Dong To be honest, Luo Chen still has a good impression of Biby Dong. Well, since I'm here, I'll try my best to change her. Thinking of this, Luo Chen accepted the choice of the Spirit Hall camp. However, it was just acceptance. Luo Chen is not a very ambitious person. He is not really interested in competing for world domination. In his eyes, the Spirit Hall is like a company. Luo Chen chose to join, so he would naturally not do anything that would harm the interests of the company, and he would also work hard to complete the tasks assigned to him by the company. But more importantly, he felt a sense of belonging. This depends on the attitude of the Spirit Hall towards him. Be grateful and repay kindness, and repay grievances with justice. Luo Chen has never been a saint, and he will not become a bottom-line bootlicker just because of the so-called 3 beauties of the Spirit Hall. It's just that I didn't expect that. Even after traveling through time, I still couldn't escape the fate of becoming a wage earner. Luo Chen thought so, and began to think about how Wang Shen should go in the future. Brother Wang Shen has a top beast spirit, and his innate spirit power has reached level 10. Such a talent will definitely not be missed by the Spirit Hall. Luo Chen thought to himself, although I have only known him for a short time, combined with my understanding in my previous life, my teacher is actually a very ambitious and forbearing woman. When she is not in love, she will not let go of a promising genius like Wang Shen. As long as brother Wang Shen can seize the opportunity, he will definitely be valued in the Spirit Hall in the future. I just don't know what brother Wang Shen thinks. Luo Chen watched Wang Shen grow up and knew that he was trustworthy. In fact, Luo Chen concealed many secrets about the Ascension ceremony. One of them is that, although Luo Chen cannot control the people who have undergone the Ascension ceremony and cannot take back the power that has been given, they will establish a special connection with Luo Chen. This connection is a bit like the perception of favorability and loyalty. The two are not increased out of thin air, but can only allow Luo Chen to perceive their attitude towards himself. For example, the current Wang Shen, his favorability towards Luo Chen has reached the highest. Luo Chen is not surprised by this. After 6 years in this world, Luo Chen discovered that the people in Douluo Continent are actually very simple-minded. The simplicity here does not mean that they are not smart enough, but that they are stubborn. Just like Wang Shen, once he has determined something, he will go on unswervingly and would rather die than surrender. His innate soul power has increased from level 2 to level 10, and his martial soul has increased from low level to top level. For such a favor, does Wang Shen have any other choice except to repay it with his life? The answer is no. Maybe in the modern society of Luo Chen's previous life, there are people who are two-faced and indecisive everywhere, but such people are really rare in Douluo Continent. Luo Chen doesn't know much about Douluo Continent, so he doesn't know if there are such people in the original book. The only one he knows is probably Tangsun in the early stage. In the short video, Tangsun just said that once a teacher is a father for life, and the next second he was ready to kill Yuz Zana gang. And when he hunted souls for the first time, he was worried that the secret of the hidden weapon would be discovered, so he was ready to kill Yuz Zana gang again. Luo Chen didn't say that it's not good to be vigilant, but you just knelt down and kowtowed 1 second ago and said that you would be my father for life, and the next second you wanted to kill someone. This really shocked Luo Chen. I don't know if Yuz Zana gang can still say my disciple Tangsun is pure and innocent after knowing this. Biby Dong has done me a favor, but she is indeed very dangerous. Luo Chen could not guarantee Biby Dong's feelings for him. What he could be sure of was that he was valuable enough and Biby Dong would not hurt him. As for more, it would be Luo Chen's turn to operate. Teacher. Luo Chen raised the sun disk and said, Brother Wang Shen's ascension ceremony consumed about 20% of the ascension power. Here, Luo Chen actually lied. Because it was just a top level beast martial spirit with full innate soul power, it only consumed 10% of the ascension power of the sun disk. But Luo Chen did not fully trust Biby Dong yet. So it is really necessary to keep a hand in everything. Only 20% was consumed. But even so, Biby Dong had no doubts, because this consumption was beyond Biby Dong's expectations, which shocked everyone present. The power of this martial soul is really terrible.
If Biby Dong was not sure before, now she can be 100% sure that this can be comparable to the Heavenly Star Crown. As the Sun Disk that awakened Luo Chen's second martial soul, it must also be a god level martial soul. The prerequisite for twin martial souls is that the quality of the two martial souls is similar. Biby Dong can be sure that the Heavenly Star Crown is a god level martial soul. The sudden change in the celestial phenomenon and the 20th level of divine soul power are the most powerful evidence. So it is only the 20th level of divine soul power, because there are two divine martial souls. Biby Dong felt that she had discovered the reason for Luo Chen's 20th level divine soul power, and then she heard Luo Chen say, yes, 20%. And after performing the ascension of the Sun Disk, I also knew how to restore the ascension power. This matter is very important, especially in the eyes of Biby Dong and others. The effect of the ascension power is to shocking 20% of the ascension power can create a top martial soul with innate full soul power. This is innate full soul power. You know, in the past 100 years, there are only 19 people in the record of the Wuhan Hall with innate full soul power. But this is a record from 10 years ago. Because 4 years ago, a little guy named Feng Xiaoshan also awakened the innate full soul power. However, even so, there are only 20 people with innate full soul power, and even her disciple Hulina is not innate full soul power. Teacher, the power of the Sun Disk should be more than that. Luo Chen said, looking at Hulina and asked, Senior Sister Nana, do you want to try? Can I do it too? Hulina is still in shock of Wang Shen's martial soul evolution. She thinks she is a rare genius in the martial soul hall for decades. She has an innate soul power of level 9.5 and a top beast soul, the demon fox. However, such talent was directly thrown away by Luo Chen. Especially when Luo Chen easily turned Wang Shen from an ordinary soul master with extremely low talent into a top genius with talent beyond her. Hulina didn't say it, but she was actually very unwilling in her heart. Luo Chen can create a Wang Shen, so can he have a second and a third one? Then, what is she, Hulina? A mere 9.5 level innate soul power is nothing. Hulina is a very proud person. She has an extreme desire to become stronger, and for this reason, she even dares to go to the Slaughter City for training in the future. I do. The little fox will not give up the opportunity to become stronger, just for the sake of face. Moreover, she had a good impression of Luo Chen, so Hulina did not have much psychological burden to get help from her junior brother. At most, she could become Luo Chen's person like Wang Shen. When she thought of this, Hulina suddenly found that this idea seemed good. Nana, wait a minute. Biby Dong interrupted Hulina's random thoughts and said to Luo Chen, Xiao Chen, your ascension also helps the top martial spirit? It should be. Luo Chen said so and asked Hulina, what is the level of your innate soul power? Hulina said shyly, I only have 9.5 level. The innate soul power level that originally made her feel proud, now said in front of Luo Chen and Wang Shen. It was like a public execution. Fortunately, Hulina knew that Wang Shen's talent came from Luo Chen, and he was just lucky. And now, it was her turn. At level 9.5, even if I can't make Senior Sister's martial spirit evolve again, it's still no problem to raise Senior Sister's innate spirit power to level 10. Let Hulina become innate full spirit power. There is no doubt whether Luo Chen can do it. Wang Shen's example is there. Nana, are you willing? If possible, Biby Dong naturally hopes that Hulina can get the opportunity to ascend. However, it is not easy for her to directly help Hulina decide on such a big matter, so Biby Dong hopes that Hulina will choose for herself whether to gamble or not. I still plan to try. Hulina made a choice, not because of how much trust she has in Luo Chen, but because she doesn't want to lose. When she thought of those who originally had mediocre talents, but surpassed her, because of accepting Luo Chen's ascension qualifications in the future, Hulina felt extremely uneasy. So she couldn't fall behind, and had to keep up with Luo Chen's footsteps. Okay, then Senior Sister, relax and don't resist. Luo Chen had expected Hulina's choice. It was because of her loss to Tang San that the future Hulina chose to risk her life and go to the Slaughter City. To be honest, Hulina, who is not in love, is really talented and has a good character.
I will test you to see which stage of ascension you can accept. There is not only one ascension ceremony, but 5 stages, namely, in the first stage, consume 19% of the ascension power to complete the 1/9 level of innate soul power, which cannot exceed the innate full soul power. In the second stage, consume 10% of the ascension power to upgrade the soul master's martial soul to the top quality and have the innate full soul power stage. Seeing everyone's confusion, Luo Chen explained, the Ascension ceremony is not able to infinitely improve the qualifications of the Soul Master. For example, Brother Wang Shen, he accepted the second stage of the Ascension ceremony, which requires a one-time consumption of 20%. Luo Chen deliberately doubled of the Ascension power to evolve the martial soul to the top quality. Wang Shen's qualifications are limited, and the second stage is his limit. It can only be said that Douluo Continent is ultimately a world that depends on qualifications, and even the Ascension ceremony depends on the person. As for Senior Sister Nana, as Luo Chen finished speaking, Hulina tensed up and then waited for Luo Chen's judgment with a serious look. The fourth stage. Luo Chen got feedback from the sun disk. Hulina's qualifications were really high. If Luo Chen was willing to spend 50% of his ascension power, he could make her martial soul evolve twice at once, from the top martial soul to the super martial soul, and then to the limit martial soul. However, Luo Chen couldn't trust Hulina as much as Wang Shen did. In order to prevent the little fox from becoming a love-brained person in the original book, Luo Chen planned to keep a hand. At worst, after confirming Hulina's loyalty in the future, he would perform another ascension for her. Yes, if the qualification limit is not reached, the ascension ceremony can be carried out stage by stage. Congratulations, senior sister. Thinking of this, Luo Chen smiled. You can perform the third stage of the ascension ceremony. What is the third stage? My sun disk can make your martial soul, senior sister, evolve again on the basis of the top martial soul. Really? Hulina was so excited that she almost jumped up. Fortunately, she did not have a spirit possessed, otherwise the foxtail behind her would definitely swing happily, and it would not stop. How many stages are there in this ascension ceremony? There are 4 stages, teacher. Luo Chen used the words he had prepared long ago to explain to Biby Dong. The third stage consumes 50%, 20% of the ascension power, and the fourth stage consumes 100%, 50%. Luo Chen concealed one stage, which is the real 5th stage, which can consume all the ascension power and directly evolve the spirit master's spirit to the god level. Yes, the god level. The power of the star-forging Dragon King is incomparable to the gods of Douluo Continent. Even the angel god and the sea god can give divine spirits, and the star-forging Dragon King can naturally do so, and even be stronger. Of course, the premise of evolution is that the spirit master himself has such potential. The disadvantage of the sun disk is that it cannot increase the upper limit of others' potential out of thin air, but only allows the spirit master's qualifications to reach the limit. The top martial spirit evolves again. Could it be a super martial spirit? Zhuge Douluo knew the classification of martial spirits, and their martial spirit all had a title Douluo with a super martial spirit. That is the second worshipper Golden Crocodile Douluo. Golden Crocodile Douluo's martial spirit mutated into the Golden Crocodile King and awakened the innate domineering domain, which allowed him to absorb 100,000-year spirit ring at level 90 and then break through to the level 98 Super Douluo. Domineering domain, an innate domain that can greatly dispel all negative influences and keep oneself in the best state forever. As long as there is no fear in the heart, then this domain is the natural enemy of all negative soul skills. The stronger the spirit, the stronger the resistance to negative soul skills. Of course, this domain also has a fatal flaw. That is, when the soul master begins to waver in his heart and no longer has an indomitable heart, the domain will become invalid. Wang Shen is the second stage. Nana is the third stage. Biby Dong is a twin super martial soul with the soul devouring domain and the death domain. And according to Luo Chen's meaning, could it be that Xiaochen's martial soul can also help the teacher? I need to use the sun disk to sense it. Okay. After that, Biby Dong and Ui, the 2 Douluo, all accepted the test of the sun disk. Biby Dong's qualifications are really amazing.
Luo Chen's face did not change, but his heart was very uneasy. Because in the perception of the Sun Disk, Biby Dong has the qualifications to accept the 5th stage of the Ascension ceremony. The 5th stage is the god level martial soul. In other words, as long as Luo Chen is willing, and Biby Dong can let go of his body and mind for him, then consuming 100% of the power of Ascension, Luo Chen can evolve Biby Dong's martial soul into a god level martial soul. Although I have long known that the Sun Disk and the Heavenly Star Crown are not ordinary god-level martial spirits, it is still a bit incredible to really feel the opportunity for the evolution of the god-given martial spirit. Luo Chen was secretly surprised, should I say, that it is really worthy of the power of the Star-forging Dragon King. Just a little bit of it can be so powerful. How is it? Biby Dong saw Luo Chen closed his eyes and said nothing, and asked softly with a little nervousness. Teacher's qualifications are amazing. Luo Chen showed a bright smile, and he praised, when my Sun Disk recovers its full power, I can perform the 4th stage of the Ascension ceremony for the teacher. It is more powerful than the super martial spirit. Is it the ultimate power? Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo looked at Luo Chen again, and they were also looking forward to Luo Chen's evaluation. So Luo Chen also tested the two elders. Luo Chen said, Elder Ju's martial soul should have been a super martial soul, but for reasons unknown to me, it seems to have a congenital defect, so it has fallen to the top level. Ghost Douluo's martial soul has evolved, but it has not evolved completely, so there is a certain defect. Luo Chen didn't know what the martial souls of the two were, but after listening to his description, Ju and Ghost Douluo were both startled, because Luo Chen was right. Ju Douluo's martial soul is the Kirang Tangshan Chrysanthemum, which is a fairy grade martial soul. But because Ju Douluo chose a strong attack system, when adding soul rings to his martial soul, he chose the combat soul ring, which caused his martial soul to leave many hidden dangers. As for Ghost Douluo, his situation is extremely special. Ghost Douluo died once in his childhood, but by chance, his soul was able to reattach his body, so that his martial soul awakened, and a very special martial soul situation appeared, that is, a ghost. In a sense, his soul is his martial soul, and he himself is a living dead. Similarly, due to the characteristics of his martial soul, Ghost Douluo was most afraid of the sacred light similar to that released by the six-winged angel martial soul. That light was the nemesis of his martial soul, and he really couldn't touch it at all. Little Luo Chen's martial soul is really too powerful. Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo did not hide anything, and told him about their martial souls. Sure enough, Luo Chen nodded, after listening and said, if I'm not wrong, the two elders can perform a 2nd stage ascension ceremony. Although the martial soul cannot evolve, it can still get a lot of benefits. First of all, Elder Ju, your Kirang Tangshi and Ju martial soul will eliminate the obstacles to cultivation caused by the soul ring attachment problem. Ghost Elder, you don't need to be afraid of the restraint of the powerful light attribute. When Luo Chen finished speaking, the information fed back by the Sun Disk and his own analysis, Ju and Ghost Douluo were completely stunned. Perhaps because they were too excited, they didn't know how to react for a moment. To be honest, if Biby Dong, the current pope, was not present, Ju Douluo would have to give Luo Chen a big gift and ask him to help solve the spirit's shortcomings. But Luo Chen is now Biby Dong's disciple. Without the Pope of the Spirit Hall speaking, how dare they overstep their bounds? You said force Luo Chen? Didn't he hear him say that they should trust each other, and that those who undergo the Ascension ceremony should be open to him? Xiao Chen, you have given the teacher another big surprise. Biby Dong has only one thought about Luo Chen, the disciple, and that is whoever gets Luo Chen, gets the world. The strategic value of the Sun Disk cannot be described in words. As long as Luo Chen is alive, he can continuously produce top-notch spirit masters. And Luo Chen made it very clear that the Ascension ceremony is not something he can perform unilaterally, and the intimacy between the spirit master and him is also crucial. If Luo Chen is unwilling in his heart, even if it is just a little bit, the Ascension ceremony will fail. Rest assured, two elders. As long as you serve the spirit hall wholeheartedly, I will not treat you unfairly in the future. Biby Dong casually wrote a blank check to Ju Douluo. She did not say whether this not treating unfairly meant that Luo Chen would ascend for them. After all, even the relationship between Biby Dong and Luo Chen has not reached that point yet. She needs to manage her relationship with Luo Chen well, so that he can feel enough warmth until he completely trusts her. Only then can the two of them be honest with each other, without having to care about interests and superficial efforts. In the Douluo world, the relationship between a master and a disciple is like that between a father and son, a mother and a daughter, and is no different from a family. Luo Chen makes me feel close to him, Biby Dong said. Now that he has awakened his god-level twin martial souls, his innate soul power is level 30, and even the ability of his second martial soul is so terrifying. Thinking about it this way, I feel that my disciple's talent is really so terrifying. In comparison, the hypocritical six-winged angel of the Khan family. When Biby Dong thought of the angel martial soul, she was filled with nameless anger. What rubbish, it can't be compared with my Luo Chen's martial soul at all. God level martial soul, that's it? Biby Dong's requirements for Luo Chen are actually not high, nothing more than 2 points. That is to stand on her side and help her destroy the Khan family and the Angel clan. In addition, no matter what Luo Chen does, Biby Dong is willing to accommodate him and pamper him. Well, that's it. Biby Dong made a decision in her heart. This child just mistook me for her mother. She must be very eager for family affection. What a poor child. Biby Dong decided that she would not only be Luo Chen's teacher, but also take care of this child like a mother. That's right, as long as the child is not Khan Rinxu's evil child, she is absolutely confident that she can become a qualified mother. Chapter 9 Nine-Tailed Fox Martial Spirit. Next, Luo Chen performed the Ascension ceremony for Hulina. Like Wang Shen, Hulina followed Luo Chen's instructions and let go of her mind, and her consciousness came to the huge Ascension disc. Where is this? Hulina had never seen such a stunning scene. There was a golden platform under her feet, and the stars on both sides seemed to be within easy reach. The little fox couldn't help but raise her hand to touch it. It was like brushing silver moonlight, and countless stars were floating between her slender jade fingers. Now, empty your mind. Luo Chen's voice came from the front, and Hulina looked excitedly. Luo Chen? However, the next moment, Hulina looked at the mysterious phantom of the star creation dragon in front of her, which looked like a giant god who created the world, and she was stunned. What is this? Dragon? Hulina stared blankly at this sacred and majestic dragon god. Being stared at by the other party's majestic eyes, the little fox trembled nervously. Don't be afraid, senior sister Nana. As Luo Chen spoke, a disc that was originally overlapped below began to float out. 2 discs, one above and one below, one large and one small, floated in the starry sky. There was a golden staircase connecting them, waiting for Hulina to climb. Luo Chen? After knowing that this dragon god was Luo Chen, Hulina did not hesitate, and immediately trotted quickly, and soon climbed onto the second level of the Ascension disc. Goo 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 goo. Then, the crisp and pleasant fox cry with endless charm came from all directions. Hulina subconsciously turned her head and saw a demon fox with orange-red light flashing all over its body stepping on the starlight. The fluffy tail swayed and swayed, and the cute fox ears seemed to feel the upcoming promotion and kept jumping happily. Woo, the light orange flame like petals fell, and the demon fox flew over Hulina's head and landed on the starry sky in front of the girl, spinning in circles very playfully. The fox made a pleasant call. She sat in front of her master. Her charming fox eyes were full of joy, as if she was thanking her master for giving her such a miraculous opportunity. My martial soul. The flame-like fox against the background of the starry sky. This beautiful and dreamy scenery instantly broke through Hulina's heart, making the girl immersed in it and unable to extricate herself. In the name of the creator of the universe and the stars, I grant you ascension. Boom. As Luo Chen's voice fell, the endless starry sky bloomed with brilliant and colorful brilliance. They turned into strands of silk-like energy that wrapped the fox's martial soul and began to evolve for it. In Hulina's surprised eyes, the tail behind the fox split into 2, followed by the 3rd, the 4th, and until the 9th one, it stopped changing. However, it was not over yet. I saw golden streams flowing on these foxtails, turning into profound fur patterns, and finally blooming a charming illusory flame at the top of the foxtail. Super Martial Soul Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, Innate Passion and Desire Realm.
As the martial soul evolved, new information reached Hulina's mind. My martial soul, has it really evolved? The quality of the martial soul became higher, and there was an innate realm called Passion Realm. This realm requires Hulina to raise her soul power level to Soul Emperor before it can be awakened. It has the powerful ability to ignite and induce a person's passion and desire. Nana? Seeing Hulina awaken, Biby Dong hurried forward to investigate, and the result made everyone exclaim again. It's not just as simple as the martial soul evolving. Hulina's soul power has also been significantly filled, and this is exactly the phenomenon that will only appear after continuing to practice after the soul power bottleneck. This means that Hulina's innate soul power has also made a breakthrough. She is no longer a 9.5 level innate soul power, but a real innate full soul power. Congratulations, Senior Sister Nana. To perform the 3-stage ascension for Hulina, Luo Chen once again consumed 20% of the ascension power, and now there is 70% left. Well, it is announced to the public as double, consuming 20%. Adding the previous 10%, Luo Chen said that he had used up 50% of his ascension power. Thank you, Zai-chan. Hulina hugged Luo Chen excitedly and pressed her delicate face against him. Zai-chan, you are really amazing. Her admiring eyes were not concealed. Luo Chen carefully felt it and found that Hulina's attitude towards him was indeed close, dependent, trust and worship. Wang Shen, attitude, absolute loyalty. Hulina, attitude, extreme worship, high dependence. There are many types of emotions, and many of them have overlapping attributes, such as dependence and closeness, worship, and respect, loyalty, and trust. These emotions are divided into 2 aspects, type and degree. There are many types, such as hatred, jealousy, care, closeness, dependence, trust, worship, love, respect, loyalty, etc. And the degree, from shallow to deep, can be divided into 4 levels: ordinary, high, extreme, and absolute. It's just that in this world, Luo Chen said secretly, the depth of emotion is far more important than the type. As mentioned before, people in Douluo Continent are very simple in their emotions, and it is difficult for them to change. Compared with Biby Dong and Hulina, Luo Chen needs to ascend for them, because only in this way can he better control the attitudes and feelings of the 2 women towards him. As for the specific degree to which people can be completely assured, in Luo Chen's judgment, absolutely is just a luxury. He will be satisfied if he can reach the extreme like Hulina. In the love continent, it really depends on the degree of love brain. Thinking of this, Luo Chen began to perceive the 4 levels of admiration and what they meant. Soon, Luo Chen sorted out the information fed back by the spirit. Ordinary admiration. In the Douluo world, it is just pure liking, but this kind of love is not blind. Just like a righteous person, if the lover becomes an evil spirit master, she will be disappointed with him and draw a clear line with him. High admiration. At this level, objective factors are meaningless. In Dad's words, only magic can defeat magic. In other words, only other high emotions can fight against high admiration. For example, Hulina in the original work highly admires Tang San, so when encountering issues involving the interests of the spirit hall, she will choose to stand on Tang San's side. But between Biby Dong and Tang San, Hulina didn't want to hurt either of them, so she could only choose one as a backup. Hulina told Tang San not to go to the Xingdao Great Forest because she was afraid that he would die at the hands of Biby Dong. On one side was life-threatening, and on the other side was gain and loss. Comparing the 2, Hulina chose the lesser of 2 options. Her deep love defeated her high dependence, loyalty, on Biby Dong. This also became Hulina's stain. She received so much care from Biby Dong, but in the end she betrayed her teacher and became another ungrateful person in the spirit hall. But putting aside this example, if it only involves Biby Dong's high loyalty, even if the teacher asked the little fox to kill an innocent person, she would probably do it without hesitation. Sure enough, only magic can defeat magic. Dad is not lying to me. High emotions do not involve objective factors, but only individuals, such as parents, lovers, teachers, and students, children, friends, masters. Extreme admiration. Love reaches this level, enough to transcend life and all personal interests. When a woman is extremely in love with someone,
She can sacrifice her life for him, and she can abandon her dreams, family affection, and friendship just for the one she loves. Generally speaking, extreme emotions of the same kind are unique in their goals. And uniqueness is the characteristic of extreme emotions. Take extreme loyalty as an example. Once you are loyal to one person, you will no longer be loyal to another person. Such a person is very suitable to be a spy, because you don't have to worry about him betraying you. However, extreme emotions are not without flaws. When the same kind of emotions reach their extreme, they will only focus on one person, but different types of emotions do not have such restrictions. For example, you can be extremely loyal to Luo Chen, and extremely in love with another person. Loyalty and love are not contradictory, and when one day, Luo Chen and the person he loves have an irreparable conflict, people with extreme emotions will be unable to make a choice. The biggest possibility is to commit suicide, so as to be loyal and righteous. But considering that this is the love continent, Luo Chen thinks that love is probably the most powerful of all emotions. After all, if it is for love, everything can be thrown away. Admiration. I'm not referring to anyone in particular, but everyone here is a lover. Absolute admiration. This is the last emotion, and it is also the absolute that transcends everything. Once someone's emotion has the word absolute, then all other emotions are unimportant. In front of the absolute, there is no place for other emotions. This applies to admiration as well. Absolute is absolute, no matter if you are absolutely in love or have other emotions. Just like Wang Shen, when he decided to be absolutely loyal to Luo Chen, this loyalty would be above everything else. In his heart, Luo Chen's will always be the first. Even if one day, Wang Shen's wife and children betrayed Luo Chen, he would also choose to stand by Luo Chen without hesitation, give them the punishment they deserved, and never condone. Is this the honesty of the natives of Douluo Continent? Luo Chen felt incredible, but the observation of favorability could not deceive people, and Wang Shen had indeed reached the level of absolute. Similarly, the little fox did not disappoint Luo Chen. Extreme admiration and high dependence. The former made Luo Chen the most admired person in the little fox's mind. It is now, it will be in the future, it will always be, and it will never be replaced by another person. In other words, Luo Chen put his own stamp on the little fox's admiration, and took it for himself. And high dependence means that the little fox will listen to him very much, except for those people that the little fox also cares about. For example, if Luo Chen said to the little fox, "Yan bullied me," the little fox would beat Yan without hesitation. But if Luo Chen said, "Ziyu bullied me," the little fox would hesitate. Because Hulina also has a high degree of trust in her brother Ziyu, and she knows her brother's character, and thinks that this is not something Ziyu would do. High dependence meets high trust. Dad's wise words, magic defeats magic. Of course, this is without taking into account Hulina's extreme admiration. With extreme admiration, the little fox is estimated to beat up his brother. But it is only to the extent of beating, and if it is life-threatening, it means forcing the little fox to die. Just like Ziyu killed Luo Chen's parents. The hatred of killing his father is irreconcilable. Luo Chen wants to avenge Ziyu. Hulina will not let him kill his brother, but she will not let Luo Chen give up revenge. Then the only thing she can do is to pay for Ziyu's life. With the ultimate emotional guarantee, I can trust her a little bit without involving the bottom line of the little fox. Plus Wang Shen. Luo Chen thought to himself, if you want to develop steadily in the early stage, I think there should be no problem. Since you have decided to join the spirit hall, the basic requirements must not be missed. Luo Chen can choose not to fight or work for the spirit hall. He does not think this is a very humiliating thing. However, the love-brained and insane behavior of Biby Dong, Hulina, and Kan Ringsu is really unbearable for Luo Chen. Especially now, Biby Dong is Luo Chen's teacher, and Hulina has become his senior sister. From a bystander to a participant, Luo Chen can no longer sit idly by. Little Fox is not a big problem. She will like Tang San. First, she lost to him, which caused her morale to be hit. Luo Chen recalled the content he saw in the short video, plus the companionship and life-saving grace of the Slaughter City. All these things led to the road of destruction. and to change Hulina's fate and avoid being associated with Tang San. It is actually not difficult for Luo Chen. At worst, Luo Chen and Hulina will go to the Slaughter City together. With a god-level martial spirit like the Star-Forging Dragon King in hand, Luo Chen does not think that he can't even get through a small Slaughter City. Not to mention that Luo Chen still has nearly 20 years. He can slowly cultivate feelings with Hulina. Hulina is only 6 years old, and future events are nothing to her now. There is no such thing as falling in love with Tang San, and she has never betrayed Biby Dong. As for the so-called love-brained and ungrateful, to be honest, isn't this an advantage? Just imagine, as long as Luo Chen conquers Hulina, she will become his person completely. At that time, she will do whatever Luo Chen wants her to do, and the little fox's problem doesn't matter at all. Even though Hulina's cultivation reached the level of title Douluo during the Battle of Jialing Pass, because of Luo Chen's ascension. But a title Douluo can't change anything at all. Even if she still falls in love with Tang San like in the original book, it won't have much impact on me and the Spirit Hall. What Luo Chen really finds troublesome is Biby Dong and Qian Ringsu. On the contrary, Biby Dong's attitude is crucial to my future development plan. So I must find an opportunity to perform an ascension ceremony for her so that I can always observe her feelings towards me. Biby Dong is called a crazy woman, a love-brained, an ungrateful wolf, and an undercover agent of the Spirit Hall. But Luo Chen doesn't really care about these. He is a selfish person. As long as Biby Dong treats him well, even if she wants to destroy the Spirit Hall, Luo Chen will not stop her. At worst, after the Spirit Hall is destroyed, Luo Chen will create a new force to maintain the stability of Douluo Continent as a disciple's redemption of his teacher. On the contrary, Luo Chen doesn't care what her reasons are. If you attack me, we will be enemies in the future. As for Qian Ringsu, Luo Chen is not very familiar with the angel sister. He only knows about her entanglement with Biby Dong, and that she will go undercover in the Xiandao Empire in the future to replace Xiandao Prince Zuking. Luo Chen has no idea about this. The plot of the little angel is still far away. If the Xiandao plan really fails, Luo Chen estimates that even if he has not become a god yet, he should be almost there. By that time, will Qian Ringsu's attitude still matter? What's more, according to the timeline of the plot, Luo Chen may not have any contact with her at all, and may not even meet her. If we don't meet, how can we have feelings? According to my little understanding of Douluo Continent, it seems that nothing will happen between Qian Ringsu and me. Without memories, there will naturally be no feelings. At most, we can find a way to resolve the conflict between mother and daughter, so that they can reconcile like the ending of the original book. In the end, it all depends on strength. As long as I'm strong enough, no matter how bad the situation is, I can still turn the tide. The ending of Douluo Continent is that Tang San becomes a god, Shura and Sea God become dual gods, then Rakshasa God Biby Dong falls, Angel God Qian Ringsu's godhood is shattered, and the Spirit Hall is destroyed. All the calculations, in the final analysis, are still insufficient strength. If Luo Chen could have the power to surpass Shura God, then he would not need to consider so much. Chapter 10 The Shameful Silver Dragon King. Xiaochen, Nana, and Wang Shen. Luo Chen performed 2 consecutive ascension ceremonies. Although he said that he did not consume any energy, Biby Dong still felt distressed. Rest well today, and I will take you to Hunt Soul Rings tomorrow. Okay, teacher. Thank you, Pope. Wang Shen is not Biby Dong's disciple, but he has now become a congenital full soul power, enough for the Wuhan Hall to train with all its strength. Junior brother, I will help you. Hulina officially squeezed out Wang Shen's position and became Luo Chen's new carriage driver. Thank you. Luo Chen did not refuse. A rough man and a cute little lolly, who should I choose? Do I need to think about it? Of course, it is the soft and cute little fox who likes to stick to each other. Wang Shen, a rough man at the age of 6, so love will disappear, right? Watching the 3 little guys disappear in the orphanage, Biby Dong and the other 2 did not choose to live somewhere else, so they stayed in the orphanage. When it was noon, Biby Dong took the 3 little ones to the best restaurant in Notting City. Hulina had been living with her brother Ziyu in the Martyrs Orphanage in Wuhan City. She had never suffered any hardship, but she had never eaten anything good either.
After becoming Biby Dong's disciple, Hulina's quality of life improved by more than one level, but in Wuhan Hall, the Soul Masters basically maintained a superficial poverty. As a disciple of the Pope, Hulina had to set an example. The food would definitely not be bad, but it was obviously impossible to be luxurious. Therefore, even Hulina saw the table of delicacies, and her eyes were full of disbelief. You know, this generation of Pope Biby Dong is a model of unity of appearance and reality, and hates extravagance the most. But now, what is going on? Chen, come and eat. Biby Dong considerately picked up food for Luo Chen beside her, and the doting in her eyes almost made Hulina a little jealous. Fortunately, the person Biby Dong doted on was Luo Chen. When she thought of this, Hulina's unhappiness immediately disappeared. No matter how much I spoil him now, Chen will be mine in the future. Hulina, who was full of confidence, ate her meal faster. After the meal, Biby Dong suddenly decided to take the 3 children to play in Notting City. During the period, Biby Dong noticed Luo Chen's extremely shabby clothes. The beautiful Pope felt distressed, and once again felt guilty for not remembering him earlier. The Pope of the Spirit Hall naturally had no shortage of money. Biby Dong generously started to buy clothes for Luo Chen, and Wang Shen also benefited from it, and got several new clothes. What a cute little guy. In a clothing store in Notting City, Biby Dong looked at Luo Chen who had changed his clothes, and her eyes were full of pampering. Come, try this one again. The more she interacted with Luo Chen, the more Biby Dong liked this child. And the process of taking Luo Chen to buy children's clothes gave Biby Dong a wonderful experience of parent-child daily life. Biby Dong never dreamed that someone like her could obtain such pure happiness. Chen, are you okay? But soon, Biby Dong noticed that Luo Chen's face was getting paler and paler. She suddenly realized that she was too immersed in it and forgot about Luo Chen's physical condition. The child was still bedridden yesterday. Cough, cough, cough. I'm sorry, teacher, and Nana. Luo Chen was not pretending. He really couldn't hold on. I'm really too tired. In fact, Luo Chen had felt the fatigue of his body a long time ago, but he gritted his teeth and persisted because Hulina and Biby Dong were so excited. No, it's the teacher's fault. Biby Dong noticed that cold sweat began to seep out of Luo Chen's forehead and knew that he was not feeling uncomfortable just now. She thought that Luo Chen's body would recover after awakening his martial soul. But now it seems that Luo Chen's body has not improved, and it is still the same as before. Fortunately, Luo Chen was just too tired and had no other problems. Only then did Biby Dong breathe a sigh of relief, and then secretly warned herself that she must never be so careless again in the future. I have clearly made up my mind not to let this child get hurt anymore, but Biby Dong hugged Luo Chen in her arms with heartache, and after circulating her soul power, she quickly took him back to the orphanage. I'm sorry, Chen, it's the teacher's fault. Biby Dong's tone was low. She first gently covered Luo Chen with a quilt, and then grabbed Luo Chen's little hand, her eyes full of heartache and pity. Teacher will not do this again in the future. It's okay, teacher, it's all old problems. Also, thank you for the clothes you bought for me. I like them very much. Luo Chen did not blame Biby Dong. Since he traveled through time, he has never left the small area where the orphanage and the spirit hall are located because of physical problems. So although today's shopping was a bit tiring, Luo Chen felt very novel, and it was also the first time he experienced the customs of Douluo Continent. Alas, Biby Dong saw that Luo Chen really did not mean to blame herself. While she was moved, she also had many worries. Recalling Luo Chen's performance along the way, Biby Dong soon realized his intention. This child must have seen me having fun and wanted me to have fun, so he insisted on not falling down. Thinking of this, Biby Dong couldn't help but sigh how lucky she was to have met such a good disciple. Chen, you have a good rest. Biby Dong gently stroked Luo Chen's forehead, her eyes full of love. Teacher will stay next door tonight. If you feel uncomfortable, you can tell the teacher at any time. Teacher. Hulina saw that the time was right and quickly recommended herself. I want to sleep with Chen. Without waiting for Biby Dong to ask, Hulina gave an impeccable reason. This way I can take care of Chen anytime tonight. This Two children who are only 6 years old. No one would think too much. Besides, the closeness between the little fox and Luo Chen, and the harmonious relationship between the senior sister and the apprentice brother, was a good thing in Biby Dong's eyes. Okay, then Luo Chen will be handed over to you, Nana. Long live. Seeing Biby Dong's agreement, the little fox jumped onto Luo Chen's bed without even waiting for the sun to set. Luo Chen, senior sister will sing a song for you. After that, Hulina sang a pleasant nursery rhyme. This tune is a bit like a lullaby, which is very suitable for singing to young children, to help them fall asleep quickly. Seeing this, Biby Dong led people to leave Luo Chen's room. Soon, Luo Chen fell asleep peacefully with Hulina's lullaby. Unknowingly, the sun set. In the room, Hulina lay on her side beside Luo Chen. The girl looked at Luo Chen's delicate face and couldn't help leaning over and kissing his smooth face. I really kissed. Hulina was shocked by her bold move. When she realized what was happening, she quickly shrunk her head into the quilt, hiding her hot face completely. Oh, how could you do such a thing? Hulina, you are so shameless. Even so, the little fox still moved her body and pressed her soft and charming body against Luo Chen. Finally, she took Luo Chen, who was already asleep, in her arms and then laughed like a fox stealing a hen. The night was hazy and the cold moon was frost covered. In the quiet orphanage, a figure appeared silently near the room where Luo Chen was. My lord, I'm here. Dishan held a silver white dragon scale in his palm, which was the reverse scale of the Silver Dragon King, a treasure comparable to a divine weapon. Unlike the original work, the Silver Dragon King separated part of his origin and injected it into this reverse scale, allowing it to interact with the main body in terms of thinking and emotion. Have you found the one who is of the same origin as Lord Dragon God? Shoot. Dishan was not very sure. You have found it. His strength is very strong. It is not difficult for a strong man in the realm of demigod to hide in front of the titled Douluo. Only Biby Dong, she carries the power of the Rakshasa god. This prevented Dishan from getting too close. He was afraid that he would attract the attention of the Rakshasa god and cause the god realm to discover the traces of the remnants of the dragon god. Should. The Silver Dragon King was a little confused. What do you mean by should? My lord, I saw a human child. Dishan's mental power sensed Luo Chen, and then there was a breath that made him feel terrified, so Dishan could not explore further. There is an extremely terrifying breath in his body. This breath has a great suppression on me. I dare not get too close to this child. Human child? Could it be a soul beast transformed into a human? Just when the Silver Dragon King was puzzled, Luo Chen, who was sleeping in the room, opened his eyes. What is this breath? Luo Chen sensed a familiar power. It is very similar to the power of Ascension, and is even stronger than the power of Ascension in quality. Although it is still far inferior to the Star-Forging Dragon King at the source of the disc, the fact that it may attract Luo Chen is enough to show the extraordinariness of this breath. He is awake. Outside the orphanage, Dishan, who was hiding his breath, found that Luo Chen had woken up. He really felt the creation of the dragon god in the origin of the universe. Although it was just a reverse scale, the Silver Dragon King almost injected all the origin of the universe he inherited from the dragon god into it. It was precisely because of this that the reverse scale also resonated with the power of the Star-Forging Dragon King in Luo Chen's body. An urgent urge to get close and return to the origin arose spontaneously. Dishan, give him the reverse scale. What? Dishan exclaimed. But my lord, your reverse scale contains a lot of your origin. My lord is now seriously injured and has not recovered. Are you teaching me to do things? Dishan could not disobey the order of the Silver Dragon King. So even though he was reluctant, Dishan still chose to obey. Remember, don't alarm the inheritor of the Rakshasa god. Like Dishan, the Silver Dragon King was also afraid of Biby Dong. Logically, they should hide in the Lake of Life and avoid contact with the outside world, let alone a soul master like Biby Dong who had passed the divine test. But since the Silver Dragon King had made her choice, she would go on firmly. Even if this was really a trap, the Silver Dragon King would not regret it. This breath. At the same time, Luo Chen in the room straightened up at the same time. With doubts in his eyes, he summoned the first martial soul, the Heavenly Star Crown. The Heavenly Star Crown was flickering with light, and Luo Chen felt a force of the origin of the universe similar to that of the star-forging Dragon King through it. The power of the origin of the universe? But why? Luo Chen did not doubt the perception of the Heavenly Star Crown, and he could understand the meaning of the power of the origin of the universe. The star-forging Dragon King is a true god in the League of Legends universe. He has witnessed the destruction and birth of the universe, and has the power to forge stars at will. Luo Chen could understand that the star-forging Dragon King possessed the origin of the universe. But the question was, why was it here? Notting City, the orphanage. Where did the origin of the universe come from? This thing that sounded so high-end and classy? Should I go take a look? Before Luo Chen could make a decision, a scale gleaming with silver white light appeared out of thin air in front of him. And at the moment the scale appeared, the Heavenly Star Crown conveyed to Luo Chen the need to absorb it. Not only the Star Crown, but even the silver scales seemed to have found their kind, flying straight towards the Heavenly Star Crown, and finally turned into silver particles, pouring into Luo Chen's martial soul. My lord? Dishan did not get a response from the Silver Dragon King. He thought that the mission had been completed, but because he was worried, he hid outside the orphanage and did not leave immediately. Damn it, my connection with the origin has been cut off. The Silver Dragon King, who was far away in the alien space of the Lake of Life and the Stardao Great Forest, suddenly opened her purple dragon eyes from her deep sleep. There was a trace of anger in her eyes. Obviously, she did not expect that her universe origin would be completely absorbed by Luo Chen's martial soul. But soon, the Silver Dragon King found that her perception of dragon scales had returned. The next moment, a new perspective emerged in her mind. It was an endless universe, with stars flowing on it, brilliant and gorgeous. When the Silver Dragon King looked carefully, he found that these stars formed a huge dragon body that could cover the stars. What is this? The Silver Dragon King had never seen such a sacred and majestic dragon. Even the shadow of the dragon god engraved in her memory was far from comparable to it. For a moment, even the Silver Dragon King felt a sense of horror. What are you? At this time, a majestic voice sounded in the Silver Dragon King's ears. She was startled, and after a brief thought, she was about to answer. But the next moment, the Silver Dragon King's thoughts were interrupted by a pleasant female voice. I'm your natal star spirit. The Silver Dragon King was stunned. Her heart was full of doubts, and she seemed to have no reaction at all. Who is talking? And this voice, why does it feel so familiar? It was obviously the first time he heard it, but the Silver Dragon King instinctively realized that the owner of this female voice was herself. Star Spirit? In the martial spirit space, Luo Chen was looking down at a petite figure traveling in the star realm from the perspective of the Dragon King. It was a silver white dragon with bright starlight all over her body. She was very beautiful, like a flawless work of art, making people want to hold her in their hands and take good care of her. Yes, Master. As the Silver Dragon answered, a lot of information was fed back from the Star Crown of the Heaven, which also let Luo Chen know her origin. The Celestial Star Crown is Luo Chen's first martial soul. It can retain the soul of the soul beast whose soul ring has been absorbed, and transform the other party into a celestial life, called a star spirit with the power of the celestial world. Star spirits are similar to soul spirits, but they are different from soul spirits. They have a physical body, and will continue to become stronger as Luo Chen's soul power increases. 18 soul rings, 18 star spirits, plus the innate soul skills given to Luo Chen by these star spirits. And this is the ability of the Celestial Star Crown martial soul. Are you the soul in that silver scale? I should, right. However, the Silver Dragon was a little confused. She had no memory of the past. She only knew that she was Luo Chen's innate star spirit and had to accompany him and protect him. By the way, I seem to have a name, called Naga? Naga seemed unsure. She looked at Luo Chen with her beautiful purple eyes. I don't remember. Otherwise, Master, you can give me a name. Let's call it Naga. Luo Chen didn't know Naga's origin. There was no such thing as silver scales in his memory, and he didn't know if it existed in the original book. Maybe, after all, I haven't read the original novel.
Luo Chen felt his martial soul and found that, after absorbing the silver scale, the heavenly star crown obtained its first soul ring. So the scale is also a kind of soul beast. Luo Chen didn't know much about martial souls and basically learned from the books in the orphanage and the martial soul branch hall. According to his understanding, soul masters need to hunt soul beasts in person to obtain soul rings, and there has never been a situation where the martial soul absorbs something and breeds soul rings on its own. Consciousness separated from the martial soul space, Luo Chen summoned the heavenly star crown on the palm of his hand and saw a circle of white soul rings slowly rotating outside the gorgeous crown. White. Luo Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Although his martial soul is very special, the power of the Star-Forging Dragon King will be continuously released with the addition of soul rings, and the power will be injected into each soul ring to improve their quality and level. But the first soul ring is a white 10-year soul ring, which is really a bit embarrassing for the god level martial soul. If Biby Dong, the teacher, knew this, she would be furious. Thinking of this, Luo Chen quickly retracted his martial soul and immersed himself again. However, Luo Chen did not know that, while he was talking to Naga, a huge monster was roaring angrily in the Stardao Great Forest thousands of miles away. Why is this happening? Feeling the intimacy and dependence that was constantly transmitted from Naga, the Silver Dragon King felt unwell. This human kid, what did he do to my origin? The Silver Dragon King realized that his connection with Naga was not cut off, but just became a one-way channel. In short, Naga's thoughts, feelings would be perfectly transmitted to the Silver Dragon King, allowing her to empathize. On the other hand, the Silver Dragon King could not transmit his own thoughts and could not interfere with Naga's consciousness. What made the Silver Dragon King even more upset was that there was no delay in the feelings of the two. Just like now, as Luo Chen transformed the consciousness projection in the martial soul space from the Star-Forging Dragon King to the appearance of a human child, Naga immediately came up and intimately clung to her master. The closeness, attachment, joy, and satisfaction made the Silver Dragon King so ashamed and angry that he almost rushed to Luo Chen and warned him fiercely. Warning? Just a warning? It's like this, and I only want to warn him? Soon, the Silver Dragon King realized that his thoughts had changed. She was being influenced and assimilated by Naga's feelings. According to common sense, the Silver Dragon King obviously suffered a great loss when encountering such a thing. With her personality, it is the most reasonable thing to do to kill Luo Chen directly. But now, the Silver Dragon King has no intention of hurting Luo Chen at all. If there is any such thought, the feelings from Naga will conflict with the Silver Dragon King's subjective judgment, making her extremely uncomfortable. Damn it. The Silver Dragon King gnashed his teeth in hatred and regretted it. If she had known that this would happen, she would not have come to explore the breadth of the origin of the universe. Well, the Silver Dragon King, who would never regretted it. What is this? However, just as the Silver Dragon King was angry about Naga's appearance, a stream of pure and original life energy came back from Naga. What a huge vitality. The Silver Dragon King hurriedly checked the condition of his body and found that the Shura power that was like a maggot on the tarsal bone and the broken body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kind of recovery has no side effects, and it is continuous, and the speed is countless times faster than when she originally absorbed the gold of living beings. What is this energy? The power of the heavens? Is it the benefit brought by the martial spirit called the Star-Forging Dragon King? Through Naga, the Silver Dragon King knew the source of this power, which was the connection between the martial spirit of the Star-Forging Dragon King and his natal star spirit. The natal star spirit will grow, and as long as Luo Chen is not dead, Naga will never be destroyed. This kind of self-repair and return to the origin is the embodiment of the Star-Forging Dragon King's power of creation. Naga and the Silver Dragon King have the same roots and origins, and they are actually the same person. So although Naga herself is intact, in the cognition of the power of the heavens, Naga is injured, and the injury is extremely serious and needs to be recovered. Therefore, the power of the heavens is transformed into the most primitive and pure life energy, and is continuously transported to the Silver Dragon King's body through Naga, and begins to heal her injuries. This vitality is so comfortable. The torture of the Shura power in the body was suppressed, and the Silver Dragon King let out a pleasant dragon roar. She thought that her origin was seized by Luo Chen, and she suffered heavy losses. But who could have thought that, after a twist of fate, this decision would actually become her chance to recover her strength. At this recovery speed, perhaps it will only take a few thousand years for me to recover all my hidden injuries and return to my peak. Originally, according to the Silver Dragon King's estimate, even with the power of the Gold of Life, it would take at least 20,000 years for her to recover. Now with the endless heavenly power transmitted from Naga, the Silver Dragon King felt that he could not only recover to his peak, but also felt the possibility of going further. This energy called the power of the heavens is no worse than the origin of the dragon god. The Silver Dragon King used his divine sense to look inward, and found that his life level was transforming to a higher realm. This is just the beginning. If the information obtained by my origin clone is correct, as this human child's strength increases, I will be able to obtain more and more heavenly power. This also means that the Silver Dragon King will recover from his injuries faster and faster. With this thought in mind, perhaps influenced by Naga's personality, the Silver Dragon King's attitude towards Luo Chen improved a lot. Even the way he addressed Luo Chen changed from a human kid to this child. However, Luo Chen did not know Naga's origins, let alone how much help his martial spirit had brought to the Silver Dragon King. His energy now was completely focused on Naga. Master, look, Naga has become the same as you. In the mysterious starry sky, the little silver dragon had disappeared, replaced by a little silver-haired girl about 5 or 6 years old. The girl was about the same age as Luo Chen. She had a jade-like face and flawless facial features. Her pair of silver eyes moved as she stared at Luo Chen, cold and smart. Her figure was fleeting, as if she had jumped through space from afar to Luo Chen. The girl opened her slender and tender arms, hugged the boy into her arms, and then rubbed him face to face intimately. Naga? The faint milky fragrance is refreshing. It is obviously a martial spirit space, and only Luo Chen's consciousness is here, but he can still smell Naga's tender body fragrance. What's going on? Luo Chen quickly raised his head and aimed his eyes upwards. There is no way, because Naga is naked at this time, and her snow white and tender skin is so delicate that it seems that water can be squeezed out. Master, what's wrong? Why don't you look at Naga? Naga's eyes are full of confusion. Fortunately, Luo Chen reminded her in time, and the girl realized her current situation. The little girl's cheeks were flushed, and the silver light flowed on her body surface, forming a set of purple and white dress. Then she whispered shyly, "Oh, I forgot my clothes." Cough. Luo Chen coughed lightly. "Don't worry, I didn't see anything." He originally thought that Naga would be like those naive little girls in novels, totally disregarding the distinction between men and women. He didn't expect that she had this knowledge, but she subconsciously forgot it because she wanted to be the same as him. Woo. However, after hearing Luo Chen's explanation, Naga became even more embarrassed and annoyed. The little girl buried her head in Luo Chen's arms, whimpering coquettishly, which made Luo Chen inexplicably feel doting. He subconsciously put his hand on Naga's head and stroked her silver hair. At the same time, the Silver Dragon King, who had seen the whole scene, had a gloomy face. "Calm down, you must calm down." The Silver Dragon King continued to suppress the anger and humiliation in his heart. She did not have the shame of humans, but felt that Naga's pet-like coquettish behavior was a disgrace to her, the Silver Dragon King. As for wearing clothes or not, the Silver Dragon King didn't care about this kind of thing at all. Damn it. Why is my incarnation so obedient? Yes, this is what the Silver Dragon King is concerned about. What's even more hateful is that Naga's emotions are perfectly synchronized with the Silver Dragon King. This made her actually have the idea that it's so comfortable to be touched on the head by Luo Chen, and she even wanted to replace Naga and become the one in Luo Chen's arms. Damn it, damn it. The Silver Dragon King kept shaking his huge head, trying to dispel this feeling. However, the more she did this, the stronger her feelings for Luo Chen became, and the clearer she wanted to get close to him. No, it can't go on like this. The consciousness of the main body and Naga's emotions were colliding, and the Silver Dragon King knew very well what the consequences would be. One of the two consciousnesses must be closed. However, the Silver Dragon King
has no way to control Naga's consciousness. All she can do is to close her own thoughts and immerse her mind completely in Naga's personality. Doing so will cause the Silver Dragon King a lot of trouble. But as long as her injuries can be recovered, the Silver Dragon King believes that with her strength as a half-step God King, it will not be a problem to control Luo Chen, who is still a mortal. At that time, the Silver Dragon King will be able to take back Naga's personality and integrate it with himself. This may have a significant impact on the Silver Dragon King, but it will only affect Luo Chen alone. At worst, I won't hurt this human being in the future, and I'll just be nicer to him. He helped me heal my injuries, which is a favor to me, the Silver Dragon King said, and when I recover to my peak, I will protect him well. Thinking of this, the Silver Dragon King stopped struggling. After leaving an order to Deshan to protect the Lake of Life, the Silver Dragon King gathered his mind and slowly fell into a deep sleep. The Silver Dragon King's consciousness was replaced by darkness, and now his senses took the dominant position. At this moment, the Silver Dragon King was Naga, and only Naga. Chapter 11 Naga. The deep and silent starry sky was like a silent lake. No one knew what was hidden behind this tranquility, because since ancient times, there had never been any power that could attract the will that had been sleeping in this dead silence and gain its attention. However, as a touch of milky white light bloomed in the darkness, the tranquility was completely broken. It was a ring-shaped energy with pure white light. It appeared out of thin air in this quiet and peaceful Pure Land, and then made some noises that were not noisy and could even be called faint. The next moment, the energy dissipated, and the white soul ring quickly disappeared in this endless and boundless quiet place. However, just after the white soul ring left, the whole world changed because of this initial sound. Tick. At first, it was a little ripple-like fluctuation like a drop of water falling on the lake. Then came the second point, the third point, and more ripples spread in this world, stirring up terrifying waves. Boom, purple energy overflowed from the ripples. They intertwined, filled with pain and anger, like a person who was dreaming and was forcibly awakened. Sure. The huge purple eyes suddenly opened in the darkness, filled with tyranny and resentment. The hideous pupils kept turning, but they could not find the figure of the guy who made them suffer. In the end, the purple eyes could only roar unwillingly and disappeared into nothingness. At the same time, Luo Chen, who was studying the Heavenly Star Crown Martial Soul with Naga, inexplicably felt that he had lost something. What's going on? Luo Chen connected to the star-casting Dragon King Martial Soul and sensed it carefully, but did not find any clues. Master? Naga looked at Luo Chen strangely, not quite understanding what his sudden silence meant. Naga, do you feel that something is missing? No? Naga shook her head. No, Naga didn't see anything missing from the martial soul space. Really? That's weird. Luo Chen scratched his head. Is it an illusion? Because he really didn't find anything wrong, Luo Chen had to suppress this strange feeling and then put his attention back on his natal star spirit. The celestial star crown can obtain the soul of a soul beast and transform it into a natal star spirit, and the star spirit belongs to the celestial life. Perhaps because of her identity as a natal star spirit, Naga knows a lot about the celestial star crown. Heavenly life. On the basis of the original soul beast bloodline, it obtains the power of the star realm and then evolves to a higher level. Naga didn't hide anything. Not only did she answer Luo Chen's questions, even the things that Luo Chen didn't expect, Naga reminded one by one and told the owner she recognized everything she knew. And based on the information Naga gave, Luo Chen made a star spirit attribute card for her. Naga race, Silver Dragon King Star Creation Dragon Status, Dragon Soul Divine Power, Level 30 Talent, Element Control Awakened Element, Light, Dark, Space Favorability, Absolute Admiration Silver Dragon King, Dragon Soul, Star Creation Dragon, Dragon Soul Status, added together is the Dragon Soul of Star Creation Dragon. This is the result of Naga ascending, after being endowed with the power of the Star Realm by Luo Chen's martial soul. Before the evolution, the Heavenly Star Crown called Naga the Dragon Soul of the Silver Dragon King. In other words, the silver scale that gave birth to Naga came from a soul beast called the Silver Dragon King. Luo Chen had never heard of the Silver Dragon King and didn't know what kind of soul beast it was. When watching the animation, I heard of the evil demon killer Whale King and the deep sea demon Whale King. Luo Chen thought to himself, according to this naming style, Naga's race should be called Silver Dragon, and she is the king of this soul beast race. Well, it makes perfect sense logically. A sleeping Silver Dragon King, you are the Silver Dragon, your whole family is Silver Dragons. Unfortunately, after Luo Chen asked Naga, the girl had no idea of her own race. Silver Dragon Clan? The little lolly with silver hair and purple eyes thought for a long time and shook her head helplessly. Naga has no memory of this soul beast. There was no way. Luo Chen could only temporarily give up exploring the specific information of the Silver Dragon soul beast. Divine power, level 30. Naga has many magical features, such as the energy she possesses is not soul power, but divine power of a higher level than soul power. This also made Luo Chen more certain that the soul beast named Silver Dragon was definitely an extraordinary existence. Although the amount of divine power in Naga's body is very rare, it is almost the same as the soul power of the same level. But divine power is divine power. The difference in quality between divine power and soul power is like the difference between heaven and earth. It is no exaggeration to say that Naga, who is also level 30 and has mastered divine power, can easily defeat a group of 3-ring soul masters with her body, strengthened by divine power, even if she does not use the 3 elemental powers she has awakened. This also means that, although Luo Chen looks weak now, if Naga is summoned, Luo Chen will definitely be a level above soul master. My ability is element control. As your soul power level increases, I will awaken a new element every time I break through a major realm. And as long as I'm in your martial soul space, Naga said, my power is your power. This means that Luo Chen's first soul ring actually has 2 ways to use it. One is to summon Naga and let her fight independently. The other is to bless Luo Chen with Naga's ability and let him use it himself. But if that's the case, Master, you can't use my divine power and can only use soul power to activate my power to control the element. Not letting you, Naga, take action, but using soul power to fight. I'm afraid there's something wrong with my brain. Luo Chen didn't care about this flaw at all. He said self-deprecatingly, besides, with my current physical fitness, I can't fight myself, right? After absorbing the first soul ring, Luo Chen's physical fitness did not improve much, which made him very helpless. Originally, Naga could slowly heal your body. Naga said, but just now Naga checked the master's body and found a fatal weakness in the master's body. Weakness? Luo Chen was stunned. He asked in confusion, what weakness, or fatal? At this moment, Luo Chen thought of Biby Dong. To be honest, Luo Chen's impression of Biby Dong was not bad. In his opinion, as long as Biby Dong treated him well, even if she became a crazy person in anime in the future, Luo Chen would stand by her side as much as possible. Is it her? Naga and Luo Chen were in tune with each other. He knew that Naga understood what he meant. No. Hearing Naga's answer, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't Biby Dong. Otherwise Luo Chen really didn't know how to face her. What the hell is this weakness, and where did it come from? Luo Chen's impression of this weakness is that he practiced some external martial arts and then was invulnerable to swords and guns, but left a flaw, that is, the weakness. But the problem is that Luo Chen has never practiced any martial arts. That is not something that you, the master, have, but comes from an external energy that I'm very familiar with. Soon, Naga told Luo Chen the result of her perception. It turned out that the real reason why Luo Chen's body could not recover was not the poison of the Death Spider Emperor. Although that thing was very powerful, with the vitality given to Luo Chen by the Star-Forging Dragon King, he could completely detoxify himself. In fact, Luo Chen's body was already dead before he crossed over. So Biby Dong's perception was not wrong, and there were indeed no other living people in the village at that time. A dead baby naturally could not be poisoned. Luo Chen's soul traveled into this body and brought the child back to life. Before that, Biby Dong had already taken back her Death Spider King poison. Logically speaking, Biby Dong's poison should not appear on you, my master. Naga shared Luo Chen's memories after coming to this world. In the initial memory fragments, she found traces of the Black Hand, but at this time, an extremely terrifying force, carrying a large amount of Death Spider King poison that should have dissipated, entered your body, my master. According to Naga, Luo Chen's physical fitness is not only not weak, but also extremely powerful, because of the power of the Star-Forging Dragon King. However, it was this energy that hurt Luo Chen's origin, and prevented him from fully recovering. If you compare your vitality to the meridians, that forces the blockage, Naga said, and the remaining vitality can suppress the Death Spider King poison, which is already the limit. This also caused Luo Chen to be in a half-dead and extremely weak state for all these years. So the teacher is really my savior? If Biby Dong hadn't brought him back to the orphanage, and left enough gold soul coins, to buy medicine to enhance Luo Chen's vitality, even with the protection of the Star-Forging Dragon King, Luo Chen would have died due to the obstruction of external energy. Thinking of this, the last bit of grudge between Luo Chen and Biby Dong in his heart completely disappeared. The grace of saving my life, plus the love of raising me. Luo Chen sighed helplessly. It seems that I'm really going to be tied to you, teacher. Naga, where does this energy come from? Putting aside these unnecessary thoughts, Luo Chen frowned deeply, and there was a murderous intent in his eyes. He was mentally tough, but after knowing that the torture he had suffered over the years was man-made, even if Luo Chen had a good temper, he couldn't help but have the idea of crushing the other party to ashes. Naga doesn't know, I just feel like I've encountered it somewhere. Naga said. Also, Naga hates the breath of this power very much. In Naga's description, this high-quality power is like a blood-red sharp blade, stabbing hard into Luo Chen's origin, just waiting to wake it up one day and give him a fatal blow. This hidden injury outbreak may not necessarily kill the grown-up Luo Chen. You can choose a good time, such as when Luo Chen is fighting with a strong man, and suddenly attack, then Luo Chen may really be seriously injured or even killed. This is what Naga said, is a fatal weakness. Is there any way to get rid of this power? How can Luo Chen feel at ease with a time bomb in his body? Yes. Since Naga spoke, she naturally prepared a countermeasure. She has a very strong vitality, but this blood-colored energy is of high quality, and it is very difficult to deal with it normally. So the best way is to detonate it in advance under our personal control. Naga's method is to let the latent blood-colored energy attack Luo Chen in advance. Doing so will make Luo Chen's body more broken, but the problem of weakness will also be solved. After that, it will be normal self-repair. It will not be like now. It will not get worse and cannot recover. That is to say, I will be weaker, but I will be healthier and stronger every day in the future? Yes. Naga said, but in this way, you, the master, will suffer for a while. After that, the girl looked at Luo Chen timidly, her eyes full of heartache, and she had a strong killing intention towards the bastard who did the dirty work. The natal star spirit and Luo Chen have the same roots and origins, and they are even more connected. For Naga, Luo Chen is her only one. Similarly, Luo Chen can clearly feel Naga's feelings for him. What do you need me to do? Master needs to obtain a few more spirit rings. Naga's current strength is not enough to force out that power. According to Naga, the level of divine power she possesses is very high, even slightly higher than that power, but the amount is not enough, and she is afraid that she will be exhausted halfway and fail. Master, rest assured, no matter success or failure, there will be no danger to life. Yes. Luo Chen nodded. He told Naga that he was not afraid of hardship, let alone pain. The torture of the Death Spider King's poison made life worse than death. But so what? Luo Chen was very confident in his willpower. If I can survive once, I'm not afraid of not being able to survive the second time. He told Naga that, as long as she felt the time was right, she could try it at any time. Luo Chen's consciousness left the martial soul space. He opened his eyes and looked up at the ceiling. Who is it that has done this to me, and why did they do this? Naga said that this power belongs to the Douluo world. Could it be? Luo Chen's face became more and more solemn. Is it the gods of this world who have done this? This possibility is very high. After all, being able to do this to Luo Chen silently is not something a soul master can do. But who is it? Luo Chen had no idea that he had offended the gods of this world. I regret it.
Luo Chen in reality raised his hand and gently hit his head. Why didn't I watch a few more episodes of the animation and just watch the finale? Huh? The finale? Suddenly, Luo Chen seemed to remember something. I remember that in the end, Tangsun had both the sea god and the Ashura god. Ashura god, the city of slaughter, the blood-colored energy. At this moment, Luo Chen had a vague guess. No way, could it be, that the one who plotted against me behind my back was this Ashura god? But, why? Is it because I come from another world, and I'm an outsider, so they want to strangle me in the cradle? Thinking of this, Luo Chen took a breath. Whether it is Ashura god or not, I have to be more low-key in the future. It's always right to be cautious, before I have enough power. Of course, if this black hand really came from Ashura god, Luo Chen would never let him go. Although Luo Chen would not say anything about the way to death, since he had become an enemy, he could no longer be merciful. Chapter 12 Biby Dong's self-attack strategy. Chen. Just as Luo Chen was thinking about how to keep a low profile, the little fox who was dreaming woke up. The girl smacked her lips and suddenly found that there was one less person beside her. After a closer look, Hulina found that Luo Chen was standing not far away, and she was relieved. Chen, what are you doing standing there? I got up to go to the bathroom. As he said that, Luo Chen pushed open the door. His movements were very natural. He didn't intend to easily expose the true power of the Heavenly Star Crown, especially Naga, before he could not use the power of the Star-Forging Dragon King. She was Luo Chen's biggest trump card. Although he had already decided to stand on Biby Dong's side before he had the ability to protect himself, Luo Chen just wanted to be an ordinary old sixth. Oh. Hulina didn't doubt it. The girl seemed to have thought of something, and her face blushed slightly. Do you want me to accompany you? Luo Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Am I thinking too much, or are the people in Douluo Continent so precocious? Well, how could a well-behaved and obedient little fox have any bad intentions? She was just worried that it was so dark outside. What if her junior brother accidentally fell down? And she was Chen's senior sister. Isn't it normal for a sister to take care of her weakened weak brother? Well, really don't need it. The toilets in the orphanage are public. There are on each floor, and it is not far from Luo Chen's room. Therefore, Luo Chen decisively rejected Hulina's request. Chen, Nana, are you okay? Suddenly, Biby Dong's figure appeared at the door. She looked at the two of them carefully with a little nervousness, and was relieved to see that they were fine. His Majesty the Pope was awakened as soon as Luo Chen summoned his spirit. She felt the fluctuation of spirit power, and rushed over it the first time. Biby Dong and others' identities should not have lived in an orphanage, let alone live in such a dormitory with layers of floors. The residence of the three people is located in an independent hut on the side. Although it still looks very simple and unworthy of the identity of the title Douluo and the Pope of the Spirit Hall. In order to protect Luo Chen, this little hardship does not matter. Especially Biby Dong. She almost didn't sleep all night, and her mental power was all focused on Luo Chen. However, just now, Biby Dong found that her mental perception was inexplicably out of control for a while. The time of out of control was very short, so short that Biby Dong thought it was an illusion. She didn't know the reason, but she rushed to Luo Chen and Hulina as soon as possible. After seeing that Luo Chen and Hulina were fine, Biby Dong's hanging heart finally let go. It's good that these two children are fine. I'm fine. Luo Chen said. Teacher, why are you here? After learning the truth of the year, Luo Chen's attitude towards Biby Dong has taken a step forward. If it can be said that he was still acting originally. Now, Luo Chen really wants to change Biby Dong and prevent her from going down the road of destruction in the original book. No, I just sensed that Luo Chen suddenly summoned a martial spirit, and I thought something was wrong, so I came to see. Biby Dong did not hide it, although the mental lock was a bit of an invasion of Luo Chen's privacy. But she simply wanted to protect Luo Chen without any other thoughts, so there was no need to cover up anything. Chen can't sleep. Biby Dong completely put herself in the role of Luo Chen's teacher, and her words and actions were full of concern and pampering. Are you still feeling unwell? It's all the teacher's fault. I took you for so many walks today. Biby Dong originally wanted to be a good mother, but she didn't even pay attention to the child's physical condition and asked Luo Chen to accommodate her. I'm much better now, teacher. Without any grudges, Luo Chen found many cute points in Biby Dong. For example, now, Biby Dong's stupid mother did something wrong and didn't dare to face her child, which really made Luo Chen feel funny. What about you now? That? Luo Chen scratched his head and pretended to be embarrassed. I just got up to go to the bathroom at night because it was too dark, so I summoned my martial soul to light up. Sorry to worry you. Luo Chen found that not only Biby Dong, but even Juji Douluo did not rest, but was guarding in the dark. This was not discovered by Luo Chen, but told by Naga. I'm your teacher. Biby Dong touched Luo Chen's head, and she gave a look to Juji and the other two Douluo, asking them to leave for the time being. Then, Biby Dong picked up Luo Chen and took him to her room. Teacher? I have a separate bathroom there. Huh. Luo Chen had no way to refuse Biby Dong, and Hulina hurried to follow. Biby Dong lived in an independent cottage, and the space and decoration there were many times better than Luo Chen's small room. Even the bathroom was independent, and there was a bathtub inside. Judging from the remaining water stains, it was obviously just used. Then teacher, I'm going back. After solving his personal problems, Luo Chen was ready to leave. Rest here. Who would have thought that Biby Dong had no intention of letting Luo Chen leave and just carried him to the bed and covered him with a quilt very considerately. Although I don't know what the reason for the previous perception problem is. But as long as Luo Chen and Hulina are by her side, Biby Dong is not afraid of the conspiracy behind the scenes. It's like a thief coveting your wealth, and you have already held the most valuable treasure in your arms. Biby Dong, if you have the ability, come and grab it from my arms. This. Luo Chen looked at the beautiful Pope who covered him with a quilt and began to take off her clothes. In the blink of an eye, she was only left with a lavender lace nightgown. Turning his head, Hulina was yawning and crawling to the other side of Luo Chen. The little fox was better. After all, she was just a lolly. Even if she was dressed cooler, Luo Chen would only think she was cute. But Biby Dong. Is there any problem? Biby Dong was not defenseless against boys, but she really treated Luo Chen as her own child. The teacher's bed is very big, it can easily sleep the three of us. Luo Chen subconsciously glanced around and found that the bed in the room, arranged by the dean for Biby Dong, was indeed very big. It was definitely not enough to sleep 3 adults, but 1 adult plus 2 6-year-old children. As long as everyone hugs tight, it's best to stick together directly. Is this the problem? Exclamation mark. Luo Chen wanted to say something but stopped, but Biby Dong was already lying on her side beside him, not giving Luo Chen any chance to refuse. Good night, Zai-chan. Hulina was really sleepy. Now that she was covered with a quilt and smelled Luo Chen's scent, she fell asleep immediately. But this made Luo Chen suffer. He had lived 2 lives, even though his body in this life had no ability in that aspect. But feeling Biby Dong's soft body and the charming fragrance lingering around his nose, Luo Chen, who was wrapped in the unique tenderness of a young woman, felt unprecedented warmth and peace in his heart. Luo Chen, damn, he actually used such a despicable trick. This child is so cute. Looking at the boy who fell asleep in her arms, Biby Dong's mouth unconsciously drew a smile. Luo Chen's handsome appearance, coupled with his sickly attributes, is simply a special attack on older women, which can easily arouse their desire to protect. Now with the awakening of his martial spirit, Luo Chen's temperament is like the vast night sky dotted with stars, full of mystery. This temperament deeply attracted Biby Dong, making her unable to help but explore and pamper him. Tomorrow I will take this child to hunt for spirit rings. With an innate spirit power of level 30, 3 spirit rings can be directly attached. Biby Dong pondered, but with Luo Chen's current physique, I don't know how many years of spirit rings he can absorb. Before the 10,000-year spirit ring, the age of the spirit ring was linked to physical fitness, and there was no clear matching method between the spirit master and the age of the spirit ring on the Douluo Continent. In other words, how many years of spirit rings you can absorb depends on the teacher's knowledge and judgment, and your own courage.
Some people think that the first spirit ring can be absorbed for 200 years, but in the end they find that they can't do it, so they fail to absorb the spirit ring and suffer backlash. Xiao Gang has summarized the maximum absorption age of the spirit ring. He must have a lot of experience in his research on the absorption of spirit rings. Xiao Gang happens to be in Notting City. Biby Dong said, "Why don't we ask his opinion tomorrow?" The absorption age of spirit rings varies from person to person, and it is impossible to unify them. Taking the maximum absorption period of the first soul ring as an example, 423 years. This sentence does not mean that everyone's limit can reach 423 years. 423 years is the limit of the first soul ring of the soul master recorded since ancient times. Different qualifications will result in different soul ring years that each soul master can bear. As for the qualifications of soul masters, one looks at the quality of the martial soul and the other at the innate soul power. However, Luo Chen's situation is too special. Needless to say, his martial soul quality and innate soul power are of course poor, but his physical fitness is really poor. Logically speaking, with a soul power of level 30, Luo Chen's physical fitness should at least be at the soul master level. What was the result? Too weak. Biby Dong stroked Luo Chen's shoulder with her jade hand. With this physical strength, let alone the first soul ring, let alone reaching the soul ring limit, even absorbing a 100-year soul ring may be dangerous. Thinking of this, Biby Dong was not dissatisfied, but instead felt a strong sense of guilt. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, how could Xiao Chen's body be so fragile? With this physical strength, it's very difficult for Xiao Chen to become a combat soul master. Although being an auxiliary soul master is also possible, Biby Dong is very clear about the difference between combat soul masters and auxiliary soul masters. To put it bluntly, auxiliary soul masters are just accessories for combat soul masters. This is not to say that auxiliary soul masters are not important. On the contrary, auxiliary soul masters are very important, especially those of the food system and the healing system. They are like treasures, no matter which force they are in. But in the Wuhan Hall, it is really difficult for auxiliary soul masters to stand out. Like those elders and worshippers, none of them are auxiliary systems. They are all combat soul masters. In Biby Dong's opinion, this world is dominated by the weak and the strong prey on the weak. If you don't have the power to protect yourself, you will be eaten up by others sooner or later until there is nothing left. Biby Dong regretted it very much. If I had been more careful at that time, it would have been great. Obviously, he had an unprecedented talent, but he was harmed by her like this. Biby Dong wanted to slap herself hard. Forget it. Unconsciously, the idea of the beautiful Pope to compensate Luo Chen became stronger and stronger. Even if Xiao Chen can only be an auxiliary spirit master, I will do my best to protect him and never let this child suffer any grievances again. Biby Dong, whoever dares to touch my Xiao Chen will be killed directly. You said that Biby Dong has not yet obtained the spirit skill of eternal creation? Biby Dong said eternal creation is not such an inconvenient thing. Wait a minute. Tomorrow, if Xiao Chen knows the actual absorption period of his first spirit ring, will he? When Biby Dong thought of the reality that Luo Chen was about to face, she was extremely worried, afraid that he would be hit by the loss of potential. At the same time, Biby Dong was also afraid that Luo Chen would blame her. If it was someone else, Biby Dong would not care about whether to hit or not. In her opinion, if you can't do it yourself, then it's your problem. What does it have to do with her? She, Biby Dong, a twin martial soul, a titled Douluo under the age of 30, why should she take such a waste to heart? But just like Xiao Gang, Luo Chen poked Biby Dong's weakness in dealing with emotions. In Biby Dong's logic, Luo Chen did nothing to let her down, but she almost poisoned Luo Chen, who was still a baby. After the two met, Luo Chen not only did not blame her, but thanked her sincerely for saving his life. As for sending Luo Chen to an orphanage, Biby Dong ignored it directly. It was a casual thing, and even forgotten about it after it was done. She didn't come to see Luo Chen for 6 years, and didn't care about his life or death. What kind of gratitude is this? Luo Chen said that he saved her life, but Biby Dong didn't agree with this. I saved his life, so I was doing him a favor?
Imagine if Luo Chen hadn't awakened his god-level martial spirit, he would have died soon, and the process would have been extremely painful and miserable. To put it bluntly, it's like Biby Dong saved her child's life, but accidentally blinded his eyes, and then threw him into an orphanage and ignored him. Until one day, Biby Dong found that the child had become the world's top singer. When the two met, the other party not only did not blame him, but kept thinking of her life-saving grace. Let's ask, facing such a child, are you embarrassed to accept this favor? What a good child. Thinking of this, Biby Dong's heart was stabbed. Am I really worthy of his respect and love, instead of resentment? Let alone respect and love. Biby Dong felt that it was great to be able to not resent. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. What should I do to compensate Zyachin? The beautiful Pope felt sorry for his apprentice, and could only look at his lovely face and feel sad. In this way, as Biby Dong continued to fill in the blanks and make strategies, time came to the next morning. I don't know if it was because Biby Dong's embrace was too warm, but the three of them actually slept until noon. When he opened his eyes, the first thing that caught Luo Chen's eye was a soft snow white. Looking more carefully, he saw that the extremely thin purple lace nightgown on Biby Dong was rolled up to the chest of the beautiful Pope at some point, revealing a large area of snow white skin. Luo Chen struggled subconsciously, but found himself completely in Biby Dong's arms. His cheek was pressed against the softness, and his lips opened, full of benefits. In addition, the breath like orchids turned into waves of sweet and fragrant fragrance blowing in his face, which shocked Luo Chen's heart. It smells so good. Biby Dong is now 28 or 29 years old. Luo Chen is only 3 or 4 years younger than her in his two lives. This age is not a problem at all. It is better to say that Biby Dong, a woman who is as ripe as a peach, is more in line with Luo Chen's preferences. Unfortunately, Luo Chen is too young now. Even if Biby Dong gives him such benefits, his body does not react much. He just feels very comfortable and has an inexplicable peace of mind. Is Zyachin awake? While Luo Chen was struggling, Biby Dong also woke up from her sleep. The secret room incident, the experience of the killing city, and the malice of the Rakshasa god. With these accumulated pressures, Biby Dong has not slept as comfortably as she did last night for a long time. She gently let go of the hand that was holding Luo Chen, and then put down the lifted nightgown. Biby Dong didn't care at all that the child slept on the softness of her chest for a night. Instead, she felt as if her maternal instinct was activated, and subconsciously stroked the boy's head gently. Teacher? Luo Chen hurriedly got up, and his knees touched Biby Dong's lower abdomen, which made him nervous, and amazed that she was worthy of being the most charming female pope in Dao. This figure, this touch, is like a dream. Chapter 13 Yuz Zana Gang. Zyachin, teacher. The little fox was awakened by the actions of the two. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, and after regaining consciousness, she hurriedly greeted Biby Dong. Good morning. Unlike Luo Chen, although Biby Dong has always been gentle to Hulina, it is the first time for the little fox to sleep together like a mother and daughter. Yeah. Biby Dong saw Hulina's frizzy hair and couldn't help laughing. Ah. Hulina immediately realized it. Her jade cheeks blushed, and she was annoyed that Luo Chen saw her loss of composure. Get up quickly, the teacher will help you comb your hair. Biby Dong gently stroked Hulina's tender little face, and then looked at Luo Chen beside her, and her heart was instantly filled with happiness. Thank you, teacher. Hulina, I will also help the teacher comb her hair. Soon, the three of them finished washing, and walked out of the door together. Outside the door, Ju and Gui, two Douluo, had been guarding for a whole night. When they saw Biby Dong coming out, they saluted respectfully and said, Your Highness the Pope. No need to be polite. The two elders worked hard last night. This is a duty. Ju and Gui Douluo were originally orphans taken in by the spirit hall. The two began to secretly protect Biby Dong when she was still a saint. This incense and love also made the two choose the latter between the Yukan family and Biby Dong after Khan Zhengji's death. Although Biby Dong has become the Pope now, she does not have many people in the spirit hall, and there are not many people available at hand. The entire spirit hall
7 great priests, 9 elders, and Biby Dong who is about to break through, the former Pope Kyanzungji, a total of 18 people. Now Kyanzungji has fallen, and Biby Dong has not officially broken through, so the number of real title Douluo is a total of 16. It can be said that every title Douluo is an important resource that Biby Dong needs to fight for. Today I plan to take the 3 little guys to the soul hunting forest outside Notting City to get soul rings. Biby Dong included Wang Shen, obviously intending to train him. The beautiful Pope has a wealth of knowledge about martial spirits, and she has already planned the configuration of Hulina's soul rings. Wang Shen's beast martial spirit is also easy to solve. The more ferocious the fire attribute soul beast, the better. The most troublesome one is Luo Chen. Biby Dong really has no idea how many years his soul ring can be attached. Fortunately, the improvement of physical fitness can rely on soul bones. Biby Dong can't give the soul bones collected by the Wuhan Hall to Luo Chen directly, because even she has no right to transfer them without authorization. The explosion rate of soul bones is extremely low, and coupled with its inheritable characteristics, each piece is priceless. Even in the golden generation more than 10 years later, Biby Dong still needs to use the excuse of a soul master competition to give 3 high-year soul bones to Hulina and others. In this regard, Biby Dong can only hope that she will be lucky enough to explode a soul bone. She naturally wanted to give the soul bones she had exploded to whoever she wanted. Let's go to the spirit hall to ask what soul beasts are in the soul hunting forest here. On the way to the spirit hall, Biby Dong introduced the origin and necessity of the soul hunting forest to the 3 little ones. In order to prevent soul beasts from being killed indiscriminately, the 2 empires established the soul hunting forest under the promotion of the spirit hall. The soul hunting forest is similar to the nature reserve in Luo Chen's previous life. The purpose is to prevent soul beasts from being killed by soul masters at will, eventually leading to extinction. There are law enforcement teams from the spirit hall patrolling outside the forest, and those who want to enter the soul hunting forest must hold a soul hunting warrant issued by the spirit hall. In this soul beast protection plan, the spirit hall has invested a lot of manpower and material resources. In order to better protect the number and ecology of soul beasts, it has become the responsibility of the spirit halls in various places to record the types of soul beasts in the soul hunting forest and their distribution areas. The distribution map of soul beasts in the soul hunting forest produced by various places is a secret of the spirit hall and is rarely leaked to outsiders. By the way, Chen, Biby Dong said, before we go to hunt for spirit rings, I'm going to take you to see someone first. Luo Chen looked at Biby Dong in confusion. He vaguely guessed who Biby Dong was talking about. Along the way, Biby Dong thought for a long time and finally decided to tell him about Luo Chen's problem. Teacher hurt your foundation, causing your body to be weak. Last night, teacher felt your bone strength. Luo Chen knew what Biby Dong wanted to say, but in fact, Biby Dong did not hurt him by mistake. The death spider poison in his body was purely caused by a certain old bastard who secretly attacked him. And the real reason why Luo Chen was weak and sick and could not recover was the blood red energy filled with a strong murderous aura. If there was no such energy, Luo Chen's physique would have eliminated the death spider poison long ago. 6 years later, even if his physical fitness did not reach the level of Soul Master at level 30, he could at least be on par with the Great Soul Master at level 20. With such physical strength, the first soul ring must be at least more than 1,000 years old. However, someone plotted against Luo Chen and Biby Dong, especially the latter, who is still in the dark and thinks that she harmed Luo Chen. Luo Chen did not explain this. It is better to say that this is the case. Only by making Biby Dong pay more attention to him and care about him can Luo Chen better survive the early development stage. Although Biby Dong is still normal now, as the Rakshasa God test continues, her spirit will be constantly eroded by the Rakshasa God's power. This erosion will continue until Biby Dong completely inherits the throne and controls the Rakshasa God's power. Before that, the erosion of resentment is part of the Rakshasa God test. If Biby Dong cannot bear it, she will be swallowed by the resentment of the Rakshasa God, fail the God test, and become the nutrient of the Rakshasa God's throne. No matter how the relationship between Luo Chen and Biby Dong will develop in the future, strength is an indispensable thing. Only by becoming stronger can Luo Chen fight against the god realm and protect the people he cares about. It's okay, teacher. Luo Chen smiled indifferently. He didn't blame Biby Dong. With Naga here, as long as he gets enough spirit rings and accumulates enough spirit power, Luo Chen can start the plan of breaking and then building at any time. In addition, even if someone really attacks Luo Chen, he is not afraid now. As long as it is not a god level strongman, as long as Na wants, no one can stop us. Naga's ability as element control and space control is definitely the best means of escape. Although the amount of level 30 divine power is small, divine power is divine power. Space shuttle driven by divine power is definitely not something that a soul master of this period can stop. Luo Chen. On the other side, Biby Dong was moved to find that Luo Chen really did not mean to blame herself, and her tone was also a little weaker. Luo Chen, don't worry, the teacher already has a way to solve your problem. But the teacher is not completely sure, Biby Dong, so I need to find an old friend to ask, so as to better verify the guess in my heart. Soul bones improve physical fitness, this is certain. Biby Dong's only worry is that with Luo Chen's physical condition, can he really withstand the enhancement brought by soul bones? There is no problem in theory, but in practice, Biby Dong is still a little worried. As for whether Yuz Zana gang will know, that is certain. The other party is Yuz Zana gang, a famous theoretical master in Douluo Continent. Others may not know his level, but Biby Dong must know it. In Biby Dong's opinion, Yuz Zana gang must be more knowledgeable than before after these years. Does Yuz Zana gang really know all this? However, Luo Chen is skeptical about Yuz Zana gang's knowledge. He has not read the novel, and he only watched the last battle of the two gods in the anime. But Luo Chen still has some understanding of Yuz Zana gang. How to say it? It's not that Luo Chen hates Yuz Zana gang, it's just that this character is not likable. Fortunately, Luo Chen's mentality is very broad. He has no intention of interfering in Biby Dong's private affairs. Even if he dislikes Yuz Zana gang very much, he will not bully Yuz Zana gang because of such little prejudice. Of course, the premise is that Yuz Zana gang does not come to provoke Luo Chen. Otherwise, no matter who he is and what relationship he has with Biby Dong, Luo Chen will never show mercy. Biby Dong. Biby Dong was explaining the knowledge of soul ring hunting to Luo Chen and the other two. When she looked up, she suddenly found a middle-aged man in black clothes with a beard in his 30s standing in front of the Wuhan branch hall. He stood straight, with one hand behind his back, and stared at Biby Dong and the others in horror. Why are you here? Zana gang? Biby Dong didn't expect Yuz Zana gang to appear here, and she was surprised and happy. But before she could speak, Yuz Zana gang's expression froze, and his tone was even lowered. Did you create that strange celestial phenomenon yesterday? What evil conspiracy do you have in your Wuhan hall? Biby Dong was silent. The surprise of reuniting with Yuz Zana gang was also blocked at this moment. She was in a very complicated mood now, like a lump in her throat, and there was a trace of inexplicable disappointment. Yuz Zana gang didn't know what happened at all. His first reaction was to question her and what the Wuhan hall had done. What does this mean? Is their Wuhan hall an evil organization? Is she, Biby Dong, an evil person? As long as it is her actions, in Yuz Zana gang's eyes, should they be defined as evil plots? Faced with this situation, Biby Dong was obviously not prepared. Should she explain? Even if she did, would Yuz Zana gang believe it? He had already made a final conclusion and labeled the Spirit Hall an evil organization. Is this how I'm in your eyes? For a moment, Biby Dong was in a dilemma. Suddenly, Biby Dong felt that Luo Chen's grip on her hand was slightly tighter. Lowering her head, the beautiful Pope saw the support and affirmation in Luo Chen's eyes. Luo Chen. As if sensing Luo Chen's thoughts, Biby Dong's emotions towards Yuz Zana gang suddenly came up. Why do I need to explain to you what I did? Humph. Biby Dong missed the old relationship, but Jugi and the other two Douluo would not care about Yuz Zana gang. So as Biby Dong's voice fell, the two titled Douluo snorted coldly. Boom. Suddenly, the soul power pressed towards Yuz Zana gang like a mountain. The latter's legs softened, and he fell to the ground. Who is this man? How can he slander our spirit hall like this? Hulina was very dissatisfied with the bearded uncle in front of her. The other party asked the spirit hall what evil conspiracy he had without knowing right from wrong. What does this mean? Could it be that in this person's eyes, the spirit hall is an evil organization? Yes, the strange changes in the celestial phenomena were indeed caused by Luo Chen. But this can't be called evil. They didn't hurt anyone, let alone feel sorry for anyone, so how could they be evil? Well, it's inexplicable. Wang Shen couldn't help but speak. The spirit hall took in orphans, helped people awaken their spirits for free, and gave spirit masters a monthly subsidy. Wang Shen didn't care how outsiders evaluated these things. In the eyes of an orphan like him who had received countless benefits from the spirit hall, without the spirit hall, he might have died long ago, and there would be no today. Looking at Luo Chen again, he just felt that Yuz Zana gang refreshed his 3 views. Luo Chen remembered that Yuz Zana gang should be only a 29th level Great Spirit Master. Although he claimed to be the first theoretical master of the continent, he was still a weakling in essence. A mere Great Spirit Master dared to be so arrogant in front of 2 titles and a quasi-title, and did not take the difference between the enemy and us into consideration at all. This was really unique. Not flattering the strong is a good thing, but you should have the minimum respect for the strong, right? Luo Chen couldn't figure out how Yuz Zana gang, with such an arrogant character, could have survived to this day. Is there a hidden master nearby who is secretly protecting him? Luo Chen asked Naga to sense it, and the result was that Yuz Zana gang was really brave. In terms of arrogance, I, Luo Chen, would like to call Yuz Zana gang the strongest. Master, this person has the dragon origin that is beneficial to me. Naga's sudden words made Luo Chen focus his attention on Yuz Zana gang who was kneeling on the ground. Dragon origin? Luo Chen had seen it on a short video on Douyin. Yuz Zana gang, Flanders, and Liu Erlang were able to perform martial arts fusion skills, allowing Luo Sanpao to evolve into a golden holy dragon. Naga was originally the Silver Dragon King recognized by the Heavenly Star Crown. Now he has obtained the power of the Heavenly Realm and evolved into a higher level of life. So after Yuz Zana gang appeared, Naga immediately noticed the Dragon King origin hidden in his martial arts. Will this origin help you? Yes. Naga affirmed. The blood of the Dragon King can make Naga stronger. And after getting this dragon origin, Naga is sure to force out that energy for you, my master. There is no need to add more soul rings. With this dragon origin, Luo Chen can be safe. How can I get it? Luo Chen didn't intend to target Yuz Zana gang. After all, he didn't offend him. Luo Chen must be unhappy about Yuz Zana gang and Biby Dong, but there is no need to be angry about it. At worst, he can use some tricks in the future to stop Biby Dong's thoughts. However, now, in order to save his life and avoid being killed by the blood energy in his genes, Luo Chen said that it is better to treat it as early as possible. Naga can extract the origin through the sun disk. What will happen to Yuz Zana gang after his origin is extracted? If Yuz Zana gang will lose his life, to be honest, Luo Chen is still a little hesitant. As I said before, there is no grudge, and it is not right to take someone's life without authorization. Luo Chen has his own bottom line as a person. He can't do such a thing. Well, Naga naturally knows Luo Chen's character. She burst into laughter. It won't hurt him. Rather, being extracted from the origin will be good for him. Benefits? Luo Chen didn't understand. He knew that the origin was very important. It's fine if it doesn't damage the foundation, but how can it be good to lose the dragon origin? Luo Chen believes in Naga. She will not let Luo Chen go against her principles, just because the dragon origin is good for them. This man named Yuz Zana gang has only 0.5 level soul power, and he has no hope of reaching level 30 in his lifetime. Naga explained, the reason for this is actually the price brought by the blood of the dragon clan's origin. In simple terms, Yuz Zana gang's own talent is too useless, and he is born with deficiencies, and cannot support the martial soul mutation brought by the Dragon King's blood, which is why he has become what he is now. After the origin is stripped away, Yuz Zana gang's burden is lifted, and the soul power shackles will be untied. Yuz Zana gang will be blessed in disguise, and can continue to practice and improve his soul power realm. As for how far it can go in the end, Naga thinks that, since the Dragon King's origin has been in Yuz Zana gang for so many years, he will definitely get some benefits. It may not be possible to reach the full innate soul power, but it is estimated that the innate level 7 or 8 will be no problem. So master, not only did you not harm him, but you helped him. After Naga's analysis, Luo Chen's burden was completely put down. We have to think about this matter in the long run, and then find a way to maximize the benefits. Next, Luo Chen and Naga began to discuss the next thing, how to get the Dragon King's origin from Yuz Zana gang legitimately. Enough, stop it. On the other side, seeing Yuz Zana gang being pressed to the ground, Biby Dong finally couldn't bear it, and raised her hand to stop the soul pressure of Jugi Douluo. Long time no see, Zana gang. If it was normal, Biby Dong would definitely be very happy to see Yuz Zana gang suddenly. But now, the three little guys followed behind, especially Luo Chen. Biby Dong was very concerned about her image in front of him. Yuz Zana gang spoke rudely, and if she didn't react at all, she was afraid that she would disappoint the child. However, considering that she might have to ask the other party something later, Biby Dong didn't embarrass Yuz Zana gang again. I came here only for my disciple. As for the conspiracy you mentioned, I don't know what you are talking about. Cough, cough, cough. Yuz Zana gang's mouth was bleeding, but he still stood up tremblingly, and once again restored his previous upright posture, neither humble nor arrogant. In terms of the importance of maintaining an image, Yuz Zana gang's move is a typical example. It's true that the head can be cut off, the blood can flow, but the hairstyle cannot be messed up. Yuz Zana gang sneered in his heart, but he didn't believe it at all. He never took the spirit all seriously. Even the former Saint Biby Dong was just a woman in his eyes. Of course, this is not to say that Yuz Zana gang has an advanced concept of equality for all, but that he was born in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, and is the legitimate son of the sect master Yu Yuansen. In Yuz Zana gang's eyes, how can the spirit hall compare to his Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect? In this case, how can the saint of the spirit hall be more noble than him, the young master? You are the heir of a sect, and so am I. Who is worse than who? Not to mention, those lackeys and hawks who run around for the spirit hall, mere minions, and servants of the spirit hall. What qualifications do they have for Yuz Zana gang to look up to them? Strong? It's just that you are talented. If he, Yuz Zana gang, is talented enough, how could he be worse than them? It seems that I misunderstood. Since there is nothing else, I will leave. Yuz Zana gang did not stay for long. He just said the wrong thing in a hurry. Otherwise, with Yuz Zana gang's character, there is no way he would provoke the spirit hall when there are outsiders around Biby Dong. He despises it, but now the spirit hall is so powerful that he has to avoid its edge. Zana gang. Seeing Yuz Zana gang turn around and leave, Biby Dong subconsciously stretched out her hand to keep him. Biby Dong is just like this. The more you ignore her, the more interested she is in you. At first, Yuz Zana gang relied on this aloof back and indifference to successfully capture the heart of the holy maiden of the spirit hall. Now, Yuz Zana gang pretended not to be reluctant, but in fact he was secretly testing Biby Dong, wanting to know if she still had feelings for him. He dared to jump like this in front of the spirit hall spirit master. In the final analysis, it was not because of Biby Dong's favoritism. Now seeing Biby Dong's reaction, Yuz Zana gang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Biby Dong, it seems that you still care about me. Inexplicably, Yuz Zana gang felt a little proud. Alas, Biby Dong didn't know what Yuz Zana gang was thinking. She hesitated to speak, but finally did not call Yuz Zana gang. Biby Dong planned to go to him alone later, to consult about Luo Chen, and by the way, to clear up the conflict just now, so that Yuz Zana gang would not care too much. Wow. At the same time, Naga in the martial spirit space looked at the scene in front of her and was stunned. This is too flattering. Naga was born not long ago, but she still has basic knowledge. As a bystander, Naga felt that Yuz Zana gang exuded the aura of a scumbag. This guy's definitely not a good thing. It's really flattering. Luo Chen didn't want to say anything, because it will take nearly 20 years for Yuz Zana gang to come to Biby Dong to ask for the secret of twin martial spirits. Before that, Biby Dong and Yuz Zana gang will not have too many intersections. 20 years is enough for Luo Chen to grow up. What is the most important thing in the Douluo world? Luo Chen sees it clearly. As long as you have enough strength, nothing is a problem. Instead of pulling Yuz Zana Gang's matter with Biby Dong here and making things difficult for himself, it is better to persuade Biby Dong physically and let her see Yuz Zana Gang's true face. So Luo Chen really didn't take Yuz Zana Gang to heart. Anyway, it couldn't affect him. But Luo Chen looked at the bag in Yuz Zana Gang's hand, unwilling to let go, even if he was crushed to the ground by the spirit power. His expression was slightly gloomy, and he said, "Uncle, please wait a moment." Chapter 14 Biby Dong. I don't think Yuz Zana Gang is that good. Chen? Biby Dong didn't know why Luo Chen suddenly called Yuz Zana Gang. Out of her love for Luo Chen, she didn't speak immediately, but looked at the boy curiously, wanting to hear what he was going to say. "Little friend, what can I do for you?" Yuz Zana Gang turned around and saw Luo Chen, who was originally standing next to Biby Dong, now walking towards him with a cane. Ahem. Luo Chen stood not far from Yuz Zana Gang. He raised his hand and pointed at the person Yuz Zana Gang's hand and asked, "Uncle, what you are holding in your hand, is it the Spirit Master subsidy from the Spirit Hall?" As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Yuz Zana Gang subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but still said bluntly, "Yes, what's wrong? Uncle, since you have received the Spirit Master subsidy, objectively speaking, it should be considered as a favor from the Spirit Hall, right?" Hearing Luo Chen's words, Yuz Zana Gang frowned slightly. He knew what Luo Chen wanted to say. Not only Yuz Zana Gang, but also Biby Dong and Jujui, two Douluo, understood Luo Chen's intention. Biby Dong felt mixed emotions. She knew that Luo Chen was very insightful and had obviously seen the relationship between her and Yuz Zana Gang. She was somewhat touched, but she did not want to embarrass Yuz Zana Gang too much. Humph. However, facing Luo Chen, who had something to say, Yuz Zana Gang snorted coldly. "Kit, you only saw the things on the surface, but do you know what is buried under this matter? I would like to hear the details." Luo Chen behaved very modestly, without any bullying or unreasonable attitude. Seeing Luo Chen's performance, Yuz Zana Gang actually had a good impression of him. He did not know Luo Chen's identity, but he could follow Biby Dong and be held by her hand personally, so he must have an extraordinary origin. To be honest, Yuz Zana Gang had never seen Biby Dong so intimate with others. If Luo Chen did not look alike with Biby Dong, Yuz Zana Gang would have suspected whether this boy was Biby Dong's biological son. Looking at the other two boys and girls, they were about 6 years old, and they should have just awakened their spirits. Being able to be personally brought up by Biby Dong, the talents of these three children are definitely extraordinary. It's a pity that they joined the Spirit Hall. If Yuz Zana Gang knew the story of his previous life, he would definitely say, "You are a beautiful woman, but why did you follow a thief?" Now, Yuz Zana Gang planned to teach Luo Chen a lesson, not to think that he was self-righteous, just because he knew a little superficial things. He was still far from it. "Let me guess, you mean to say that this is the Soul Master subsidy issued by the Spirit Hall, and since I received it, I should be grateful to the Spirit Hall, right? It's ridiculous." Without waiting for Luo Chen to reply, Yuz Zana Gang said coldly, "The money for this subsidy comes from the two empires. The Spirit Hall uses the money from the two empires to spread its good reputation." "Thank you to the Spirit Hall? Then why shouldn't I thank the two empires?" This guy. Ghost Douluo was silent, but Chrysanthemum Douluo looked ugly. If Biby Dong hadn't been here, he would have to go up and teach Yuz Zana Gang, the waste, a lesson. "What, you think I was wrong?" Although Jujui Douluo is a titled strongman, he is obviously not as good as Yuz Zana Gang in terms of eloquence. And what Yuz Zana Gang said is not wrong. These gold soul coins do come from the two empires. The Spirit Hall issues Soul Master subsidies in its own name, and it also has the idea of weakening the influence of the empire. Biby Dong couldn't refute Yuz Zana Gang's words. As the Pope and the former saint, she knew that the Soul Master subsidies were undermining the prestige of the two empires. But even if this is a truth, Yuz Zana Gang said it so righteously, with a tone, that the people of the Spirit Hall are full of bad water, which still made Biby Dong feel stuffy in her chest, and she felt annoyed by being stabbed in the back by her own people. "Now I'm the Pope of the Spirit Hall." Although it has only been more than 2 months since he took over, Kindeo Liu has not completely handed over the power, but it is only a matter of time. Biby Dong is very confident in herself. With her skills and abilities, she will definitely be able to turn the spirit hall into her property in 5 or 6 years at most. Yuz Zana Gang's bad words about the spirit hall were like slapping Biby Dong in the face. Of course you can take back the 10 gold soul coins. Yuz Zana Gang stretched out his hand, as if to throw the bag over. The spirit hall is extremely powerful, and I'm just a great soul master. If you forbid me to receive subsidies in a fit of rage, then I have nothing to say. It's just that you are using the gold soul coins of the 2 empires to suppress the soul masters who are unwilling to obey the spirit hall. Yuz Zana Gang laughed. If this matter gets out, people who don't know will think that the spirit hall is the master of the 2 empires. Zana Gang, you. Biby Dong may be crazy and critical, but no matter how crazy she is very tolerant towards the people she cares about. I'm not angry. Thinking about her past with Yuz Zana Gang and the fact that she was the one who abandoned him first, Biby Dong suppressed her anger and waited for Luo Chen's reaction. For some reason, Biby Dong really wanted Luo Chen to refute Yuz Zana Gang on her behalf and help her vent her anger. However, Biby Dong really couldn't find any loopholes in Yuz Zana Gang's words. The Soul Master subsidy is funded by the 2 empires, and the Spirit Hall only has the right to issue it, not the right to deduct it. Otherwise, it would be just like what Yuz Zana Gang said, if you don't listen to my Spirit Hall, I won't give you the subsidy, and it would be like the Soul Master subsidy money belongs to the Spirit Hall itself. No. Luo Chen shook his head and said, that's not right. What? I said, uncle, you are wrong. Luo Chen shook his head. Douluo Continent was in the feudal era. Even after 10,000 years, it had not changed. At this moment, Biby Dong, Zhuge Douluo, Hulina and Wang Shen looked at Luo Chen at the same time. Wang Shen was different from them. He knew something about Luo Chen's talents. He could not think of it, but Luo Chen might not be unable to refute it. Wang Shen always had a mysterious confidence in Luo Chen. Except for his brother's poor health, there was no one he did not admire. Uncle, you said that the gold soul coins used for Soul Master subsidies belong to the 2 empires. I hold a different opinion on this point. If they do not belong to the 2 empires, do they still belong to the Spirit Hall? No. Luo Chen glanced at Biby Dong, then shook his head and said, they do not belong to the Spirit Hall either. Indeed, the Soul Master subsidies are taken out by the 2 empires. Luo Chen asked, but in the final analysis, where do these gold coins come from? It's the civilians. Countless civilians in the 2 empires paid taxes, and the empires were able to provide monthly subsidies to soul masters. Luo Chen's logic is indeed correct. But what does this have to do with the Spirit Hall? Even so, it is still the empire's own business. What does it have to do with the Spirit Hall? Of course it is related. Luo Chen looked at Yuz Zana Gang and said, uncle, you are not of commoner origin, right? What? Yuz Zana Gang was stunned for a moment. He did not answer, but this was actually the best answer. In Douluo Continent, powerful soul masters can easily obtain titles from various countries. So soul masters and nobles are basically equal. Yuz Zana Gang comes from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, and is the legitimate son of the sect leader Luo Chen. With such an identity, in the world of Douluo Continent where soul masters are respected, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is an aristocrat among aristocrats. Sure enough, uncle, you are of noble origin. So uncle, you don't understand. Luo Chen sighed. You don't understand the hardships of us commoners at all. The Soul Master subsidy is for soul masters of civilian origin. They have no source of income before they grow up, and working to earn money will consume their time and waste their talents. It is for this reason that the Spirit Hall proposed the Soul Master subsidy, so that the majority of soul masters have a stable early training environment. Uncle, let me ask you a question. Luo Chen looked at Yuz Zana Gang. Will you take out money to help others? No. Without Yuz Zana Gang speaking, Luo Chen had already answered for him. What about the 2 empires? If there was no Spirit Hall, would they take out this money to help soul masters of civilian origin? Obviously, they would not. History has already proved everything.
Before the Spirit Hall proposed the Soul Master subsidy, the two empires had never issued any gold soul coins to civilian Soul Masters. And Soul Master Awakening. If there were no members of the Spirit Hall traveling through mountains and rivers to awaken the spirits for the civilians in the mountains and villages for free, we would not even have the opportunity to change our fate. Will the nobles awaken the civilians for free? Maybe, but at what price? Luo Chen said disdainfully, do common people have to sign a contract to sell themselves? Will there be parents who sell their daughters to the young masters of noble families in order to give them the opportunity to awaken? When this sentence came out, it didn't matter to others, but Hulina and Biby Dong, as women, couldn't help but feel a chill. Especially Biby Dong. A woman's chastity and dignity are the deepest pain in her heart. The thought of not having the free awakening of the Spirit Hall, and the common people having to sell their bodies in future, in order to change their fate. Everyone present, especially Biby Dong, Hulina, and Wu Douluo who were from the Spirit Hall, took a breath of cold air. You are exaggerating. Yuz Zana gang was trembling all over by Luo Chen's remarks. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't find the words to refute. It is precisely because of this understanding that Yuz Zana gang and others understand that Luo Chen is not exaggerating. The ugliness and darkness of the upper class will only be 10 or 100 times more terrible than what Luo Chen said. Is there a problem with my words? You should know it very well in your heart. Without the Spirit Hall, no one will awaken civilians for free. Ordinary people who want to change their fate can only be slaves to the nobles. Without the Spirit Hall, how could the two empires waste money on irrelevant people? Luo Chen, if you want subsidies, Soul Masters can only give up their freedom and join various countries. Otherwise, you can only waste time, waste potential, and work early to earn a living. At this point, Luo Chen finally pointed the finger at Yuz Zana gang. Uncle, you led the Spirit Hall to promote the Soul Master subsidies, but you always blame the Spirit Hall. You said that the Spirit Hall has gained a good reputation from this? This is simply ridiculous. Luo Chen, hasn't the Spirit Hall made any contribution to civilian Spirit Masters? Does a person who has done good things have to refuse to accept praise from others? And what's wrong with a good reputation? If the Spirit Hall did not have enough influence, how could the two empires take out gold soul coins? Yuz Zana gang's good impression of Luo Chen disappeared in an instant, leaving only disgust from the bottom of his heart. Pick up the bowl to eat, put down the bowl to curse. This sentence does not exist in Douluo Continent, and there is no similar sentence. But after everyone savored it carefully and compared it with Yuz Zana gang's behavior, it was indeed a bit consistent. At this moment, looking at Yuz Zana gang who was speechless after being confronted by Luo Chen, Biby Dong felt inexplicably happy in her heart and felt that her own disciple really made her proud. Thinking of what Yuz Zana gang had said to Luo Chen before, who was the one who only saw the surface. Okay, Ascension. Biby Dong gently touched Luo Chen's head and said in a gentle tone, Zana gang is an old friend of the teacher. I think he doesn't know the significance of the Soul Master subsidy, so he is like this. Having said that, Yuz Zana gang couldn't understand the truth that even a child could think of. You said Biby Dong herself didn't see it? So what? Her disciples saw it, so it should be of some use to her as a teacher, right? And Biby Dong looked at Yuz Zana gang, and suddenly she had a thought in her mind that Yuz Zana gang's wisdom seems to be just like this. It seems that my Ascension is smarter. Biby Dong, you have accepted a good apprentice who is eloquent. After speaking, Yuz Zana gang did not stay any longer, turned around and went to the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. In addition, Yuz Zana gang did not leave the Soul Master subsidy. This guy's really shameless. When Naga saw this scene, she felt her eyes opened. But it was reasonable for Yuz Zana gang to receive the Soul Master subsidy, and the Spirit Hall had no reason to prohibit it. As for Biby Dong, when she saw this scene, Luo Chen knew what she would think without even having to guess. Dislike Yuz Zana gang? No. She would only think that Yuz Zana gang had been miserable over the years, and he had to endure the humiliation to accept a mere 10 gold soul coins. Alas, if I hadn't abandoned Zana gang back then, Zana gang wouldn't have ended up in this situation now. Looking at Biby Dong's secretly sad expression, Luo Chen shrugged his shoulders,
thinking that women who are in love are really terrible. Fortunately, Luo Chen didn't stand up to Yuz Zana gang for Biby Dong. The reason why he chose to stand up was entirely to thank the spirit hall for raising him. After so many years of care, Luo Chen couldn't just sit back and watch someone insult the spirit hall. In front of Douluo, Biby Dong maintained her Pope demeanor and did not choose to go to Yuz Zana gang. Biby Dong is a proud person. Even though she admits Yuz Zana gang's wisdom in spirit theory, she doesn't think she is worse than Yuz Zana gang. If she can solve the problem by herself, Biby Dong doesn't want to ask Yuz Zana gang for help. Let's go. Biby Dong led the three little ones into the spirit hall. The two guards who were waiting there saw the token that Douluo took out and knelt down quickly. Welcome His Holiness the Pope. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, Hunting Soul Beasts. Meet the Pope. Upon learning that Biby Dong and the others had arrived, Maziuno, Suyunteo and Sissy hurried over to greet them. The three were happy for Luo Chen and Wang Shen's fortunes, especially Luo Chen, who was accepted as a disciple by the Pope and ascended to heaven in one step. Luo Chen did not tell Brother Tao and Sissy the secret of the sun disk. First, it was a secret of the spirit hall, and no one could disclose it at all without the consent of Biby Dong, the Pope. In addition, the two were a little old, and even if they got the opportunity to ascend, it would be difficult for them to go far in the future. Unless Brother Tao and Sissy, like Douluo, had top-level spirits, they only needed Luo Chen's help to break through the shackles. Otherwise, even the sun disk could not allow two people who had basically exhausted their potential, and whose plasticity was almost zero to change their fate like Wang Shen. In the future, take care of Brother Tao's career development in the spirit hall. In Luo Chen's opinion, it would be better to use Biby Dong's identity as a disciple to take care of him than to improve his spirit power. As far as he knew, Brother Tao had always wanted to be promoted and to work in a bigger city so that Sissy could be proud of him. Luo Chen had no choice before, but now, it was just a matter of a word from him. No need to be polite. Biby Dong asked the three to stand up. You have taken good care of these two children. I'm very satisfied. Luo Chen did not need to speak. Just by discovering a genius like Luo Chen, it was enough for the spirit hall to give the three people generous rewards. Thank you, Your Majesty. The three were still excited, especially Master Mashuno, who was a devout believer of the spirit hall. Meeting the Pope in his lifetime and receiving her praise, even if he died now, Mashuno would die without regrets. Sissy and Brother Tao did not think about these. The two were naturally loyal to the spirit hall, but they were considering the benefits of this matter. Wang Shen and Luo Chen were both good children. They walked out of the Notting City orphanage and joined the spirit hall. Among them, Luo Chen was even a disciple of the Pope. His future achievements were immeasurable. By the way, there is something you must remember. Biby Dong instructed. Wang Shen's innate soul power is level 10. Level 10? The three looked at each other. They knew Wang Shen's level very well. His innate soul power was level 2. But the Pope said level 10. What does that mean? This is the secret of the spirit hall. You don't need to ask anything. Just remember it. Biby Dong, from now on, no matter who asks you, even if I ask in person, you must answer like this. Remember? Yes. The three hurriedly agreed. Although they didn't understand, they dared not obey Biby Dong's personal order. Okay, I will take these three children to hunt soul rings in the soul hunting forest later. Do you have anything else to do? Biby Dong didn't have much interest in the three people. Luo Chen, on the other hand, said a few words to Sissy, Tao Jet, and Mashunuo because he was about to leave. Not long after, Biby Dong led a group of people to the soul hunting forest. The soul hunting forest is 400 miles away from Notting City. If you take a carriage, it will probably take a day and a night to reach it. However, with three titled masters leading the team, it only took them a few hours to reach their destination. Is this the soul hunting forest? Luo Chen,
Hulina, and Wang Shen were all traveling far away for the first time, and it was also their first time to come to the soul hunting forest. It's so lively. There are so many people. Are they all here to hunt soul rings? The three of them looked at the soul hunting forest in front of them and felt like they were walking into a vegetable market. There were large houses built outside the forest with wooden plaques hanging on them. They were shops that specialized in selling items related to soul beasts. We have a warrant. We need 2 more people to form a group to hunt power type soul beasts. To hunt agile soul beasts, 7 people need a warrant. 10 gold soul coins. Simple paths paved by humans crisscrossed the forest, and various shouts rang out one after another. Luo Chen glanced casually and found that most of the shops were selling weapons, armor and various food supplies, and the rest were various materials from soul beasts. It's a bit too noisy. The noisy atmosphere made Biby Dong a little unhappy, but she didn't take it to heart. As the Pope of the people-friendly faction, Biby Dong was different from Kan Zhongji, who was ambitious and very ostentatious. She would not look down on these people just because of their low status. Let's go. Biby Dong took Luo Chen and Hulina's hands and led the way to the entrance. Along the way, because the 6 people were dressed well, they frequently attracted the attention of everyone present. Biby Dong's stunning appearance attracted people's attention the most. The nobleness in her gestures and movements was known to be the temperament that could only be cultivated by being in a high position for many years. But Biby Dong was too cold, so everyone who wanted to take a second look at her felt an inexplicable soul pressure, so they lowered their heads and dared not look at her again. Everyone began to speculate on the identities of the 6 people, but unfortunately they had no clue. In a small place like Notting City, let alone knowing a powerful person like a titled Douluo, any soul sect member can walk around here. Therefore, everyone just instinctively realized that Biby Dong and Douluo were very difficult to mess with, but no one connected them with the Pope and elders of the Spirit Hall. This is a warrant. Before the guards guarding the forest could speak, Douluo had already thrown an elder token. What is this? The captain of the guards noticed the pattern on the token. His pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes began to tremble when he looked at Douluo. Greetings to the elder. Your Majesty? He called that person elder? Your Majesty, this is a title that only titled strongmen in Douluo Continent can enjoy. And elder, a titled Douluo is also called an elder. Except for the elders of the Spirit Hall, there is obviously no second possibility. At this moment, even if Douluo did nothing, the surrounding crowd still had a big commotion. Okay, no need to be polite. Douluo waved his hand, signaling them to make way and not waste time here. As you command. Seeing that the guards were very sensible, Douluo smiled charmingly. You can go in, kids. Start hunting soul rings. Hulina was the happiest. The little fox held Biby Dong's hand and jumped happily, completely immersed in the joy of getting the first soul ring. However, the reality is cruel. With Ju and Gui, the 2 titled Douluos, there is no chance for the little guys to make a move. As long as the type of soul beast to be hunted and their distribution are determined, Ghost Douluo will immediately capture it. Ghost Douluo's body movements are strange and swift. Even among the titled Douluos, it is the top. With him, after only more than 10 minutes, Wang Shen got the soul beast they wanted, which was a ferocious red tiger. This is a 450-year-old red flame tiger with fire attributes and beast type, and its age is close to the limit of the first soul ring. This is too fast, isn't it? Hulina was somewhat disillusioned. This is not the hunting I want. Hey, miss, stop complaining. After a period of contact, Wang Shen almost figured out Hulina's character and waved his hand. Get out of the way. Hulina glared at Wang Shen in dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, Biby Dong and Luo Chen just chuckled beside them and had no intention of speaking. Children's quarrels can enhance their feelings. Come on, Wang Shen. Douluo handed Wang Shen a sharp dagger. Kill it. Yes, Elder Ju. Wang Shen did not hesitate at all and went up and stabbed the dagger into the giant tiger's throat. As the giant tiger died, a yellow soul ring slowly floated up. Wang Shen hurriedly sat cross-legged and then began to absorb his first soul ring according to the method taught by the 2 elders. The absorption process was very smooth. About half an hour later,
Wang Shen's soul power increased from the original level 10 to level 11. Martial soul possession. Standing up, Wang Shen let out a tiger roar. The black tiger spirit appeared, and around the black tiger, a yellow spirit ring was slowly rotating. The next moment, Wang Shen's body suddenly expanded, from the original height of 1.2 meters to about 1.5 meters in an instant, and even the size of his body expanded a lot. This sudden change surprised Luo Chen. When a beast spirit possesses a body, the changes are different. Biby Dong explained to Hulina and Luo Chen, for someone like Wang Shen, his body becomes stronger, his body is burly, and his attack and defense power are greatly improved. These are very obvious characteristics of a strong attack beast spirit. Moreover, Wang Shen's Black Prison Demon Tiger is a top beast spirit, and among the top ones, it is only slightly inferior to the Clear Sky Hammer and the Blow Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. The black flame that comes with it, even without the blessing of spirit skills, can cause considerable damage by just using spirit power. Show me your first soul skill, Wang Shen. Yes, your holiness. Wang Shen did not hesitate, and quickly bowed his body, then opened his hands, and roared to the sky. First soul skill, Black Flame Tiger Body. Boom. As Wang Shen finished speaking, blazing black flames emerged from his body, then wrapped around the boy's body, forming a human-shaped tiger-shaped phantom condensed by flames around him. My first soul skill can form a tiger-shaped flame on the surface of my body. Wang Shen said the detailed information of this soul skill. In this state, my strength, defense, physical fitness and other attributes will increase by 30%, and I can also bring flame defense and damage in battle. Not a bad soul skill. After hearing this, Douluo couldn't help but praise it. This soul skill is very practical, and it is both offensive and defensive. Especially the all-round amplification effect, which can bring a lot of enhancement to Wang Shen even in the later stages. In short, this is an excellent soul skill that is strong in the early stage, stable in the middle stage, and equally useful in the later stages. Yeah. Biby Dong nodded with satisfaction. She focused on Luo Chen and Hulina, who had ascended and whose spirit had evolved into a super beast spirit. But Wang Shen was also someone Biby Dong wanted to focus on cultivating. With full innate spirit power and a top beast spirit, he would definitely be a general under the spirit hall when he grows up. With Wang Shen's current qualifications, as long as he doesn't die midway, it would not be a problem for him to become a super Douluo above level 95 in the future. Biby Dong wanted to destroy the spirit hall, but not the spirit hall itself, but the Khan family. For her, taking over the spirit hall would also be considered revenge. By then, the candidate for the next pope of the spirit hall, in Biby Dong's mind, would basically be between Hulina and Luo Chen. When Biby Dong thought that the inheritance of the Khan family was taken away by herself and then passed on to her disciples, and she had no relationship with the Khan family anymore, she felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Hypocritical angels, I really want to see your expressions when you lose everything. As for which of the two disciples to choose, Biby Dong's heart is more inclined to Luo Chen. The reason is simple. Biby Dong feels sorry for Luo Chen and wants to make it up to him. As for Hulina, seeing how close this girl is to Luo Chen, it is better to give her the position of Pope and think about how to match her with Luo Chen in the future. As long as the two become a pair, then husband and wife will be one, not only solving the problem of inheritance rights, but also solving the problem of Luo Chen's weak body and needing protection. Let's go. Let's find a suitable soul beast for Nana. Imagining the beautiful picture of the future, Biby Dong led everyone to the depths of the soul hunting forest again. Biby Dong found that, since meeting Luo Chen, her heart, which was originally filled with resentment, has been relieved a lot, and she can imagine the future. But the joy only lasted for a while. Looking at Luo Chen's back, Biby Dong felt a headache again. Alas, what should I do with Zyachen's soul ring? Your Holiness, this is the soul beast you want. Not long after, Ghost Douluo returned again, and brought with him the soul beast that Biby Dong carefully selected for Hulina, the crescent fox. This is a fox soul beast with a silver white body and a crescent pattern printed on the forehead. It is not big in size, but it exudes a holy light, which makes people feel close to it at first sight. This soul beast is called the crescent fox, which is an extremely rare spiritual soul beast. Spiritual soul beasts are not common in the soul hunting forest, but there is a group of 5 or 6 crescent foxes living in Notting City. Biby Dong was also surprised when she first got it. She didn't expect there would be a crescent fox here. Nana, you are born with a charming body, and your martial soul is a top beast martial soul of the spiritual system, the demon fox. So the teacher's original plan was to make you a spiritual control system soul master. However, after Luo Chen performed the Ascension ceremony for Hulina, the demon fox martial soul evolved into a super martial soul, the nine-tailed demon fox. In the innate lust realm, there is also a stronger spiritual potential than the demon fox, and an illusory flame that can ignite the enemy's emotions. I will not go into details about the first two, but the last illusory flame is a very special martial soul talent. The so-called illusory flame is not a real flame, it is more like a manifestation of spiritual power. The 9 tails of the 9-tailed demon fox represent different emotions, including lust, hatred, anger, sadness, jealousy, etc. Different emotions will cause different types of virtual flames to burn on the tails of the 9-tailed demon fox. The red virtual flame represents anger, the pink virtual flame represents lust, and the blue virtual flame represents sadness. These different colors of flames will arouse the emotions of others, and eventually make the other party fall into madness, and then be controlled by Hulina. And because of the materialization of spiritual power, the flame really has the ability to burn external objects. If Wang Shen's black fire is the actual yang fire, then Hulina's fire is the yin fire, a strange flame that can melt a person's bone marrow. Chapter 16 Naughty Little Fox. The illusionary flame gives you, Nana, the ability to fight people head on, but mental strength is still the foundation. Biby Dong said, the stronger your mental strength, the more powerful the illusionary fire you summon will be, and your control over the enemy will also be improved. So the plan remains unchanged, and Biby Dong still wants Hulina to take the path of mental strengthening. Nana, the age of this new moon fox has exceeded the absorption limit of the first soul ring, and reached 600 years. The limit of the first soul ring is 423 years, and this is more than 100 years. Are you sure you want to absorb it? The 600-year absorption limit was proposed by Luo Chen. He believed that with Hulina's physical fitness after ascending, she could absorb beyond the limit. Biby Dong was very hesitant at first, but Hulina showed strong trust. Biby Dong was unwilling to let Hulina take risks, even though her second soul ring was a purple soul ring, knowing that the maximum absorption age was not absolutely correct for some gifted soul masters. It was not until Luo Chen said that his martial spirit, the heavenly star crown, could determine the absorption limit of a spirit master's spirit ring, that Biby Dong finally gave in. If anything unexpected happens, I will interrupt Nana immediately. It was just the first spirit ring, so even if it was interrupted and backfired, the injury would be within an acceptable range. The most important thing was that Luo Chen had brought Biby Dong too many surprises. Unconsciously, even Biby Dong had an inexplicable confidence in Luo Chen, thinking that since he said it was feasible, there would be no problem. I do. Biby Dong secretly thought that her daughter was outgoing. She hadn't grown up yet, but her elbows were already turning outward. Well, then you go and kill it, and absorb the spirit ring. Yes, teacher. Hulina took the dagger handed over by Biby Dong without hesitation, and walked towards the crescent fox. Is it really okay? Of course, the heavenly star crown didn't have this function. It was his daughter, Naga, who really told Luo Chen about this knowledge. Don't worry, master. Naga assured, humans cannot make accurate judgments, and can only rely on perception. That's because you haven't studied soul beasts deeply enough. But Naga is different. Her original body is the Silver Dragon King, the master of soul beasts, and the origin of the soul beast bloodline on this planet. Therefore, no one knows soul beasts better than her. At this moment, the King of Understanding gave Naga a thumbs up. After nearly half an hour of absorption, Hulina's brows were furrowed at the beginning, and her breath gradually stabilized now. Until this moment, Biby Dong's heart, which had been hanging in the air, gradually fell. She knew that Hulina had successfully absorbed it. I actually did it. Biby Dong looked at Luo Chen with surprise in her beautiful eyes. The first soul ring is 600 years old, which completely broke the record of the Soul Master world.
although Hulina's situation has no reference. After all, super beast martial spirits are too rare. But the one who did this was her Biby Dong's disciple, and the person who made the suggestion was also her disciple. Well, rounding it off, it's her Biby Dong who is awesome. I succeeded. After putting away her martial spirit, Hulina felt the fluctuation of her soul power, which had already reached level 15. This was due to the improvement of absorbing the first soul ring in 600 years. Of course, more importantly, it was a Luo Chen's Ascension ceremony not long ago. The improvement of the martial spirit quality also boosted Hulina's soul power, which was improved by 3 levels. In addition, the absorption of the first soul ring beyond the limit brought Hulina a 2-level soul power improvement, which allowed her to reach level 15 just after absorbing the first soul ring. Ascension, I succeeded. After waking up, Hulina did not report to Biby Dong immediately, but rushed into Luo Chen's arms and expressed her joy of absorbing the soul ring beyond the limit. Looking at this scene, Biby Dong felt a little jealous, thinking that this girl was a typical man who forgot her mother. Luo Chen was not surprised at all. Hulina was just like this. She was a love-brained person. Once she put her heart on a man, she would throw herself on him wholeheartedly. Luo Chen was originally still having a headache because of Hulina's love brain attribute. However, I have to admit that when the object of this love brain's love becomes you, and then you are the only one who thinks about you, this feeling is really a little bit pleasant. Luo Chen looked at Hulina's feelings for him, and his attachment and admiration became stronger. According to Luo Chen's understanding of Douluo Continent, women in this world are very loyal. If Tang San still takes down Hulina, Luo Chen feels that he can buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. Congratulations, Nana. Luo Chen gently hugged Hulina. Although the little fox was completely defenseless against him, Luo Chen was an adult after all, and it was impossible for him to have bad thoughts about a 6-year-old little lolly. Yeah. The little fox let go of her hand, but the look she gave Luo Chen became more and more hot. Ascension, you are so amazing. I knew your judgment must be right. It was just luck. Luo Chen said, looking at Hulina, and asked, by the way, Nana, what is your first soul skill? Soul skills are extremely important to soul masters, so confidentiality is essential. However, everyone present was their own people. Luo Chen, Hulina, and Wang Shen would definitely become teammates in the future, so it was crucial to master each other's intelligence. My first soul skill is called Psychedelic Foxfire. The effect is that after the martial spirit possesses the body, the Ninetails release flames that can cause hallucinations. After saying that, Hulina completed the martial spirit possession and invited Wang Shen to demonstrate. I saw a faint blue flame blooming on Hulina's foxtail. These foxfires were strange and agile, and they fluttered like candlelight as Hulina moved. The girl turned around in place, but the flames turned into little streams of fire, and instantly ignited a bush in front of her. Well, not bad. Biby Dong nodded with satisfaction. Nana's martial spirit can release foxfire. Even without teammates, it can cause considerable damage to the enemy. This change made up for Hulina's shortcoming of not having a direct means of attack. Even if she encounters an enemy with extremely strong mental resistance in the future, Hulina will not lose the ability to fight back. If the illusory fire cannot burn, then just materialize the spiritual power and burn the enemy with real fire. As for Wang Shen, he was very sad to be used as a target by Hulina. Your fire is not powerful enough. Wang Shen's martial spirit possessed him, and the black fire that was stronger than Hulina's fire wrapped his whole body, directly offsetting Hulina's fire deterrence. Then try this trick again. Hulina swung her foxtail, and the girl tapped her lower lip with her index finger, and then smiled charmingly at Wang Shen. Suddenly, Wang Shen felt dizzy and confused. He tried his best to get rid of this state. However, compared with Hulina's spiritual power, a reckless man like Wang Shen had no resistance at all, and was directly controlled by Hulina's charm fire. Raw. The next moment, Wang Shen's eyes were red, and the whole person was like a mad beast, starting to wreak havoc in the forest. What is this? Luo Chen was a little worried, but heard Hulina hurriedly. Her foxfire has 2 kinds, real and fake, which can be transformed at will, and can quickly change between high temperature flames and spiritual flames.
In fact, when Wang Shen was resisting, he was already infected with yin fire that was transformed into spiritual power. Combined with Hulina's charm, Wang Shen fell into a state of confusion. Then, you made him violent? Yeah. Hulina nodded obediently, with excitement in her eyes, like asking for candy. Wang Shen is too young, and has no sexual desire at all, so I chose anger and let him go wild directly. This is also the difference between Hulina's spiritual power and the original work. She can control not only human lust for the opposite sex, but also appetite, greed, anger, etc. Leaving behind the virtual foxfire silently, igniting the desires of others, and then controlling them. Everyone quickly summed up the style of Hulina's martial spirit, and even Douluo couldn't help but praise. Nana's martial spirit has extraordinary potential, and will definitely surpass me, and Luo Gui in the future. Surpassing you is enough, why drag me into the water? Hey. Douluo said dissatisfiedly, Luo Gui, what you said is the same as the means you can use to deal with Nana. It is indeed difficult to deal with. Ghost Douluo admitted that Hulina was difficult to deal with. This kind of emotional method is not only hard to defend, but also extremely tricky. It is no exaggeration to say that, if Hulina can fully develop this method, it will be a dimensionality reduction attack on those soul masters who are straightforward, or have a lot of thoughts. Reckless people are most likely to go berserk, and most of those who dare not walk at night have something to hide. In view of these, Hulina will definitely become a nightmare for countless people in the future. That, Luo Chen pointed at Wang Shen, who was still punching and kicking a tree, and said with a frown, can you let Wang Shen stop for a while? Luo Chen felt that Hulina was taking advantage of the opportunity to take revenge, but he had no evidence. I know. Hulina stuck out her tongue playfully, and then broke the soul power restraint on Wang Shen. This kind of control method always requires Hulina to consume soul power to maintain. It is not that being enchanted can be solved once and for all. Wang Shen also has willpower, so Hulina needs to keep micro-manipulating to ensure the degree of control and the control time. Hiss. On the other side, Wang Shen woke up from the chaos. He felt his hands numb, and when he looked down, he saw that his hands were covered with sawdust. Although he was not injured, his clothes were dirty, which directly beat Wang Shen back to his original form, and turned him back into a little beggar in the orphanage. Stinky girl, you tricked me. Almost instantly, Wang Shen figured out the key and immediately glared at Hulina fiercely. It's obviously your own choice. Hulina and Wang Shen don't get along well. Who told this guy to always stay with Luo Chen, leaving her no chance to be alone with her beloved Ascension? Now that she has the chance to do something dirty, how could Hulina let it go? She immediately gave Wang Shen a set of sawdust and mud service. Okay, you two. Luo Chen stepped forward helplessly, and while comforting Wang Shen, he also taught Hulina a lesson, telling her not to play tricks on her own people. Hulina and Wang Shen don't like each other, but both of them are completely controlled by Luo Chen. He spoke, and they dared not refuse. They nodded quickly, and promised that it would not happen again in the future. Well, they can't have conflicts in front of Luo Chen. As for privately, humph. Hulina looked at Wang Shen with disdain, and the latter was equally disdainful. Hulina, silly tiger, let you be a light bulb. Wang Shen, stinky fox, I will never agree to this marriage. TSK. Luo Chen held his forehead, knowing that the two people were not compatible, so he stopped persuading them. Fighting and playing seems to be good. Biby Dong watched a farce, but she did not stop it. Instead, she left the space completely to the three little guys, and she also saw that Luo Chen was the absolute core of the team. Whether it was Hulina or Wang Shen, they all obeyed Luo Chen's words. Even his leadership ability is so outstanding. Ascension is really too good. With such feelings in her heart, Biby Dong still had to face the reality. Next, it's Ascension's turn to choose a spirit ring. No matter how much they delay, they will eventually have to face this problem. And the result did not surprise Biby Dong. Everyone first found a 400-year-old spirit beast for Luo Chen to kill. The reason for choosing a 400-year-old spirit beast was also to hold some luck. Anyway, Luo Chen's martial soul can sense whether it can absorb spirit rings. There is no danger, so why not give it a try? Ascension, kill it.
looking at the soul beast in front of him that was beaten half to death by Biby Dong and then suppressed by soul power. Biby Dong handed the dagger to Luo Chen. Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, but it was just a hesitation. Yes, teacher. He has been in this world for 6 years and has suffered so much. His mentality has long changed. So he raised his hand and slashed without hesitation. But soon, a yellow soul ring emerged from the soul beast's corpse. After killing this 400-year-old soul beast, Luo Chen carefully sensed the energy contained in this soul ring. No, master. Naga's voice rang in his heart. The energy contained in this soul ring is too much beyond your tolerance. Naga is experienced. She had originally judged Luo Chen's situation and concluded that Luo Chen could not absorb soul rings over 100 years old. I'm sorry, teacher. I can't absorb it. Luo Chen withdrew his hand from the soul ring and then turned to Biby Dong and said, my martial soul told me that with my current physical fitness, I can't absorb soul rings over 100 years old. Alas. This was the second time Biby Dong heard Luo Chen say this. She sighed and finally accepted this fact. Then let's wait a little longer. Biby Dong was about to give up. She was going to wait for Luo Chen's body to recover a little before trying again. Teacher. At this time, Luo Chen said, I want to absorb a soul ring today. What? Biby Dong exclaimed. But, Chen, you can't absorb it. I plan to absorb a 10-year soul ring. Without waiting for Biby Dong to stop him, Luo Chen said, teacher, don't be impatient. Can you listen to my opinion first? Chapter 17 is white, but the Silver Dragon King. Biby Dong is a strong person. If it were Hulina, she would never allow the other party to disobey her. But it happened that it was Luo Chen who said this. The reason for such a preference is not only because the twin god level martial spirits make her pay special attention. More importantly, it is the special feeling. Luo Chen is the first child Biby Dong met after giving birth to Qian Ringsu, and she saved him with her own hands. Now they meet again, and he has become her disciple. All this seems to give Biby Dong an illusion of destiny. You know, in Douluo Continent, the intimacy of the master-disciple relationship is far from as simple as Luo Chen's previous life. Many people find it incomprehensible that Hulina later became the saint of the spirit hall instead of Qian Ringsu. However, the fact is that the disciple himself has the qualifications to inherit the teacher's family business. Especially those soul masters who have no children and do not plan to get married will train their disciples from childhood and treat them as their own children. Luo Chen obviously meets the standard of training from childhood. Although Biby Dong has Qian Ringsu, she has never recognized this daughter. So in her mind, she doesn't have any offspring, and she won't have any in the future. As for why she prefers Luo Chen to Hulina, Luo Chen is weaker. Not to mention Biby Dong, whose maternal instinct is aroused. Even Hulina wants to protect Luo Chen. Chen, you have always been very opinionated. Biby Dong, okay, then the teacher will listen to your ideas. Thank you, teacher. Luo Chen already has Naga, so he needs to find a reason for the first soul ring to appear here. The soul ring absorption process is not a problem, because the absorption of the celestial star crown is not only the soul ring, but also the body of the soul beast. At that time, Luo Chen only needs to absorb the soul ring into the martial soul space, and then wait for the soul ring to dissipate. During the whole process, Naga promised Luo Chen that she would never expose the existence of her as the first star spirit. Teacher, the reason why I want to absorb a soul ring is to see if it can help my body. And I have 18 soul rings to add. Even if the first soul ring is less than 100 years old and white, as long as I can break through to the titled Douluo realm in the future, I can still add 9 high quality soul rings starting from the 10th soul ring. In this regard, Luo Chen really doesn't need 1 or 2 soul rings. The advantage of twin martial souls is here. Even if the quality of the first 9 soul rings is not as good as others, if the last 9 soul rings are all 10,000 years old, Luo Chen can still surpass all soul masters with single martial souls. In addition, I want to know what kind of soul skills I will have. He already knew Luo Chen's soul skills. The heavenly star crown is worthy of the god level martial soul. It can transform the ability of the natal star spirit. After reaching the peak, it is terrifying to think about summoning more than 18 titled star spirits together.
Not to mention that the star spirit can also merge with Luo Chen, allowing the latter to inherit the power of the star spirit. In addition, this kind of fusion does not limit the number. Theoretically, as long as Luo Chen's body can bear it, he can even fuse 18 star spirits at the same time and gather all the power into one body. This effect is far from comparable to that of the Haoshan sect's explosion ring. At the moment, when the Star Forging Dragon King cannot give Luo Chen power in the form of martial spirit, the star spirit summoning and star spirit possession of the heavenly star crown are the biggest trump cards that Luo Chen can rely on. Therefore, Luo Chen needs to fabricate another set of soul rings and soul skills to replace the real ability of the heavenly star crown, so as to get through. Only by knowing the attributes of the martial spirit can I find the right direction and practice better. It is difficult for Biby Dong to find fault with Luo Chen's words. What's more, Biby Dong also wants to know what the ability of the heavenly star crown is. The power of the sun disk, witnessed by Biby Dong and others, directly subverted their worldview. You know, the basic requirement for twin martial spirits is that the quality of the two martial spirits is equal, otherwise it is impossible to breed twin martial spirits. Since the heavenly star crown can be ranked alongside the sun disk, even if there is a gap between the two, it will definitely not be too much. Biby Dong had never seen a god level twin martial spirit, but she still had a basic judgment. Luo Chen, what kind of soul beast do you need? After saying this, Luo Chen knew that Biby Dong agreed. For a moment, Juji Douluo refreshed his understanding of Biby Dong in his heart. The Pope actually favors this child so much. Even Luo Chen himself did not expect that the possessive, overbearing and cold female Pope would be so accommodating to him. Teacher, I have already thought about the choice of the first soul skill. Without much hesitation, Luo Chen quickly said the soul beast he and Naga discussed. I want a soul beast with multiple attributes, and the colorful butterfly marked on the regional map is very suitable. Colorful butterfly? Luo Chen, are you sure? The colorful butterfly is simply a butterfly-like soul beast, and it is very weak, but its butterfly powder can absorb sunlight and then transform it into colorful phosphorescence, which is loved by female soul masters. But the problem is that the colorful butterfly is very weak. This kind of soul beast is almost useless except for its good looks, and it is difficult to even survive for 100 years. Anyway, in the records of the Spirit Hall, there has not been a colorful butterfly over 500 years old. Why? Biby Dong asked Luo Chen why he chose the colorful butterfly as the first soul ring. Because of its diverse attributes. Luo Chen gave a reason that Biby Dong could not refute. I have seen the introduction of the colorful butterfly in the library of the Spirit Hall. Although this soul beast is weak, it has many attributes. Each color of butterfly powder contains very weak attribute energy. Luo Chen, although these energies are still light in nature, they do convert light attributes into various attributes. This reason is Luo Chen's foreshadowing for explaining Naga's elemental diversity in the future. Biby Dong fell into deep thought. Since I promised Luo Chen that his first soul ring is decided by himself, I shouldn't continue to question it. Forget it, then it's up to you. Biby Dong chose to believe Luo Chen's judgment. Luo Chen is so smart. Maybe he can really get good soul skills from the colorful butterfly. Teacher, you are so kind. Luo Chen smiled and grabbed Biby Dong's hand. He was really happy. Biby Dong trusted him so much. If he said he was not touched, he would be lying. You kid. The beautiful Pope felt the warmth from Luo Chen's palm and enjoyed the interaction with Luo Chen very much. Ghost Elder. Biby Dong looked at Gui Medi and said solemnly, go and catch the colorful winged butterflies. From 10 to 200 years old, try to catch as many as possible. Teacher, it would be fine to catch 40 or 50 years old. Luo Chen hurriedly suggested. He believed in Naga's judgment that he could only absorb 40 or 50 years of spirit rings. However, Biby Dong did not agree. She looked at Gui Medi, who immediately understood. I obey your order. Gui Medi knew what Biby Dong was thinking. This was still the last struggle. Soon, Gui Medi used her spirit power to control 20 or 30 colorful winged butterflies and came back. Wow, what beautiful butterflies. When Hulina saw these palm-sized butterfly spirit beasts, she was immediately attracted by the colorful light. Let's start with the oldest one.
Biby Dong waved her hand and sent a 200-year-old colorful winged butterfly to Luo Chen, who killed it with a dagger. As the 200-year-old yellow spirit ring floated up, Luo Chen shook his head. Another. Biby Dong didn't care about the soul beasts being hunted at will, and even Naga, the soul beast leader, didn't feel anything. Such a weak soul beast, even if it became extinct, would not affect the survival of the soul beast clan. What's more, soul beasts like the colorful winged butterfly, which have only cultivated for a few hundred years, don't even have wisdom. They are just some brainless insects. Naga would not recognize such a guy as her clan member. Sorry. Luo Chen mourned in his heart, and then swung his knife without hesitation. He would not be like Tang San, who advocated justice and thought these butterflies were evil, and even felt honored to contribute to him. Killing is killing, and Luo Chen is the violent party. However, Luo Chen did not ask himself if he was a good person. He is very selfish, and only cares about those who care about him, and those he cares about. Originally, Luo Chen wanted to persuade Biby Dong to let him start from 10 years. In this way, even if innocent casualties were caused, only a few would be hurt. But Biby Dong insisted on this matter. Anyway, it was just some colorful winged butterflies. Killing a few more would make the absorption period more accurate. Even if it was only 10 years longer, Biby Dong felt that it was worth it. Luo Chen, the teacher knows that you are kind. As soul masters, we cannot kill soul beasts indiscriminately. Biby Dong taught, but this is a necessary consumption. Soul masters have no mercy on soul beasts. Moreover, there are only a dozen colorful winged butterflies, which really does not reach the level of indiscriminate killing. On the contrary, Liu Erlang in the original book slaughtered a soul beast forest to vent because of Yuz Zana gang, which is called indiscriminate killing. Compared with Liu Erlang, Biby Dong asked Luo Chen to kill a dozen colorful winged butterflies, which can be ignored. Alas, Luo Chen knew that what Biby Dong said was right. In Douluo Continent, being soft-hearted is a taboo. Even if you want to change something, you must have the ability to change it. At least before you grow up. Luo Chen's eyes were firm, and he swung his sword to kill the colorful winged butterfly again and again. I'm not qualified to change the rules. I can only adapt. Biby Dong looked at the change in Luo Chen's eyes and nodded with satisfaction. You are worthy of being my disciple. You are really excellent. Yes, Biby Dong did it on purpose. She saw the innocence in Luo Chen's heart early on. This innocence is different from Hulina's ignorance. She is a child and doesn't think it is cruel to step on a group of ants. Luo Chen is different. After understanding the cruelty, he still chooses to wield the butcher knife. In Douluo Continent, naivety is not allowed. So Biby Dong is very satisfied with Luo Chen's current performance. Luo Chen is not only smart and has extraordinary potential, but also has the heart of a strong man. At the same time, Biby Dong felt a little distressed. If possible, Biby Dong didn't want to force Luo Chen to do anything. She felt that she had the ability to protect him. But when she thought of the strong being respected in Douluo Continent, Biby Dong had to suppress her desire to be a loving mother. Blindly doting on Luo Chen was irresponsible to him. Since Biby Dong had decided to be sincere to Luo Chen, she would not be perfunctory. When it was time to be strict, she had to be ruthless. Of course, if Luo Chen asked, Biby Dong felt that she would most likely be soft-hearted. Fortunately, Luo Chen was really excellent. He understood her thoughts and chose to face the killing and blood. At this moment, Biby Dong really felt that Luo Chen had become the continuation of her life. I can absorb it. Suddenly, Luo Chen's voice interrupted Biby Dong's thoughts. 40 years. However, the time limit reported by Luo Chen still made everyone, including Biby Dong, shake their heads helplessly. It's all my fault. Biby Dong hesitated to speak, but in the end she did not stop Luo Chen from absorbing the white soul ring. The process was smooth. Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, pretending to absorb the soul ring, but in fact he was cooperating with Naga to create the soul power fluctuation when the soul ring was absorbed. Naga smoothly put the spirit ring into the spirit space, and Luo Chen stood up at the same time. How is it? Seeing Luo Chen wake up, Biby Dong and Hulina hurried forward to ask. Biby Dong was more concerned about Luo Chen's body than what kind of spirit skills he had obtained.
Her eyes were full of expectations, and she hoped that Luo Chen's body could recover by absorbing the spirit ring. Good news, teacher. Luo Chen's body naturally did not change, but Naga said that after dealing with that red divine power, his body would begin to recover slowly. In this case, she simply pushed the reason on the spirit ring. My spirit told me that, as long as I continue to absorb spirit rings, my body will recover, even better than other spirit masters. Luo Chen estimated and reported a time that was favorable to him. According to this progress, I will be able to absorb a 50-year spirit ring in about a month. Great. Unlike Luo Chen, who had mixed thoughts, Biby Dong and Hulina were really happy for him. This made Luo Chen feel ashamed. But when he thought of Biby Dong's madness and love in the original novel, he forced himself to suppress his guilt. There was no way. Before he was completely sure of Biby Dong's feelings, Luo Chen could not let down his guard. He would not repay kindness with enmity, but it was not too much to keep some cards. Alas. Luo Chen sighed in his heart, who told me to be prejudiced. Sorry, teacher. Ascension, congratulations. Hulina jumped forward and hugged Luo Chen. The god level martial spirit is really extraordinary. Biby Dong was relieved and looked forward to Luo Chen's future potential. It is common sense that absorbing spirit rings can strengthen the physique. According to Luo Chen, after he absorbs the first spirit ring, as long as there is no accident, he can reach the physical fitness of a 10th level spirit master in at most half a year. At that time, Luo Chen can absorb the yellow limit spirit ring to speed up the recovery. At most 1 year, Luo Chen's third spirit ring can catch up with the third spirit ring of ordinary spirit masters, reaching 1700 years. After that, Luo Chen would be able to absorb spirit rings beyond the age limit just like Hulina, until he reached the physical limit that the god level twin martial spirits could bring to him. Chapter 18 Elemental Manipulation. In this case, Ascension, you only need to endure for another half a year, and then you can directly absorb the 470-year yellow spirit ring. Although this wastes the first 2 spirit ring positions, it will slightly reduce Luo Chen's potential. Biby Dong can let Luo Chen restrain himself for a while, such as waiting for 1 or 2 years. With Luo Chen's innate 30th level spirit power, even if he does not practice for several years, he will not be surpassed by other spirit masters. Teacher, I heard that, even if you don't break through the realm, as long as you continue to practice, the spirit power will still accumulate in your body. That's true. Biby Dong nodded and said, but this accumulation is not unlimited. Teacher has studied it before, and found that such accumulation can only reach the 3rd level spirit power of the next realm. That is, if you do not absorb spirit rings at level 10, but continue to practice. The spirit power can indeed continue to increase, but it can only accumulate to the equivalent of level 13 at most. If you want to reach level 14, you must obtain spirit rings. In addition, although you can continue to practice through this method, the speed of cultivating spirit power is far less than that of a spirit master who has broken through to the next realm. It is precisely because of this restriction that Biby Dong, after weighing the pros and cons, chose to let Luo Chen break through earlier. Just like Luo Chen said, if he really wanted a high-age spirit ring, he could wait until he broke through the title Douluo. Before the title, Luo Chen still had to focus on spirit training. Biby Dong agreed with this. Of course, this is a teacher's idea. Biby Dong was really good to Luo Chen, and even taught him so gently. She was afraid that Luo Chen would be dissatisfied, so she added, but whether to choose this way or not, the teacher respects your idea. Again, Biby Dong did not love Luo Chen so much, because of his god level twin martial spirits. With the beautiful Pope's control desire, if it was just this point, she would pay great attention to Luo Chen, but more importantly, she would control her in her hands. Brainwash, restrain, and even raise her like a canary like Kang Sunji did. Unlike now, Biby Dong is actually worried that Luo Chen will be unhappy. If this scene was seen by those who are familiar with Biby Dong, they would be shocked. The surprise on the face of Douluo standing next to him perfectly explained his inner restlessness. Could this child really be the Pope's illegitimate child? Apart from this explanation, Douluo really couldn't imagine why Biby Dong could be so obedient to Luo Chen. Well, I'll listen to the teacher.
Luo Chen's answer made Biby Dong feel relieved. She was really afraid that Luo Chen would think that she wanted to damage his potential and deliberately let him absorb the second soul ring in advance. Fortunately, Luo Chen understood her good intentions, which made Biby Dong feel fortunate. What is Luo Chen's first soul skill? My first soul skill is called Element Control. The heavenly star crown can be comparable to the sun disk, so its ability must not be bad, otherwise it would be too fake. Therefore, Luo Chen made up a brand new element control, based on Naga's ability. According to Luo Chen, his first soul ring will randomly give birth to different elemental powers as his soul power realm improves. Just like now, Luo Chen took out the light element, and claimed that this was the elemental power he got, after breaking through the soul master. Then when you break through the seal, won't you be able to control the 9 element? Hulina's eyes were full of surprise. Biby Dong also felt that Luo Chen's first soul skill was a little beyond her expectations. A white soul ring that had been there for decades could actually bring such a potential soul skill. It was really incredible. Not only that, Luo Chen said as he spread his palm, and then the white first soul ring emerged. Then, a milky white light bloomed in Luo Chen's hand. He controlled this cluster of light, and changed its color from white to blue, then to green and red. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Luo Chen condensed the light, and turned these light element into various animals and plants. Wow, so beautiful. Looking at the butterfly made of colorful light, Hulina's eyes flashed. Is this also the power of your soul skill, Luo Chen? Change color at will, and shape the light energy at will. Hulina and Wang Shen were young, and didn't understand what this change meant, but Biby Dong and the other two were stunned. Because they discovered one thing, that is, Luo Chen's first soul skill does not seem to be fixed, but will change its form, and release mode according to his thoughts. Luo Chen. Biby Dong said in a solemn tone, your first soul skill is elemental manipulation, could it be? Yes, teacher. Luo Chen said, the essence of elemental manipulation is to convert soul power into different energies, and I can use them at will through my first soul skill. At will. These 4 words really exploded in the minds of the 3 people like a thunderbolt, and then turned into a stormy wave, shocking them for a while. I didn't know what to say to express my inner shock. Self-created soul skill. Almost immediately, Biby Dong thought of the possibility of Luo Chen's first soul skill. Just elemental manipulation, 1/9 of this soul skill, is enough for Luo Chen to study for a lifetime. At that time, the number of soul rings will no longer limit the number of Luo Chen's soul skills. Wait a minute, Luo Chen, wait a minute. Biby Dong asked, your first soul ring is just a white soul ring, and soul ring skills will limit the output of soul power. What about yours? The output ratio of soul rings is fixed. For example, a 10-year soul ring can only input 1% of soul power at most. Then, the title Douluo using the first soul skill is indeed stronger than the soul master using the first soul skill. In addition, soul skills will have the special effect of amplifying soul power starting from 10,000 years. As for the specific increase, this needs to be determined according to the type of soul skill, the maximum amount of soul power input and other factors, depending on the situation. This is also why, when Title Douluo fights Title Douluo, the effect of soul rings and soul skills with low years will not be ideal. After all, the other party's attack is a full strength attack of 1000% of the 100,000 year soul ring, and you are still using the first soul skill. If you don't die, it will be really unfair. My first soul skill has no soul power amplification effect, but it also has no soul power restriction. Luo Chen explained, the soul skill I release through my first soul ring will show different powers according to the amount of soul power I input. At most, I will inject all my soul power into it and then explode. 10,000 years soul skill. Almost at the moment when Luo Chen's voice fell, Zhuge Douluo exclaimed, even if it doesn't have the effect of doing whatever you want, this is also a 10,000 years soul skill. Because only a 10,000 years soul skill can use up all soul power in one move. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as Luo Chen develops this first soul skill well and thoroughly, he can treat it as a 10,000 years soul skill. The only difference is that Luo Chen's first soul ring cannot bring Luo Chen physical and soul power amplification like a 10,000 years soul ring. What a powerful soul skill. Is this a true god level martial soul?
Biby Dong was once again amazed at the power of Luo Chen's twin god-level martial souls. It was only a 40-year-old white soul ring that was absorbed, but the effect of the soul skill was, she had not forgotten what Luo Chen had said, that this soul skill could grow, and the elemental attributes would increase. And what does having more attributes mean? This means that Luo Chen can deal with various emergencies, and adapt to all kinds of battles. In a word, as long as I have enough attributes, no one can target me. Even the types of soul skills have been made up. Douluo sighed repeatedly. He originally thought that his own immortal martial soul was pretty good. But compared with Luo Chen's heavenly star crown, it was simply rubbish. This is only his first soul skill. Ghost Douluo's words once again made everyone silent. Yes, this is only Luo Chen's first soul skill. He has a full 18 soul rings. If every soul skill is as buggy as the first soul skill, how terrifying would it be? Listen carefully. Without my permission, you are not allowed to disclose the information of Zyachen's soul skills. Yes. Everyone responded quickly, and subconsciously, the Wuhan Hall faction headed by Biby Dong regarded Luo Chen as a core. Biby Dong doted on him. Wang Shen, who had a promising future, was loyal to him, and Hulina admired him. Even Zhuge Douluo was impressed by Luo Chen's talent. If Luo Chen could really perform the Ascension ceremony for the two of them in the future, Zhuge Douluo would definitely follow him wholeheartedly. Okay, let's go back. Biby Dong looked at Luo Chen. Zyachen, come, the teacher will carry you back. Luo Chen did not refuse, or he was used to Biby Dong's embrace. There was no way. It was too big, too soft, too fragrant, and too warm. Luo Chen, then which Carter can withstand such a test? Exclamation mark. Zyachen is so cute. Luo Chen was addicted to Biby Dong's embrace, and the beautiful Pope also enjoyed the time with Luo Chen. But in this case, I don't seem to have any reason to look for Xiao Gang. Biby Dong was happy that Luo Chen's potential could be restored in the future. Now that the heavy stone in her heart fell, Biby Dong couldn't help but think of Yu Xiao Gang. Luo Chen's previous criticism of Yu Xiao Gang did make Biby Dong very happy. But as time passed, Biby Dong couldn't help but start to worry about Yu Xiao Gang. Xiao Gang must have had a hard time these years. He is such a proud person, but now he has to give up his face to receive the Soul Master subsidy from the Spirit Hall. Xiao Gang must be very sad to be humiliated by Zyachen in front of so many people. She didn't blame Luo Chen, but was happy for the disciples' protection. Alas, it's all my fault. I left Xiao Gang back then. Thinking of this, Biby Dong had the idea of looking for Yu Xiao Gang, and the speed of everyone leaving the soul hunting forest was accelerated a bit. She is only level 90 now, and she still needs the 9th soul ring to break through the titled Douluo. Biby Dong's goal was to hunt a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and luckily, the second test of the Rakshasa God test required her to hunt a 100,000-year-old Death Spider King. This hunt was quite risky, so Biby Dong naturally couldn't take the 3 little guys with her. So next, Biby Dong had to return to Wuhan City, settle the 3 little ones, and then set off for the Xingdao Great Forest. Fortunately, Wuhan City was built on the west side of the Xingdao Great Forest, so it didn't take much time to go back. Guess what my teacher is thinking? Although Luo Chen was nestled in Biby Dong's arms, he was always paying attention to her expression. This tangle was mixed with sadness, and the sadness was accompanied by a contradictory look of self-blame, which made Luo Chen shake his head again and again. A dog licker. Lick until he has nothing in the end. What else can you think about? You must be thinking about that old man just now. Even Naga could see it, and immediately said with a tone of regret, "Is this love-brained? How terrible." She really couldn't figure out what was so good about Yu Xiao Gang, and why Biby Dong would like such a person. Douluo Continent is also known as the Love Continent. It's really just a wrong name, not a wrong nickname. It can only be said that the world described by Sancho is really unfriendly to women. Master, won't you stop it? There's no need for that. Luo Chen has a great liking for Biby Dong. But he is not a love-brained person, and he is not an animal with a lower body, who only looks at the face. Luo Chen did feel a warmth from Biby Dong that he had never experienced before, but this warmth has nothing to do with love between men and women, but more like a sister-brother relationship. And even if you stop it, Luo Chen, with my teacher's paranoia, it's difficult. Can't you just expose it directly? Although Na was just born, she has the wisdom of the Silver Dragon King, so she can't be treated as a child. However, in terms of understanding human hearts, Naga is obviously just getting started. It's the worst option to expose him directly. Luo Chen shook his head secretly. Yuz Zana gang is Biby Dong's obsession, and it is this obsession that supported her to survive the house arrest after the secret room and the fighting in the killing city. Of course, revenge on the Spirit Hall and Kayang Sunji also occupies a large part of Biby Dong's obsession. However, the problem now is that Biby Dong has killed Kayang Sunji, and her revenge on the Spirit Hall has also shifted as she became the Pope. At least at this time, Biby Dong has not yet had the idea of destroying the world and letting the Spirit Hall and Douluo Continent be buried with her tragic past. As long as Biby Dong doesn't give up on Yuz Zana gang completely, this obsession will be rekindled again and again. According to Luo Chen's analysis of Biby Dong's personality, it is really difficult to completely destroy the impression of Yuz Zana gang in her mind. Then, Naga tilted her head cutely, her eyes full of doubts. What should we do? Are we just going to watch Biby Dong go to find Yuz Zana gang? This is too disgusting. Although Naga is a Luo Chen star spirit, she is also flesh and blood, with her own soul and emotions. What Biby Dong is like, Naga has no right to care. She just doesn't want Luo Chen's kindness to Biby Dong to be wasted. There is always a way. Luo Chen said calmly, Yuz Zana gang is a scumbag, but I'm not a real good boy either. Dad once said that only magic can defeat magic. Since you, Yuz Zana gang, are so shameless, don't blame me, Luo Chen, for being unethical and using some despicable means. I remember Naga, you said before that the dragon origin in Yuz Zana gang's body can solve my problems, right? Yes. Naga, master, do you want to? Yes. Luo Chen buried his head in Biby Dong's snow-white jade neck, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Let's use it to set a trap for Yuz Zana gang. Chapter 19 Persuading Biby Dong. After returning to Notting City, Biby Dong and the others did not go to the orphanage, but asked Brother Tao to arrange a place for them to live. According to the plan, they will set off for Wuhan City tomorrow to let Luo Chen get the status and treatment he deserves. Luo Chen is Biby Dong's disciple, so the treatment and so on can be the same as Hulina. It's just because of Luo Chen's importance that Biby Dong plans to place him in the Saint Maiden Hall where she has been living, and make other arrangements after she returns from the Stardao Great Forest. Of course, there may be no other arrangements. Biby Dong thinks that Luo Chen is still young and weak, and it is more convenient to take care of him if he lives with her. As for canonizing Luo Chen as a saint's son, it is impossible, at least not now. The saint's son and saint daughter in the Wuhan Hall are equivalent to the successor to the Pope. Even if Luo Chen has potential, Biby Dong can't make him a saint's son now. After all, the beautiful Pope can't stand firm in the Wuhan Hall now. What qualifications does she have to make Luo Chen the new successor? If Kayang Liu supported her, then it would be fine, but Biby Dong would never hand Luo Chen over to Kayang Liu. If Kayang Liu dared to touch Luo Chen, Biby Dong would definitely fight this old guy. There was no way. Luo Chen's potential was too great. Once the worship hall got his power, Biby Dong probably wouldn't be able to take revenge in this life. Zyachan, after you return to the spirit hall, remember to keep the secret of the spirit. Especially those guys in the worship hall. Biby Dong did not hide her disgust for the Kayang family. None of them is a good thing. Fortunately, Biby Dong still trusted Luo Chen. Luo Chen was very smart, and they had established a master-disciple relationship. In the concept of Douluo Continent, the two were completely tied together. Biby Dong was not worried that Luo Chen would turn to the worship hall. If he really did so, Luo Chen's reputation would be ruined. It can be said that from the moment Luo Chen became a disciple, his position was no longer the spirit hall, but Biby Dong. What Biby Dong was really worried about was the old guy Kayang Liu. Once Kayang Liu knew Luo Chen's potential, the old man put him under house arrest. Biby Dong might really go crazy. Worship hall? Seeing Luo Chen's confusion, Biby Dong explained the internal situation of the spirit hall to him. Although the teacher is the Pope, the spirit hall is not the teacher's one-man show. The decision-making level of the spirit hall is composed of a group of elders, and they issue orders in the form of voting. Biby Dong is the Pope, but the Pope only has a few more votes than others. Don't worry, teacher. Luo Chen said, I'm the teacher's disciple, and I will definitely stand on the teacher's side. Well, regardless of whether this is sincere, Luo Chen must say this. Zio Chen. Biby Dong did not doubt it at all, but was moved by Luo Chen's firm attitude. The beautiful Pope is not stupid, but the love brain reflects more than just love. When Luo Chen occupied an important position in Biby Dong's heart, when facing this disciple, the beautiful Pope's IQ dropped rapidly, and soon it was not enough. It was not a safety issue to leave Luo Chen alone in the spirit hall, but Biby Dong was really worried. However, she could not take Luo Chen with her. I can only go and come back quickly. By the way, teacher, Zio Chen asked, the uncle this morning, is he your friend? Hearing Luo Chen mention Yuz Zana gang, Biby Dong's face changed slightly, but she still said, he is the old friend that the teacher originally said can help you solve your physical problems. She did not tell Luo Chen about her relationship with Yuz Zana gang. Although Luo Chen would find out about this kind of thing sooner or later in the spirit hall. But Biby Dong really couldn't bring herself to tell her disciple about her sadomasochistic love with Yuz Zana gang when she was young. But now, of course, there is no need to bother him anymore. Next, Biby Dong said a lot of good things for Yuz Zana gang in front of Luo Chen. What Yuz Zana gang is the first theoretical master in the continent, and he proposed the 10 core competitiveness of the spirit, and the spirit mutation caused him to be unable to break through the soul master, but he was disabled and strong-willed, and never gave up proving himself. Luo Chen was a little confused. He was not jealous of Yuz Zana gang, but felt that Biby Dong's description of Yuz Zana gang was obviously filtered by the love brain. Teacher, do you owe Yuz Zana gang a lot of money? What? Biby Dong was at a loss for words by Luo Chen's sudden words. Why do you say that? Because the teacher was too humble when facing Yuz Zana gang. Biby Dong was stunned by Luo Chen. Humble? What humble? Her own disciple actually said that she was humble? What a joke. She, Biby Dong, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, the inheritor of the Rakshasa throne who was about to break through the title Douluo, who dared to describe her as humble? In other words, the person who said this was Luo Chen. If it was someone else, Biby Dong would definitely let the other person know what the Pope's wrath was. Zio Chen, you don't understand. However, Biby Dong had to admit that Luo Chen had hit a soft spot. In front of Yuz Zana gang, no matter how dignified and domineering she behaved, Biby Dong still had an indescribable sense of inferiority in her heart. She was no longer clean and was not worthy of Yuz Zana gang. The debt to Yuz Zana gang, coupled with inferiority, was a reflection of Biby Dong's inner feelings. At the same time, it was also something that Luo Chen wanted to use. Teacher, I don't know what happened between you, but I don't want to see the teacher owing others. Luo Chen said, if you feel that you can't pay it back, then let the disciple help you pay it back. What? Biby Dong was stunned, obviously not expecting Luo Chen to say this. Zio Chen, this is the teacher's business, you don't have to. Teacher, I once heard a saying. Luo Chen, if there is something, the disciple will do the work. Biby Dong didn't understand the original meaning of this sentence. But from the surface, it means that when the teacher encounters difficulties, the disciple has the obligation to serve him. The master and apprentice here are not the teacher and student in the previous life, but the real inheritor, similar to the relationship between father and son. How can that be? Biby Dong said this, but her heart was as sweet as honey. Although Luo Chen was just a child, this experience of being cared for and missed really made Biby Dong feel that her body and mind were wrapped in happiness. Once again, Biby Dong felt lucky to have met a disciple like Luo Chen. Teacher, don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Zio Chen doesn't care about your past. Luo Chen said, I just want to help you, at least so that you don't have to be as humble as you are now when facing Yuz Zana gang in the future. Zio Chen. Biby Dong felt sour in the corners of her eyes, and her eye sockets were a little red. Thank you, Zio Chen. Today's Biby Dong is not the domineering and cold pope of the spirit hall in the future. She has just been out of Kayang Sunja's control for less than 2 months. For 9 years, Biby Dong has been living under Kayang Sunja's shadow, cold, lonely, and sad. Everything in Biby Dong's eyes is just false. That's why Yuz Zana gang is so important to Biby Dong, almost to the point of living for him. However, that's all in the past. The two haven't seen each other for nearly 10 years. Even if their feelings are deep, they are somewhat illusory. Does Yuz Zana gang really still love her? Is he worth her efforts? Just like a pair of lovers in different places, without enough contact, they will eventually become strangers, because of other people and other things. In the original novel, Yuz Zana gang led Tang San and the Shrek team to rise strongly, like a comet, that slammed into Biby Dong's world, leaving a mark in her heart. It was this incident that proved Yuz Zana gang's talent, and made Biby Dong feel regretful. Just imagine, if Yuz Zana gang hadn't met Tang San, he would have stayed in Nottingham City all his life without any achievements. And Biby Dong would have reached the top of the continent, and become a 100 level god. By then, Biby Dong might feel ridiculous for her past self, because she had been depressed for so many years for a waste. This way, Biby Dong will change her mind. Naga watched the conversation between the two and asked, "Have you forgotten that useless master?" Since Luo Chen really wanted to help Biby Dong get over the past, and the beautiful Pope had obviously never experienced such wholehearted care, Biby Dong was already lacking in love, so how could she withstand such care? "I admit that I was gambling." Luo Chen smiled and said, "But even if we lose the bet, we won't lose, right?" The reason why Luo Chen said so much to Biby Dong was to take this opportunity to seize Yuz Zana gang's dragon origin. In addition, Yuz Zana gang was blamed. Finally, Luo Chen also wanted to test again, to see what kind of position he had in Biby Dong's heart. However, Zana-chan, your kindness is appreciated. She was really happy to understand Luo Chen's meaning, but Biby Dong really didn't know how to compensate Yuz Zana gang, so she could only smile bitterly. Even if the teacher really owed him, what can you do, Zana-chan, if even the teacher can't do it? Teacher. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Maybe I really have a way. Teacher said that Master Yuz Zana gang's martial soul mutated, and he could never break through level 30 in his life, so he chose to follow the path of martial soul theory to prove his talent. Yes. Biby Dong vaguely guessed what Luo Chen meant. Are you trying to restore Zana gang's martial soul? Yes, that's my plan. Luo Chen asked, Teacher, if I help Master Yuz Zana gang restore his martial soul, he can practice again. Is this kindness enough for the teacher to no longer feel guilty about owed him? Luo Chen didn't like hypocrites like Yuz Zana gang at all. Luo Chen could naturally help Yuz Zana gang restore his martial soul. He could even use the power of the Sun Disk to directly awaken Yuz Zana gang's golden holy dragon martial soul. But how could Luo Chen waste the ascension power of the Sun Disk for this guy? No. However, Biby Dong's answer was beyond Luo Chen's expectation. Your body is so weak, if you get hurt, because of the teacher, how can the teacher feel at ease? I owe Zana gang, and I also owe Zana-chan. Biby Dong secretly said, if I hurt Zana-chan for Zana gang, no, I can't do this. Originally, Luo Chen thought that Biby Dong would fall in love and take the initiative to ask him to help Yuz Zana gang with the Ascension ceremony. But what surprised Luo Chen was that he might really have a certain weight in Biby Dong's heart. She did not choose to expose and waste Luo Chen's power for Yuz Zana gang. Inexplicably, Luo Chen felt that he was a bit of a scumbag. No, this is not a scumbag. I didn't hurt the teacher. Teacher, you worry too much. Luo Chen couldn't miss such a good opportunity and continued. The Ascension ceremony consumes the power of Ascension, and what I'm going to do this time is to repair the spirit, which has nothing to do with the Ascension ceremony. Nothing to do. On the other side, Biby Dong fell silent after hearing Luo Chen's words. Really nothing to do. Biby Dong, Luo Chen, you didn't lie to the teacher? Absolutely not. Seeing Luo Chen's assurance, Biby Dong's heart was finally shaken, and she finally began to consider the feasibility of Luo Chen's proposal. Zana gang came to the spirit hall to solve the problem of the spirit mutation.
Although I failed his friendship, if I'll let Luo Chen help him restore his spirit, such a great favor, what qualifications does he have to blame me? Of course, Biby Dong did think about letting Luo Chen take action before. However, just like Luo Chen thought, Biby Dong chose the former between Luo Chen's confidentiality and Yuz Zana gang's hope. There was no way, in terms of debt and guilt, Biby Dong was no less to Luo Chen. Speaking of being humble, she was even more humble in front of Luo Chen. Luo Chen, are you really willing to do this? Biby Dong sighed and said, the teacher is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Your ability is too shocking. If you accidentally expose it, you will be in danger. She has hurt Luo Chen once, causing him to be tortured by poison, since he was a child. And now, for her own selfish desires, she wants to use Luo Chen again. Biby Dong really doesn't want to do this, because it will remind her of her teacher Khan Zhongji. She, Biby Dong, will never become a beast like Khan Zhongji. Don't worry, teacher, it won't be exposed. What? Just solving the problem of Master Yuz Zana gang's martial soul is not enough to expose the secret of the sun disk? Luo Chen said, teacher, you only need to say that my martial soul is an auxiliary martial soul, which has the power to recover injuries and repair other people's martial souls. In this way, as long as the disciple controls it better, Master Yuz Zana gang will definitely not be able to see it. Is that so? Biby Dong was a little tempted, but she thought of her identity as the Pope. But the teacher just said that your martial soul, Luo Chen, is the secret of my martial soul hall and cannot be used easily. In fact, this is not a problem at all. Biby Dong is very strong, so how could she really care about these things? Biby Dong said this because she didn't want Luo Chen to misunderstand that she was using him as a tool. However, Biby Dong was still tempted. After Luo Chen persuaded her again, she finally made a choice. Today's soul hunting. Luo Chen, you must be tired. Let the teacher take care of Zana gang's affairs. If Luo Chen, you really help Zana gang recover his martial arts spirit. Biby Dong smiled with her beautiful eyes. Then it is not certain who owes whom. Chapter 20 Biby Dong, how did I fall in love with this guy in the past? Come on, Luo Chen. During lunch, Biby Dong kept putting food into Luo Chen's bowl. This tastes good, try it. Luo Chen looked at the various delicacies piled high in front of him, and then looked at Hulina beside him, with a face full of envy. Ahem. Biby Dong noticed this, and picked up a chopstick for Hulina. Nana, you eat too. Then, Biby Dong cast her eyes on Luo Chen again. With the favorability filter turned on, even if it was just an ordinary meal, Biby Dong could still watch him intently. Luo Chen is so cute even when eating. Wang Shen sat next to Jugi Douluo. He really couldn't connect the child-obsessed nympho in front of him with the cold and domineering female pope. The three of them were quite embarrassed and felt that they were very redundant. Well, eating with Biby Dong is really stressful. At least Wang Shen didn't want to experience the feeling that everyone else was a light bulb except her and Luo Chen again. Elder GUI. After the meal, Biby Dong ordered, take the children back to the hotel first. I have something to do. Ju and GUI Douluo worriedly said, then your safety. I will definitely ban you. What dangers can there be in such a small place? Biby Dong is a ruthless person who can break out of the slaughter city. In terms of fighting power alone, Ju and GUI Douluo may not be able to beat her now. Is she going to find Yuz Zana gang? Seeing that Biby Dong had indeed left, Ju Douluo couldn't help but mutter, I really don't know what's so good about that trash. Wang Shen and Hulina were obviously very interested in this. Wang Shen was timid and didn't dare to ask more. Hulina didn't have this concern and asked about Yuz Zana gang's information. That trash had a relationship with the Pope before. Be careful with your words. GUI Mei reminded his old friend. He knew that Ju Douluo was a bit outspoken, but Biby Dong's affairs were not something they could gossip about. Are you really not afraid that Biby Dong will settle the score later? Ju Douluo realized his recklessness and stopped talking. Why did Grandpa Ju stop? Keep talking. Luo Chen, you must want to know too, right? Seeing that Ju Douluo was reluctant to speak, Hulina quickly pulled Luo Chen along. She knew how important Luo Chen was in the teacher's eyes.
If something happened, the teacher would definitely give him a lighter punishment with Luo Chen around. Nana, it's alright. Luo Chen said, since a teacher doesn't want to tell us, she must have her reasons. As disciples, we should share the teacher's worries instead of causing trouble for her. Obviously, Luo Chen was the junior brother, but Hulina was the one being taught. However, the little fox didn't feel awkward at all. Instead, he felt that Luo Chen was very sensible and what he said made sense. Yeah, Zai-chan, you're right. TSK. Wang Shen didn't even want to complain about Hulina. This master and disciple pair were really cut from the same cloth. They were so cute. Hey, what do you mean by stinky tiger? Hulina was very kind to Luo Chen, but to Wang Shen, she hit him hard. Are you jealous of my good relationship with Zai-chan? Wang Shen expressed his relationship with Luo Chen. Do you need to envy her? You have only known his Luo Chen for a few days. We are close friends who grew up wearing the same pants. Ah, yes, you are right. This move of yin and yang was the first time Hulina saw it, and she was caught off guard. Hulina, hard fist. Zai-chan, he bullied me. The little fox is indeed a fairy. The pitiful and aggrieved look. Those who don't know her would think she was bullied. Cough. Luo Chen was about to speak, but he coughed. Ah, Zai-chan, how are you? Seeing this, Hulina no longer had the heart to pretend to be pitiful, and hurried forward to check. This kid. Douluo naturally realized that Luo Chen was pretending. However, he did not expose it, and could only sigh. Young people, you really know how to have fun. As for Wang Shen, he knew Luo Chen better than Hulina. So, Wang Shen secretly glanced at Luo Chen, and indeed saw his helpless eyes. On one side is a good brother, and on the other side is a junior sister. It is not easy for Luo Chen to treat them equally. Zai Chen is right. Wang Shen secretly said, women will only affect the speed of my cultivation. I, Wang Shen, do not need women. Not to mention the three little ones who are happily making a lot of noise here. On the other side, Biby Dong, who took the opportunity to leave, came to Yuz Zana Gang's residence in Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Why did Biby Dong come here? And what was the strange celestial phenomenon yesterday? Yuz Zana Gang sat behind his desk and thought. Behind him stood rows of bookshelves filled with books related to martial spirits. At this time, Yuz Zana Gang was constantly flipping through the collected classics, trying to find clues to the wonders of the alternation of the sun and the moon. Zana Gang. The sudden voice interrupted Yuz Zana Gang's thoughts, and he stood up suddenly. Biby Dong. Why, you don't welcome me? Humph. Yuz Zana Gang's face was indifferent. He was not afraid of Biby Dong's identity at all. Instead, he sneered. How dare I not welcome the Pope of the Spirit Hall? You. Biby Dong frowned slightly. She was dissatisfied with Yuz Zana Gang's attitude, but when she thought that she had let him down, she suppressed her dissatisfaction in her heart. Zana Gang, I know you hate me, but I do have my own difficulties. Biby Dong sighed lightly. She didn't want to elaborate on this matter. After all, if she continued to talk about it, it would definitely involve the truth of a secret room. Biby Dong didn't want others to know the humiliation she had suffered. She couldn't say that kind of thing. I came here to talk to you about something. What is it? Hearing that Biby Dong wanted to talk to him about something, Yuz Zana Gang thought to himself, the Spirit Hall has belittled my theory as worthless, but Biby Dong knows my talent. Could it be that she is here to invite me to join the Spirit Hall? If you want me to join the Spirit Hall and use my wisdom to help you realize your ambitions. Thinking of this, Yuz Zana Gang said bluntly, then there is no need to say anything. I will not agree. Biby Dong was stunned for a moment. Yuz Zana Gang's words made her very unhappy. What is this? Although she cares about Yuz Zana Gang and acknowledges his wisdom, what is the situation of this begging attitude? Inexplicably, Biby Dong felt that Yuz Zana Gang was a little narcissistic. Yes, I admit that you have wisdom that ordinary people can't reach, but Biby Dong believes that her understanding of the spirit is by no means inferior to Yuz Zana Gang. Is it necessary for her to invite Yuz Zana Gang back specifically? It is obvious that Yuz Zana Gang has to rely on her position in the Spirit Hall, right? Honorary Elder of the Spirit Hall. This was the title that Biby Dong had fought for Yuz Zana Gang. but it was previously taken away by Khan Zhongji. She had originally thought that when she came to power, she would find an opportunity to clear Yu Xiaogang's name and return the title of honorary elder to him. But now, since Yu Xiaogang looked down on the spirit hall, Biby Dong felt that there was no need for her to be sentimental. Xiaogang, you misunderstood. Biby Dong said, I came to you this time because I have found a way for you to break through the spirit power limit. What did you say? After this, Yu Xiaogang, who had been pretending to be reserved, could no longer remain calm. A way to break through the limit. What method? It's no wonder that Yu Xiaogang was anxious, because this matter was too important to him. For more than 20 years, from the moment he awakened Luo Sanpao, Yu Xiaogang had been thinking about changing the problem of poor cultivation talent all the time. For this reason, he did not hesitate to leave the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect and join the Spirit Hall. If there was really no other way, Yu Xiaogang would not have chosen to become a theoretical master and use wisdom to prove that he was not a waste. And this was still Biby Dong's suggestion. Although he hated Biby Dong for abandoning him, Yu Xiaogang admitted that he could not forget her. Biby Dong always kept my affairs in mind. She never forgot me. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogang's attitude towards Biby Dong instantly improved a lot. Ahem. As if he noticed that he was too excited, Yu Xiaogang regained his master's demeanor again. Biby Dong, you know what it means to me to solve the spirit defect. I hope you don't lie to me about this. Yu Xiaogang knew Biby Dong's ability. If it was her, maybe she could really find a way to solve his spirit defect. But if he really had to beg her, Yu Xiaogang couldn't accept it. He had his own pride, and he had to maintain his dignity. Yu Xiaogang didn't want Biby Dong to look down on him. That was how it was at the beginning. Others were flattering to Biby Dong, but he was the only one who ignored her, which attracted Biby Dong's attention. Although things are different now, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Biby Dong will definitely be surrounded by flatterers. Such words. Yu Xiaogang had a plan in mind. I must not show too much urgency. However, Yu Xiaogang didn't know. Biby Dong saw all his reactions. It's just as Chen said. Before coming, Luo Chen specifically analyzed Yu Xiaogang's personality with Biby Dong. Luo Chen said that, even if Yu Xiaogang was very excited when he heard the news, he would pretend to be indifferent. That kid said it all. Biby Dong felt very uncomfortable looking at Yu Xiaogang's appearance of wanting it very much but still holding on. She knew that Yu Xiaogang had suffered humiliation and would never be indifferent now that he saw hope. But what does this tone of arms mean? If you don't want her to help, don't ask. Obviously he is asking for her help, but with this attitude, people who don't know would think that she, Biby Dong, is asking Yu Xiaogang for help. Is Xiaogang such a person? Once again, Biby Dong felt that Yu Xiaogang's personality was disgusting. She is no longer the saint who was ignorant of the world. Yu Xiaogang's arrogance and indifference not only did not make Biby Dong feel that he was different, but also caused serious physical discomfort. It's like meeting a person with low emotional intelligence, who can make you angry in a few words. For his safety, I was threatened by Kang Sunji, and had to give birth to that evil child. Now I have found a way to solve his martial spirit, and tell him the good news, as soon as possible. Biby Dong suddenly felt so stupid. It turns out that I was the only one who was self-indulgent. Yu Xiaogang can't compare with my Chen at all. At this moment, the figure of Luo Chen appeared in Biby Dong's mind, and her heart was full of his kindness to her. Chen is so considerate, and in order to make me feel at ease, he tried his best to help me untie the knot in my heart. Although he was just a child, Biby Dong could clearly feel Luo Chen's tenderness and thoughtfulness. That child stood up when I was bullied by Yu Xiaogang, and he was speechless, defending my reputation as a teacher. I poisoned him, but he didn't blame me, and instead thought of my goodness. He suffered so much, but he still had that kind of heart. In Biby Dong's eyes, Luo Chen's figure became taller and taller, not arrogant or impatient, pure and innocent. Biby Dong believed that, even if Luo Chen did not awaken his god-level martial soul, he would still live strong and face his future optimistically. Yu Xiaogang's martial soul was incomplete, but at least his body was healthy. What about Luo Chen?
Before today, he was facing the desperate situation of dying young. And the backgrounds of the two were also very different. Luo Chen was born in an orphanage, without a father or a mother, and no one cared for him. Even the knowledge that was easily available to Yuz Zana gang required him to go to great lengths to talk to and make friends with Ninetail. But what about Yuz Zana gang? He is the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. He has been spoiled since he was a child, and his father, the clan leader, has devoted all his resources to him. He has hardly suffered any hardship. Even when he left the clan later, it was because Yuz Zana gang couldn't stand the contempt of his clan members. Contempt. Biby Dong thought it was ridiculous. Before today, who would look up to my Ascension? An orphan, weak and sick. No matter how you look at it, Yuz Zana gang is like being in heaven. In this comparison, Biby Dong even felt that Luo Chen could press Yuz Zana gang to the ground and rub him. I have accepted Ascension as my disciple, but I have never given him anything. But Ascension always thinks of me. As soon as Luo Chen opened his mouth, he accurately hit her heart, and then he hurriedly agreed. Thinking of this, Biby Dong couldn't help but regret it. What's wrong with me? I only saw that Ascension cared about me. Why didn't I consider his feelings? Subconsciously, Biby Dong clenched her 5 fingers, and when she looked at Yuz Zana gang again, she felt that the other party was just like a huge trouble, which she had imposed on her well-behaved and sensible disciple. Do I really want to let Ascension worry about this because of Yuz Zana gang? Just looking at Yuz Zana gang, who was anxiously waiting for her answer, Biby Dong couldn't bear to refuse him after all. I'm really a shameless woman. Forget it, just consider it as repaying my debt to Yuz Zana gang. From now on, I don't owe him anything. With guilt towards Luo Chen, Biby Dong laughed at herself and said, the method lies in my disciple Luo Chen. Luo Chen? Yuz Zana gang thought of the boy who confronted him this morning. Is it the boy you brought this morning? Yes. Hearing Yuz Zana gang mention what happened in the morning, Biby Dong recalled Luo Chen's remarks, and even her tone of voice became much stronger. The martial soul awakened by that child is called the Sun Disk, which has the magical ability to repair other people's martial souls. Chapter 21 Awakening. Repairing the spirit? Yuz Zana gang frowned slightly. He had never heard of such a spirit. You mean, this Sun Disk can repair the defects of my spirit? Yes. Can I ask about his innate spirit power level? This is the secret of the spirit hall. Biby Dong would naturally not reveal Luo Chen's real information, but Luo Chen told her that if she wanted Yuz Zana gang to believe in his ability, she had to reveal something. But, as long as Zana gang, you promise me not to reveal the child's information to others, I can tell you his information. Who do you think I am? Yuz Zana gang felt insulted. How could I, Yuz Zana gang, do such a dirty thing? Well, Yuz Zana gang, who had been upright all his life, sorted out the information of the spirit all over the years, and compiled it into the 10 core competitiveness of the spirit, and then made it public for the sake of fame. Biby Dong had naturally read this book, and she put it into the spirit hall's library by herself. Now think about it, what is the difference between this and leaking secrets? How did I fall in love with this guy in the first place? And that book on martial arts theory, if you think about it carefully, isn't it all common sense? Biby Dong felt that Yuz Zana gang was being hypocritical. However, she temporarily suppressed her dissatisfaction when she thought of the purpose of this trip, and continued. Ascension is a natural full soul power, and has the top auxiliary martial arts soul, the Sun Disk. A genius with a natural full soul power is naturally qualified to become Biby Dong's personal disciple. This information was spread out, enough to dispel some people's doubts. It turned out to be a natural full soul power. Yuz Zana gang's face was a little gloomy. The spirit hall is really lucky to have met such a genius again. Auxiliary martial arts that can repair martial arts defects. Yuz Zana gang was very impressed with Luo Chen. Unfortunately, he was a member of the spirit hall. From Yuz Zana gang's point of view, it was you are a beautiful woman, but you follow the thief. Such a good seedling. It was given away to the spirit hall for nothing. Okay. Although he felt sorry, Yuz Zana gang agreed. What do you need me to do? Level 29 soul power is Yuz Zana gang's obsession. As long as he can break through and continue to practice, he is willing to try anything.
You find a secluded place in the academy, and I will bring Zyarchan to you. Seeing Yuz Zana gang agreed, Biby Dong really didn't want to talk nonsense with Yuz Zana gang anymore. She simply returned to the hotel and told Luo Chen about Yuz Zana gang's choice. Here I come. Luo Chen, who was originally resting, was refreshed. He only heard Naga say, "Master, after stripping the blood, I will expel the blood-colored energy in your body. It may be very painful at that time. Since it will be forced out sooner or later, it's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. The blood-colored energy will be solved sooner or later. As for the pain, Luo Chen has already made mental preparations. The torture he has suffered in the past 6 years has made Luo Chen have a strong resistance to pain. Good and bad are interdependent. At least this difficult time has given Luo Chen a will that he could never imagine in his previous life. Master, I will make the guy who did this to you pay the price." Naga hated the source of the bloody energy, which made her beloved master suffer so much. To paraphrase Tang Xiaozhen's classic saying, "Naga, the mastermind behind the scenes, you have already found your way to death." Well, Luo Chen did not hesitate at all. "Teacher, let's go." "Go now?" Biby Dong did not expect Luo Chen to be so decisive, and the beautiful Pope was quite moved. Just thinking of Yuz Zana gang's arrogant attitude, Biby Dong could not help but said distressedly, "But Zyarchan, your body." "It's okay, teacher. I know my body best, Luo Chen, and I have obtained my first spirit ring. I'm not as weak as before." Although this is a lie, with Naga's life force supporting him, Luo Chen's performance is indeed much better than before. So, Biby Dong was persuaded by Luo Chen again, and took him to the Notting City Junior Spirit Master Academy, and sensed Yuz Zana gang's breath in the back mountain. "You are here?" Yuz Zana gang's strength is not very good, but he is really arrogant. The whole process not only made Biby Dong, the Pope, run around. Now when she saw people, she still stood with her hands behind her back, and turned around slowly. Biby Dong almost couldn't help but give Yuz Zana gang a big fight for this leisurely attitude. She was heartbroken for her precious child, but what did this guy mean? What did he think of her Luo Chen at all? "Teacher, cough cough cough." Seeing that Biby Dong was about to lose her temper, Luo Chen hurriedly grabbed the other's hand. Feeling the strength from Luo Chen's hand, Biby Dong knew what the disciple meant. She suppressed her anger, but her dissatisfaction with Yuz Zana gang in her heart seemed to have reached its peak. Humph. Biby Dong really regretted it. She shouldn't have let Luo Chen come to help him. Naga was quite surprised when she saw this scene. "What's wrong with this silly woman?" "Master Yu, can you summon your martial spirit and let me see it?" Luo Chen did not answer Naga. He went straight forward and released the sun disk martial spirit at the same time. At the moment when the sun disk appeared, Yuz Zana gang immediately felt an unprecedented attraction, which came from Luo Sanpao's desire. Could this martial spirit really solve my problem? Such a strong emotional fluctuation made Yuz Zana gang no longer able to maintain his calm. Yuz Zana gang put his hands together in front of his chest, and then quickly separated them downwards, shouting, "Come out, Luo Sanpao." Puff. With a muffled sound like a fart, a lavender soul power was separated from Yuz Zana gang's palms. In the blink of an eye, a strange creature appeared in front of Luo Chen. This creature was as big as a fat pig, but looked like a dog. It was covered with lavender hair, and its 2 small ears were drooping. Its body was more than 1.5 meters long, but its waist circumference was almost the same. It shook its hips, and its fat body twisted constantly, rubbing against Yuz Zana gang's legs. "Is this Luo Sanpao?" Luo Chen came to Luo San, then squatted on the ground, and pretended to observe. Yuz Zana gang did not ask. He saw hope in Luo Chen's martial spirit, so he was very nervous, fearing that this opportunity he had finally found would fall through. This martial spirit is indeed interesting. To be honest, Luo Chen did not know how to accurately evaluate Yuz Zana gang's martial spirit. You say it is weak, it is indeed very weak. But it is very special. Because throughout the history of Douluo Continent, martial spirits like Luo Sanpao that can be summoned directly and have self-awareness are simply unheard of. What is this? Luo Chen laughed secretly. Douluo version has decided that you are. Master, you can start. Just as Luo Chen was thinking about random things to pass the time, Nao's voice rang in his heart. Okay. Luo Chen stood up and said to Yuz Zana gang, I checked it carefully with my martial spirit and indeed found the defect. Then, Yuz Zana gang was very excited. If he could find the problem, he could solve it. It's just that, because you are a little old, I can't guarantee that I can fix it. Luo Chen wanted to take precautions in advance. He didn't really plan to restore Yuz Zana gang's martial spirit. Want to be like Wang Shen and Hulina, not only to improve the innate soul power, but also to achieve a qualitative evolution of the martial spirit. Luo Chen could only say, go to sleep, big shot. Everything can happen in dreams. This. Yuz Zana gang was obviously a little anxious. He took a step forward, put his hands on Luo Chen's shoulders, and subconsciously exerted force. Then how much can you recover, little friend? This scene made Biby Dong tremble with fear, fearing that Yuz Zana gang would hurt Luo Chen. Noticing that Luo Chen frowned in pain, Biby Dong quickly slapped Yuz Zana gang's hand away. Let go, you hurt the child. At this moment, Biby Dong had seen her own heart clearly. Between Yuz Zana gang and Luo Chen, Biby Dong found that she obviously cared more about Luo Chen. I was just too excited. Yuz Zana gang let go of his hand and took 2 steps back. Sorry for hurting you, Chen. Seeing Yuz Zana gang apologize, Biby Dong didn't know what to say, but just warned, Chen is weak. If you do this again, I will take him away now. Yes, I know. After realizing that Luo Chen could really change his martial spirit, Yuz Zana gang's attitude suddenly improved a lot. Teacher, I'm fine. And uncle didn't mean it. Luo Chen lightly revealed this matter, which made Yuz Zana gang's favorability towards him soar instantly. Inexplicably, Yuz Zana gang had the idea that it would be great if Luo Chen could become his disciple. Innate full soul power, although the body is a little weak, but such talent may not be unable to prove my theories. Yuz Zana gang sighed. Alas, what a good child. How did you get on the pirate ship of the Spirit Hall? Luo Chen didn't know what Yuz Zana gang was thinking at this time. If he knew, Luo Chen would definitely point at his nose and say, you are so shameless, asking me to worship you as my master. Soon, Luo Chen calmed Biby Dong's emotions, and then continued, I can let you practice normally like other soul masters. As for how high you can reach in the future, I can't guarantee it. But at least, uncle, you will no longer be trapped in the bottleneck of level 30. Luo Chen really didn't lie to Yuz Zana gang. He wanted to take away the Dragon King bloodline in Yuz Zana gang's martial soul, and after the bloodline curse disappeared, Yuz Zana gang's original talent for cultivation would be reflected. The Sun Disk can give others the power of Ascension, but it can't take away a person's qualifications. Even the deprivation of the Dragon King's bloodline is because of Naga's existence. This is Naga's power, and has nothing to do with the Sun Disk. Breakthrough level 30. This is like a dream to Yuz Zana gang. The only question is whether this repair process is dangerous and what side effects it will cause to him. Yuz Zana gang wants to ask clearly. He doesn't want to lose his life inexplicably. Yuz Zana gang. Hearing Yuz Zana gang say this, Biby Dong can no longer bear it. Chen will spend a lot of energy to repair your martial soul defect. Since he guarantees that he can help you break through level 30, he will definitely do it, and there will be no danger. Biby Dong has not known Luo Chen for a long time, only 2 days, but she knows that Luo Chen never speaks or does things without a purpose. If he says he can do it, he will definitely do it. This is the case for the Ascension ceremony for Wang Shen and Hulina, and the choice of the number of years to absorb the soul ring. It is true that Yuz Zana gang does not know the true power of the Sun Disk. Unlike Biby Dong, he has no understanding of Luo Chen's talents and personality. But so what? You really don't want to take any risks, right? Biby Dong wanted to slap Yuz Zana gang directly. How could this guy be so shameless? That's not what I meant. Yuz Zana gang meant that he was worried about Biby Dong and his apprentice. Biby Dong and Luo Chen both noticed this. That Luo Chen was helpless. In order to let Yuz Zana gang fall into the trap, he had to take the initiative to shoulder the responsibility. Don't worry, uncle. I promise there will be no danger and no side effects for you. who Biby Dong felt that she was crazy to bring Luo Chen here. Listening to Luo Chen's words, he has been giving Yuz Zana gang face and giving him a way out. In order to maintain their relationship, he has lowered his posture again and again. If the scene in front of her had happened before, Biby Dong would feel relieved. But now, Luo Chen's conversation skills are so skillful that she feels distressed. This child is right. I acted too humble in front of Yuz Zana gang. Biby Dong felt how ridiculous her so-called debt was. I'm the Pope of the Spirit Hall, a quasi-titled Douluo, but now I have to humble myself because of such a waste. She couldn't imagine what her image would become in Luo Chen's mind. Teacher? Luo Chen turned around and gave Biby Dong an encouraging smile. Please take care of us and don't let anyone disturb us. Luo Chen. Biby Dong's beautiful eyes moved and she completely understood Luo Chen's painstaking efforts. Luo Chen did all this, not hesitating to give up his face and repair the spirit of a person he hated, just to let her see herself clearly and see Yuz Zana gang's character clearly. Although she was just a child, the little hands wrapped Biby Dong tightly, giving her an unprecedented sense of security. Biby Dong knew that Luo Chen would not look down on her. Recalling her past, Biby Dong felt as if she was in a dirty quagmire, desperate, cold, and terrified. However, when she had given up hope, a small figure, regardless of the dirty black mud, resolutely reached out his hand to her. Although he had only so much strength, he tried his best to help her get out of the quagmire. How could I, Biby Dong, be so virtuous that God would let Ascension come to my side? Biby Dong's heart was completely calm. She knew that she was not alone. Even if everyone in the world despised her, there would still be a child who was willing to call her a teacher. Ascension, you can do whatever you want. The teacher is here to protect you. Biby Dong ignored Yuz Zana gang. Her heart was completely filled with disciples, and there was no trace of Yuz Zana gang anymore. Okay. Noticing the change in Biby Dong's expression, Luo Chen knew that the time had come. Now, Luo Chen pretended to raise the sun disk, but in fact he secretly contacted Naga, asking her to use her means to seize Yuz Zana gang's Dragon King bloodline. The sun disk kept spinning, making a humming sound, and another light glow light fell from Yuz Zana gang's head. However, these movements were just special effects and had no practical significance. Uncle, are you ready? Oh, okay. Yuz Zana gang was completely attracted by the momentum caused by the sun disk. He had never seen such a magical martial spirit. What should I do? You don't have to do anything. Just trust me and let go of your body and mind. Luo Chen said the lines he had prepared long ago. Although he would not give Yuz Zana gang the Ascension ceremony, he still sensed the other party's situation. The result was not beyond Luo Chen's expectations. Yuz Zana gang did not trust him at all. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. Luo Chen shook his head secretly. Yuz Zana gang is wary of me and the teacher. Even if I really want to perform the Ascension ceremony, he does not meet the requirements. Master, I have found the origin of that bloodline. Naga said, but it will take some time. Please delay. Well, just feel free to do it. Luo Chen continued his performance. He was seen sitting cross-legged on the ground, and his soul power resonated with the sun disk above Yuz Zana gang's head. A huge momentum burst out on the back mountain of the academy. If Biby Dong hadn't been covering it up, it would have attracted a large number of teachers and students to come and check it out. Has it started? Yuz Zana gang stood in the light curtain. He could feel the power and preciousness of the Ascension force. But, Yuz Zana gang didn't feel any changes in his body. What's going on? Suddenly, Yuz Zana gang felt that something in his body was being pulled and was rapidly draining away. Yuz Zana gang was startled and subconsciously wanted to grab it. However, before he could make any move, a brand new change came from his martial soul. My soul power has broken through. Yuz Zana gang felt a burst of ecstasy in his heart, and he didn't care about the weird feeling just now. Because the facts are here, right? His soul power bottleneck was broken, and he was promoted from level 29 to level 30. In addition, Yuz Zana gang also had a sense of pleasure of being cleansed. This feeling was very strange, but Yuz Zana gang was sure of his judgment. My talent for cultivation is getting stronger. the speed of soul power circulation, the efficiency of martial soul in refining soul power, and the ease of the next practice, all told Yuz Zana gang that his martial soul defect had been repaired. Biby Dong did not lie to him. Luo Chen really did it. For a moment, Yuz Zana gang felt a little guilty about Biby Dong. But when he thought of Biby Dong's current identity, Yuz Zana gang suppressed this guilt again. With Biby Dong's character, she must have some ulterior motives for helping me like this. Yes, she must have taken a fancy to my wisdom and wanted me to return to the spirit hall to help her. With the recovery of the spirit, Yuz Zana gang was no longer nervous before, and now he had the leisure to think about other things. Biby Dong is now the pope of the spirit hall, and it is time to use people. It's a pity that he, Yuz Zana gang, is pure and innocent, and will never go along with the spirit hall. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Yuz Zana gang as a disaster star. Master, I got the Dragon King's origin back. Yes. Luo Chen's eyes were firm. Don't worry, I can hold on. Then, Naga will start. Master, you must hold on. Naga responded with a trembling voice, and then she thrust all her life force into the blood-colored energy hidden in Luo Chen's body. Bang! In an instant, Luo Chen felt as if his whole body was about to be torn apart. The blood-colored energy turned into sharp blades, tearing the tendons in his body and piercing through the blood and key acupoints one by one. Puff! Luo Chen spat out a mouthful of black blood, his eyes went black, and he fell down. Zana-chan? Biby Dong screamed and rushed to Luo Chen's side, hugged him in her arms, not caring at all that the black dirty blood stained her clothes. Black blood. After the soul power probed into Luo Chen's body, Biby Dong immediately found the culprit that turned Luo Chen into this. This is the Death Spider King poison. How could this happen? Why did this happen? Feeling Luo Chen's vitality constantly slipping away, Biby Dong was trembling all over. When she thought that Luo Chen might die, pain, fear, despair, all kinds of emotions seemed to turn into a tsunami to swallow Biby Dong. My poison is still in Luo Chen's body, it has never disappeared. Biby Dong used all her strength to make an antidote, and then injected it into Luo Chen's body to detoxify him. I knew that Luo Chen's body was weak, but I'll let him use his martial spirit one after another. The sun disk that made people ascend, and created an innate full soul power, and a super martial spirit. How could Luo Chen not have any burden? When Biby Dong thought of Luo Chen, who had exhausted himself twice for her, and dragged his tired body and mind to repair Yuz Zana gang's martial spirit, she seemed to be suffocated. I hurt this child again. Tears slid down Biby Dong's cheeks. She had vowed not to cry again, but now she could no longer bear it. For so many years, Luo Chen was the only one who was devoted to her. He knew the truth about the poisoning, but he didn't hate her. He was tired, but he still insisted on accompanying her, just to make her have fun. He obviously hated Yuz Zana gang very much, but he still forced himself to come here. All this was all for her. Biby Dong, get out. The blood-red killing god domain expanded outward with Biby Dong as the center, and the powerful soul power instantly shook Yuz Zana gang away. At this moment, the memories of the past came to her mind, but they were no longer warm and nostalgic. It was her fault. It was because she asked Luo Chen to repair Yuz Zana gang's martial spirit that this happened. Yuz Zana gang is a disaster star. Since she met him, Biby Dong's life began to be unfortunate. She was originally a noble saint of the spirit hall, a peerless genius with twin spirits. But she was blinded and fell in love with Yuz Zana gang, then had conflicts with the spirit hall that raised her, and was finally insulted by her teacher Kan Zhongji, ruining her life. Biby Dong's eyes were red, and the whole person was like a demon from hell. She looked at Yuz Zana gang who was stunned, and there was no tenderness in her eyes. Your Holiness. Sensing the fluctuation of Biby Dong's soul power, Douluo brought Hulina and Wang Shen to come over. The four saw Luo Chen lying in Biby Dong's arms, and their lives were unknown. They were extremely shocked. Teacher, what happened to Zana-chan? Zana-chan, Zana-chan, wake up.
Hulina rushed to Luo Chen in a hurry as soon as she fell from Douluo's arms. The little fox had tears in her eyes, and she was anxious and distressed. "Your Excellency the Pope, this child is poisoned." Douluo stepped forward quickly, but at first glance he discovered that Luo Chen was poisoned by the poison, which was Biby Dong's exclusive Death Spider King poison. For a moment, Douluo was very confused, and he had no idea what happened here. Ghost Douluo saw Yuz Zana gang lying on the side. "Why is this rubbish here? Old ghost." Douluo hurriedly spoke, and Ghost Douluo also realized that he had said the wrong thing. This Yuz Zana gang was Biby Dong's first love. She had spent so much time and effort on this rubbish back then. Even if the old love is gone, she will not allow others to blaspheme. The two titled Douluos have been following Biby Dong for many years. They know her feelings for Yuz Zana gang very well, and they usually don't allow anyone to say a bad word about Yuz Zana gang. However, today, Biby Dong's tone was so cold. "Don't worry about that rubbish. If it weren't for the past feelings and the fact that Yuz Zana gang was not at fault, Biby Dong would definitely make this rubbish pay the price." This. Ju and Ghost Douluo looked as if they had seen a ghost. It was hard to imagine that Biby Dong would say such a thing. She actually called Yuz Zana gang a waste. You know, this sentence is usually a taboo for Biby Dong. What happened to make their pope change so much? Ghost Elder, I'm here. Go to Xiandao City to find Wang Shen and tell him that the Pope of the Spirit Hall wants to see you. Biby Dong picked up Luo Chen. "Ju Elder, take Nana and Wang Shen with you and return to Spirit City with me immediately. There are a large number of healing spirit masters in Spirit City. Although Biby Dong can remove the Death Spider King poison in Luo Chen's body and save Luo Chen's life, she can't do anything about his injuries." "Yes, sir." Ghost Douluo knew the importance of this task. Luo Chen's value was beyond imagination. With him, no one in the world would be their Spirit Hall's opponent. Not to mention that Biby Dong really loved Luo Chen. The beautiful Pope is indeed extremely crazy, but she is also the most emotional woman in the entire Douluo Continent. Biby Dong's preference for the people she cares about is almost limitless. The flying speed of the title Douluo is extremely fast. Although Biby Dong has not obtained the 9th soul ring and broken through the real title realm, she is not inferior to the ghost in terms of speed. It only took 6 hours for Biby Dong to bring Luo Chen back to the Wuhan city and summon several soul Douluo level healing soul masters to treat him. At the same time, Luo Chen's consciousness awakened in the Wuhan space. Luo Chen lay in the universe where the stars flowed. He stroked his forehead and straightened up. He felt listless and weak all over. "Master, are you okay?" Naga was kneeling beside Luo Chen. She raised her hands flat in front of her. Strands of light green life energy were pouring into Luo Chen's body to repair his foundation. "It really hurts." He said this, but Luo Chen just wanted to laugh out loud now. "Naga, your choice is right. I can feel the changes in my body. Although he is weaker now than ever before, this is only temporary. From now on, the power of the Star-Forging Dragon King will continue to strengthen. In short, the foundation of Ascension to the Godhood has been recast, and the road ahead is open. Congratulations, Master." Naga was happy for Luo Chen. She gently helped Luo Chen relax his brows and smiled at the same time. "Also, I have another good news for you, Master. Biby Dong and Yuz Zana gang have broken up." "Really?" Luo Chen was quite surprised and thought that his efforts were not in vain. "It hurts. My whole body hurts." But Luo Chen not only did not feel uncomfortable, but was extremely happy. "Master, look." Naga shared with him the memory of Luo Chen after he fell into a coma. The latter admired the scene of Biby Dong releasing the Killing God domain to shock Yuz Zana gang away. However, before Luo Chen could be happy, the blood red god of killing domain made his face darken instantly. "This energy. Master, have you discovered it?" "Yes." Luo Chen's tone was filled with murderous intent. "Ashura god. Biby Dong's god of killing domain is very similar to the blood colored energy. The two have the same origin, but they are still fundamentally different. The god of killing domain is like the lower level of the blood colored energy, and Biby Dong's god of killing domain comes from a place called the City of Slaughter." Luo Chen,
who had watched anime in his previous life, knew that the City of Slaughter was actually the place where the god of Shura was passed down. From this, it can be inferred that, even if the person who attacked Luo Chen was not god of Shura, he must have something to do with him. To borrow Tang Xiaozen's famous words, Shura, you already have a way to die. Do you think it could be god of Rakshasa? What does the god of killing domain have to do with god of Rakshasa? And even if the mastermind is not Shura, but Rakshasa, it doesn't make much difference to Luo Chen. At most, he can add, Rakshasa, you also have a way to die. Where are we now? Luo Chen didn't know how long he had been unconscious. He didn't dare to leave the spirit space at will, because the trauma suffered by the body in reality was much more serious than the mental trauma. If he chose to wake up rashly, he would probably faint from the pain. Biby Dong has taken the master back to the spirit city and is now letting the healing spirit master treat the master. Naga told Luo Chen about Biby Dong's anxiety and worry. The master is really amazing. He has controlled Biby Dong in an instant. Luo Chen admitted that his methods were a bit despicable. He actually deceived a silly woman who lacked love. Alas, Luo Chen sighed and said to himself, I will find a way to compensate her in the future. What is the specific situation of my body? How long will it take to recover? If nothing is done, the master will need at least a month to walk on the ground. The plan of breaking and then building proposed by Naga itself has great risks. She also made arrangements based on the current situation. First of all, Luo Chen has already been trusted by the Spirit Hall. With Wang Shen, a person he can trust absolutely, his daily life and safety will be guaranteed. Not to mention that Biby Dong immediately cured Luo Chen of the Death Spider King poison. Without the teacher, the Death Spider King poison will not really hurt me, but you can imagine the suffering I will have to endure later. It is precisely because of this that Naga has a much better impression of Biby Dong. Biby Dong has found many healing spirit masters to treat the master. Naga thinks that at most 3 days, the master will be able to get out of bed. Naga added, the kind that uses crutches. Luo Chen didn't care about this. Then can I wake up now? Won't I die of pain? Yes. Naga quietly told Luo Chen that he had been in a coma for a day, and during this time, Biby Dong almost never left his side. Teacher, you are also a poor woman. Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. He felt sorry for Biby Dong and subconsciously wanted to make her happy. Ahem. Ahem. Rushing to dispel this thought, Luo Chen shook his head and said to himself, although Biby Dong is very big, very white, and very smooth, I can't, at least I shouldn't. It looks like the master is very happy. Naga didn't know what Luo Chen was thinking, but she knew Luo Chen's mood very well. It's going to be light soon. Naga is going to go out for a while. Luo Chen was stunned, a little confused. Where to go? It turned out that, after absorbing the Dragon King's essence from Yuz Zana gang, Naga had a new ability, Dawn Incarnation. Dawn Incarnation can create a Dragon Soul Phantom that has no combat power, but is very concealed. This phantom has no combat power, only concealment, which is so strong that even a god-level strongman can hardly find it. Not only that, the incarnation can also turn into a stream of light and escape at dawn every day. Its speed is so fast that it can travel thousands of miles in an instant. The phantom itself needs me to control it personally. The specific principle is a bit like mobile phone communication, with the help of the ionosphere, to exchange information between the main body and the incarnation. Of course, the ionosphere here refers to the starry sky. In addition, the Dawn Incarnation can also serve as an anchor point to accurately transmit the master there. Naga said, conversely, the incarnation can also return to my body instantly. Of course, this is not the most critical point. The reason why Naga sent the Dawn Incarnation out was because she found a special breath of life near Notting City. The instinct of being a Silver Dragon King told Naga that this breath of life was a treasure and would be of great help to Luo Chen's recovery. Breath of life. What is it? I don't know. Naga, but Naga can bring it back. The Dawn Incarnation has another advantage, which is that it can directly put the things it finds into the alien space. This alien space is called the Star Realm, which is Luo Chen's exclusive martial soul space. Is this the Dawn Incarnation or the Traveling Frog?
The Silver Dragon King transformed into a traveling frog and went out to pick up garbage to support his family. Will it not be discovered? Master, don't worry, it won't be discovered. Biby Dong would not pay much attention to it. At most, she felt a wisp of divine power fluctuation coming from Luo Chen. But Luo Chen himself has a god-level martial soul, so it is not a problem at all. Sure enough, in the real world, in the bedroom of the former Saint Maiden Hall, Biby Dong, who was accompanying the unconscious Luo Chen, only felt a trace of divine power flowing, and then saw Luo Chen slowly waking up. Zio Chen. Biby Dong was not aware of Naga's departure at all. At this time, the morning light was just rising, the sky was slightly dim, and the soul guide in the room emitted a warm orange light. Teacher. Unlike the free and easy spirit space, Luo Chen's body was in an extremely weak state, and it was very difficult to even speak a word. Teacher is here. How do you feel? Biby Dong grabbed Luo Chen's little hand, and was obviously very happy to see her disciple wake up. But Biby Dong was very scared, afraid that Luo Chen would be angry with her. Does your body hurt a lot? Biby Dong's attitude was extremely humble. It's all the teacher's fault. The teacher is sorry for you. It doesn't matter. Zio Chen. Biby Dong really didn't expect that this would be the first sentence Luo Chen said after waking up. Why are you so nice to me? Teacher hurt you again and again, and even caused you to lose your life. Biby Dong felt that her previous thoughts were ridiculous. How could a woman like her be qualified to be Luo Chen's mother? This is none of the teacher's business. Luo Chen shook his head slightly. I didn't expect that this would happen. However, these words not only did not make Biby Dong feel at ease, but made her feel even more sad for Luo Chen. Teacher. I'm here. Hearing the disciple's call, Biby Dong raised her head quickly. I'm a little hungry. Can you give me something to eat? Luo Chen had been in a coma for a day and a night, and his already weak body urgently needed energy replenishment. I'll arrange it now. Soon, Biby Dong asked someone to send easy to digest porridge. She carefully helped Luo Chen up, then blew the porridge cold, and then fed it to her disciple one spoonful at a time. The doting eyes mixed with guilt were pitiful. Especially when Luo Chen looked at her, Biby Dong would lower her head unconsciously, like a little girl who had done something wrong, waiting for punishment from Luo Chen at any time. Chapter 23. Are you sure he is not your biological son? Thank you, teacher. After eating, Luo Chen found that he had recovered a lot. At least speaking was not as difficult as before. Tell me thank you. Biby Dong gently wiped the corner of Luo Chen's mouth. It is natural for a teacher to take care of his disciples. No one could have thought that the Pope of the Spirit Hall would do such a thing. However, Biby Dong didn't care about it. After the secret room, Biby Dong's belief had collapsed. What kept her alive was the hatred for the Khan family and the obsession with Yuz Zana gang. As the filter of Yuz Zana gang was broken by Luo Chen, Biby Dong completely saw his true face. Does it still hurt? Biby Dong looked at Luo Chen, who lay down after eating, and his tightly furrowed brows deeply hurt her heart. It hurts. One word almost made Biby Dong collapse again. The beautiful Pope never knew that she would be so fragile, but she just couldn't help it. At this moment, Biby Dong even had an idea. As long as Luo Chen can get better, she is willing to give up everything for this child, no matter what ambition, power, or hatred. Your Holiness, Yi Rengxin is here. Ju Douluo came to report that Gui Mei had brought Yi Rengxin to Wuhan City. Yi Rengxin is the current head of the Nine-Heart Begonia Yi family, and his granddaughter is Yi Leng Leng of the future Xian Dao royal team. But now, Yi Leng Leng has not awakened his martial soul, and Yi Rengxin is not dead. Let him in. Hearing that Yi Rengxin has arrived, Biby Dong was delighted. Zio Chen. Yi Rengxin's martial soul is the Nine-Heart Begonia, which has the strongest healing ability in Douluo Continent. If it weren't for the fact that there can only be two owners of the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul at the same time, the throne of the first auxiliary martial soul might not have been the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. Soon, Gui Douluo came from outside the hall with an old man in his 60s. Greetings, His Holiness the Pope. Yi Rengxin bowed to Biby Dong with an extremely respectful attitude. There was nothing he could do about it. The Nine-Heart Begonia Yi family could not compare to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and the Blow Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect.
They were just a family, and they couldn't afford to offend a giant like the spirit hall. Mr. Yi, please treat my disciple. Biby Dong changed her little woman look when facing Luo Chen, and her gentleness belonged only to Luo Chen. As for the others, Biby Dong was still the cold, domineering, decisive and fierce female pope. Yes, Yi Rengxin didn't dare to look directly at Biby Dong, so he could only bow his head and say, I will do my best. The old man came to the bed and began to observe Luo Chen's condition. Such a serious injury. Yi Rengxin quickly summoned the 9-heart begonia martial soul. He lifted this delicate begonia flower in the air and then used his soul power to activate it, releasing an extremely powerful healing soul skill. The 9-heart begonia has an unparalleled healing ability. Within its coverage, any injury, as long as it is not a missing arm or leg, can be quickly recovered. Of course, even if the limbs are really broken, the 9-heart begonia can still reconnect them if the limbs are well preserved. Master, this martial soul has something. Yes. Luo Chen was bathed in the light of the 9-heart begonia, and he really felt that his body was recovering. Although the degree of recovery was not great, it had reached the level of getting down to the ground as Naga said, and he was no longer in the dying state just now. The 9-heart begonia is indeed a miracle among martial souls, and the healing effect is incredible. Luo Chen quickly judged his physical condition. Although the damaged foundation has not been restored, the injury has indeed been healed. In other words, the treatment of the 9-heart begonia is a temporary solution for Luo Chen, not a permanent cure. Of course, Luo Chen has his own way to cure the root cause. What he needs now is precisely the superficial damage. Zio Chen. Biby Dong saw that Luo Chen's complexion had recovered, and the hand holding Luo Chen was shaking slightly. Teacher, I feel much better. Luo Chen did not comfort Biby Dong. He was telling the truth. The 9-heart begonia restored Luo Chen's internal organs and tendons that were damaged by the Death Spider King poison, and the severe pain that originally made him extremely uncomfortable disappeared immediately. Yes. Biby Dong carefully covered Luo Chen with a blanket and patted him on the chest gently. Zio Chen, have a good rest. After that, Biby Dong took Yi Rengxin out of the bedroom and came to the reception room on the side. Excuse me, Your Holiness, how did this child get injured? Yi Rengxin was experienced and said nothing in front of Luo Chen, but asked Biby Dong privately, I have never seen such an injury. In his life, Yi Rengxin had only encountered 2 cases that the 9-heart begonia was powerless to treat. One was the green-scaled snake king poison that Dugu Bo-sun was poisoned with, and the other was the injury of the previous Pope Kayang Sunji. The former was a defect of the 9-heart begonia, that is, it can only suppress certain poisons, but cannot completely eradicate them. As for Kayang Sunji, Yi Rengxin really didn't understand. He couldn't even understand what the strange energy in his body was. Let's talk about Luo Chen now. According to the feedback from the 9-heart begonia, Yi Rengxin found that Luo Chen's body was extremely broken. In my opinion, this child should have been poisoned by some unimaginable poison, which caused the loss of body functions. In my opinion, Yi Rengxin sighed, this child has not much time left. After the voice fell, Biby Dong felt that her eyes were dazed and her brain was blank. Although she was well prepared, she still couldn't accept this cruel fact when she heard the diagnosis from a medical master like Yi Rengxin. Especially the sentence poisoned by unimaginable poison. It seemed to pierce Biby Dong's heart. Is there no other way? Biby Dong took a deep breath. She forced herself to calm down and then forcibly maintained the majesty of the Pope and said, Mr. Yi, please feel free to ask for anything. As long as you can save this child, you will be the benefactor of my spirit hall. For Luo Chen, Biby Dong didn't care about her relationship with the spirit hall. Biby Dong has never been a rational person. She can devote all her energy and everything she has to accompany and satisfy someone. When Luo Chen occupies her heart, Biby Dong, who is already very emotional, can no longer remain calm. It is conceivable that once Luo Chen dies because of her, Biby Dong will live in the shadow of killing her disciple with her own hands for the rest of her life, and then she will once again transform into the Rakshasa god in the original work, and start the plan to destroy the world. Describe it in one sentence. Biby Dong, this world without Zio Chen is hell. Good guy. Obito is an expert after hearing it. On the other side, Yi Rengson saw the status of Luo Chen in the mind of the contemporary pope. Could it be his biological son? With this thought, Yi Rengson looked at Biby Dong again. It can be found that this young pope and those mothers who took their children to seek medical treatment but heard bad news cannot be said to have no connection, but can only be said to be exactly the same. It must be his biological son. If it is his biological son, it is not surprising that Biby Dong would be so worried. Poor parents. Even though she is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Biby Dong is still a woman. Forgive me for speaking frankly. Yi Rengson is not afraid of what Biby Dong will do to him. With his reputation and connections in Douluo Continent, as long as Biby Dong is not a fool, she will not touch him. Moreover, as a doctor, Yi Rengson has the responsibility to tell Biby Dong the truth. This child's situation should be that, after being poisoned by some kind of poison, a very huge vitality was suppressed in the body, and then it broke out again for unknown reasons. If it was before, we could still find a treasure containing huge vitality to make up for it. But now, as a doctor, Yi Rengson issued a death notice to a child, and in front of the mother, he sighed helplessly, "Please, your majesty, let this child spend the last days happily." Every word and every sentence of Yi Rengson seemed to be jumping back and forth on the edge of Biby Dong's rampage. But he was right. Even the whole process was not the slightest deviation. Biby Dong restrained herself and did not let the killing god domain go wild. In fact, Yi Rengson had guessed wrong about one thing. That is, Biby Dong was definitely not a normal person. If she went crazy, she might really kill Yi Rengson directly. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Yi. Fortunately, Biby Dong now put all her heart on Luo Chen. Compared to killing Yi Rengson, Biby Dong wanted to return to Luo Chen and then accompany her disciples like this and never separate again. Elder Ju, please send Mr. Yi away on my behalf. Biby Dong asked Ju Douluo to send Yi Rengson away, and Ju Douluo would arrange for his medical expenses. I obey your command. Ju Douluo looked at Biby Dong worriedly. He wanted to say a few words of comfort, but noticed that Biby Dong's mood was very unstable, so he could only leave on his own. Soon, in the empty hall, only Biby Dong was left standing there. I really deserve to die. Biby Dong always felt that the world was full of malice towards her, and she wanted to destroy everything for this. However, the appearance of Luo Chen was like a ray of light, illuminating Biby Dong's dark past and rekindling her yearning for life. Only 3 years left. Tears fell, and Biby Dong sobbed softly. I'm sorry, Chen. It's the teacher who is sorry for you. Why is this world so cruel to her? She was obviously desperate, but she let Luo Chen come to her side. But when she was ready to give all her love to Luo Chen, God wanted to take him away from her again. Damn it. Damn it. The resentment of the Rakshasa in Biby Dong's body began to get out of control, and her eyes became more and more gloomy. I won't let you take my Chen away. No one can take him away from me, teacher. Just when Biby Dong's negative emotions were about to explode, a voice completely calmed her mind. Chen? Biby Dong turned around suddenly. She didn't have time to wipe the tears from her face. She could only stare blankly at the little figure that appeared behind her, her eyes full of fear and despair. At this moment, Biby Dong's body and mind were cold, as if she fell into an ice cave. Chen, She was afraid that Luo Chen would know the truth, and she was even more afraid that he would hate her. Biby Dong wanted to explain, but she found that it was natural for Luo Chen to hate her. What qualifications do I have to be this child's teacher? Biby Dong didn't dare to look into Luo Chen's eyes, and even when she stood under his sight, she had the urge to run away. Why did you get up? Helplessly, Biby Dong could only change the topic, but the trembling voice completely exposed how guilty she was. Go back and have a good rest. Teacher, I heard it. Luo Chen's words made Biby Dong's heart skip a beat. You know. Her face turned pale in an instant, and she even took a few steps back unconsciously. Looking at Biby Dong like this, it was really hard to imagine that she would be the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the future Empress of the Spirit Empire. It's a bit too much. Luo Chen admitted that he had been poor Biby Dong, but he didn't really want to hurt Biby Dong. Teacher, I don't blame you. This is my own choice.
Luo Chen's 2 words not only did not make Biby Dong recover, but made her even more humble. This child still cares about me. Biby Dong hugged Luo Chen tightly, with a tearful voice. I'm sorry, Zai-chan. It's the teacher who is sorry for you. She did not ask for forgiveness, and even hoped that Luo Chen would scold her severely. But Luo Chen did not do so. This child was like a gift from God to her, a person who truly loved her. Thinking that she had buried this love with her own hands, Biby Dong felt heartbroken, and the despair in her heart even exceeded the nightmare in the secret room. Teacher, it's okay. Luo Chen held Biby Dong's face and wiped away the tears on her face. The outbreak of the Death Spider King poison did cause me a lot of harm, but it's actually not a bad thing. What? Biby Dong looked at Luo Chen's eyes infatuatedly, with a sincere look, without any falsehood. But your body. Luo Chen knew that he could reveal some of the secrets of the martial soul to Biby Dong. Naga had been watching Biby Dong's performance. She had given her true heart, so Luo Chen should not let her down and continue to deceive her. This is what my martial soul told me, Luo Chen said, coughing twice. He was still leaning on the crutches, which he brought back from Notting City and had kept in the storage soul guide. Teacher, can you help me go back first? I can't hold on any longer. This was the truth. His injuries were indeed healed by the 9-hearted begonia. This martial soul deserves to be called a miracle, and the effect is really amazing. However, injuries and physical weakness are 2 different things. Luo Chen was able to walk on the ground, but he needed to lean on crutches, and just the short distance from the inner hall to here reached his limit. You kid. Biby Dong then noticed the cold sweat on Luo Chen's forehead, and she was so heartbroken that she almost couldn't breathe. She quickly picked up Luo Chen and brought him back to the bedroom. Seeing her disciple's tired appearance, Biby Dong mustered up the courage to say, your injury has just been healed. How dare you get out of bed and walk so far? If you dare to do this again next time, teacher. In order to make Luo Chen realize his mistake and stop hurting himself, Biby Dong forced herself to show a stern expression. Teacher will spank you, understand? I'm sorry, teacher. 5 words, 1 sentence, once again sank the stern Biby Dong. What Biby Dong couldn't bear to hear the most now was Luo Chen's apology. It was like a mental attack, holding Biby Dong tightly. Teacher, my martial soul is a god-level martial soul. When I was unconscious, it told me a lot of things. Luo Chen patted Biby Dong's hand on his chest through the quilt and explained, my martial soul has a very strong vitality. It suppressed the hidden injuries in my body, but because of this, my body cannot recover. Why is this? Because the 2 cancel each other out. With this simple sentence, Biby Dong immediately understood the key. She asked excitedly, is this true? You didn't lie to me? Of course I didn't lie to you, teacher. Luo Chen smiled and said, in fact, the outbreak of hidden injuries is not only not a bad thing, but a good thing. Luo Chen did not elaborate on what the hidden injuries were, but to Biby Dong, this hidden injury was the Death Spider King poison hidden in Luo Chen's body. Without the hidden injuries, the self-healing effect of the god-level martial soul will continue to repair my foundation. So I won't die, teacher. Luo Chen's words made Biby Dong very happy. The only thing she was worried about was that Luo Chen said this deliberately to comfort her. Teacher, you can see it with your own eyes. As long as his body continues to recover without the influence of external forces, it proves that Luo Chen's martial soul really has the ability to heal itself. Therefore, it is clear at a glance whether it is true or false. But, great. Biby Dong cried with joy. She really couldn't imagine what she would do if Luo Chen really died. After letting go of Yuz Zana gang, Biby Dong no longer had a paranoid attitude towards love. At this time, she was like a woman who had passed the age of romance and officially entered the stage of being a mother. For a mother, her child is her whole world. Once something happens to the child, it is like the sky has fallen. It can be said that Luo Chen has replaced Yuz Zana gang and revenge, and become Biby Dong's new spiritual pillar. Chapter 24 Kandao Liu, she is slandering me. She is slandering me. Teacher, your spirit ring has not been hunted yet, right? Because of Luo Chen, Biby Dong hurried back to Wuhan City, and even the initial plan to hunt the 9th spirit ring was put on hold. That's not important.
Biby Dong now only wanted to accompany Luo Chen and never leave. In order to take care of Luo Chen, Biby Dong did not even go to the Pope's palace once after returning to Wuhan City. In that case, please wait for me for a month. What? After a month, the ascension power of the sun disk will be fully restored, and then I will perform the ascension ceremony for the teacher. Luo Chen explained. The sun disk told me that when a spirit master's spirit evolves, there is a certain probability that he will obtain a natal spirit ring. Natal spirit rings are extremely rare, and even the information in the Wuhan palace is not much. But Biby Dong knows this. The so-called natal spirit ring is a special spirit ring that can continuously increase its age as the spirit master becomes stronger. And with Biby Dong's realm of title Douluo, if the 9th spirit ring of her first spirit is a natal spirit ring, it must be at least 100,000 years old. Originally, Biby Dong would encounter a 100,000-year-old Death Spider Emperor as her 9th soul ring. The Death Spider Emperor martial spirit, coupled with the 100,000-year-old Death Spider Emperor, is definitely the best choice. But the natal soul ring itself is closely related to the martial spirit. Biby Dong's first martial spirit is a Death Spider Emperor, so her natal soul ring must come from the Death Spider Emperor. In other words, Biby Dong is very likely to obtain the same soul skill as the original, that is, immortality. Coupled with the growth of the natal soul ring, the effect of the 9th soul skill, immortality, will definitely surpass the strength of the original. These are not Luo Chen's guesses, but the results of the sun disk's own judgment. No. Unfortunately, after listening to Luo Chen's explanation, Biby Dong still decisively rejected the proposal. She has made a mistake once, and she can't make a mistake a second time anyway. You said the ascension ceremony does no harm to the body, but how do you explain what happened before? Biby Dong now really takes Luo Chen's safety very seriously. She stroked Luo Chen's face with pity in her eyes. I know, Chen, you want to help the teacher, but you have done enough for the teacher. Even if the ascension ceremony can bring her martial soul evolution, and even derive the ultimate power, Biby Dong is still unwilling to exchange her disciple's body for this power. I'm a little touched. Luo Chen didn't expect that once Biby Dong was sincere, she would actually love him to this extent. She could even give up the 100,000-year soul ring and the ultimate martial soul that soul masters care about the most. Is this the child you brought back? That voice. Biby Dong looked in the direction of the voice, and when she saw the tall figure, her face suddenly darkened. What are you doing here? According to our agreement, the Pope's palace shall not interfere in the affairs of the worship hall. Biby Dong stood in front of Luo Chen, her eyes alert, and this is my territory. Since killing Khan Zhongji, Biby Dong has never concealed her disgust for the Khan family angel clan. Even if it is Khan Daoliu, the 99th level extreme Douluo, Biby Dong will not give him a good face. This child has very pure divine power fluctuations. However, the old man did not care about Biby Dong's provocation. He just focused on Luo Chen. Khan Daoliu is the high priest of the angel god. Because he is afraid of the existence of gods, he dare not attack people with divine power without authorization. This was the case before. Khan Daoliu sensed the sure divine power in Tang Heo, so he did not dare to force him too much. In addition, the person who killed Khan Zhongji was Biby Dong, so Khan Daoliu let Tang Heo go. Otherwise, with Tang Heo's strength, how could he escape his pursuit? This is none of your business. Biby Dong protected Luo Chen tightly behind her like a calf. However, even so, Biby Dong still felt great pressure. There was no way. Khan Daoliu was too strong, far beyond her current ability to match. At this moment, Biby Dong realized the importance of strength again. Luo Chen was right. She should get the 9th spirit ring instead of staying with this child. I just came to see him. Khan Daoliu didn't take Luo Chen seriously at first, but some bad news came from the spirit hall, so he had to come here. Some people say that this child is your illegitimate child. Biby Dong was stunned at first, and then she realized that her words and deeds in the past 2 days had been misinterpreted. If it was the original Biby Dong, she would definitely ask who is gossiping. But after experiencing this series of events, Biby Dong found that she didn't seem to resist this misunderstanding at all. No. She wished she could be Chen's mother.
Even if she was just an adoptive mother or stepmother, if Luo Chen could call her mother, Biby Dong would wake up laughing in her dreams. As for reputation, Biby Dong already had Luo Chen, so what kind of reputation did she need? That's right. So, Biby Dong no longer hesitated and gave a firm answer. Luo Chen is my biological son. Cough. Cough cough cough. However, after this, not only Dao Liu, but even Luo Chen couldn't help coughing. You, what did you say? Dao Liu's anger was fleeting. He was a little angry, but more of it was his debt to Biby Dong. Biby Dong was indeed Rinxu's mother, but she had no feelings for Zongji at all, and she had no obligation to be the daughter-in-law of the Khan family. Not to mention that she had a man outside and had an illegitimate child. Even if she left the spirit hall and found someone to marry, Dao Liu would not be able to control her. You said the training of the spirit hall? If there was no secret room incident, Biby Dong's withdrawal from the spirit hall was indeed a betrayal of the sect, and it would be reasonable for Dao Liu to kill her directly. But, it's a secret room. Zongji did this, and all the kindness in the past became ill-intentioned and premeditated. No matter what Zongji's original intention was, the result was that his Khan family was sorry for Biby Dong. Therefore, although Dao Liu was aggrieved, he really didn't have the confidence to blame Biby Dong. Then, what about Xiaoxu? Xiaoxu is also your child. That bastard is not my child. You. Hearing the word bastard, even Dao Liu almost couldn't help it. For a while, the Pope and the Great Priest of the Spirit Hall, who had the highest status in the Spirit Hall, confronted each other in this relatively empty palace. Regardless of the difference in strength, Biby Dong would never lose to Dao Liu in momentum. Well, sorry to bother you. Luo Chen knew that the situation was not right, so he immediately explained, my name is Luo Chen, I'm 6 years old this year, and I'm an orphan in the Notting City orphanage. He was afraid that, if Biby Dong continued to talk, it would really drive the old guy Dao Liu crazy. 6 years old? This age is enough to prove that Luo Chen is not Biby Dong's legitimate child. Because 6 years ago, Biby Dong was still in the spirit hall, and there was no time for her to get pregnant and have a child. Humph. Biby Dong was very dissatisfied with Luo Chen's explanation, but she did not blame her disciple. Instead, she hated Dao Liu even more. If it weren't for this old man, how could Luo Chen reject her? Obviously, in private, the child had such a great chance to agree to her, but Dao Liu ruined it. Yes. It's all Dao Liu's fault. Biby Dong, Dao Liu, you old man, you do all kinds of bad things. Luo Chen, remember, this old thing is not a good person, don't associate with him in the future. Black Dao Liu to Biby Dong, that is, ZZ is right. Dao Liu didn't care about Biby Dong smearing him, but looked at Luo Chen curiously. Little guy, you are smart. The two words 6 years old. Dao Liu believed that Luo Chen did not mention it unintentionally. He deliberately pointed out this key point. There is also the Wuhan Hall orphanage in Notting City, which means that Luo Chen's origins can be traced and are clean. Dao Liu can find out the truth by just sending someone to investigate. For some reason, Dao Liu found that Luo Chen was very much to his liking. If Biby Dong hadn't taken the initiative, he would have wanted to accept Luo Chen as his disciple. At this moment, Dao Liu couldn't help but regret it. If he had known that the strange example of the inability to awaken the martial soul in Notting City could create such a genius, Dao Liu would have gone there in person. By the way, child. Dao Liu asked in a very kind tone, the fluctuation of divine power in your body, is it the martial soul bestowed by God? Dao Liu. Biby Dong's eyes became colder, but this made Dao Liu even more curious. What kind of peerless genius could make Biby Dong care so much? God-given martial soul? Indeed, if Luo Chen awakened the divine martial soul, then he would indeed be qualified to be favored by Biby Dong. Even if he found a wild owner of a divine martial spirit, he would probably treat it like a treasure and take good care of it like Biby Dong. Little friend, what is the Ascension ceremony you just mentioned? Is it the name of your martial spirit? Dao Liu knew Ascension, but he had never heard of the Ascension ceremony, and it didn't sound like a martial spirit. Enough. Biby Dong knew what Luo wanted to do. Once he knew the true power of Luo Chen's martial spirit, Luo would never let this child stay with him. Power, I need power. Biby Dong secretly clenched her fists. I'm too weak now. I can't even protect Chen. Luo Chen was right. Instead of staying with him, what she should do now is to hunt spirit rings as soon as possible and improve her strength. Just imagine, if she had the power of a level 99 extreme Douluo, would Luo dare to covet Luo Chen so unscrupulously? Is he really not afraid that she will fight him to the death and tear the martial spirit hall apart? Teacher. Luo Chen's voice interrupted Biby Dong's thoughts. He whispered, can I have a chat with this old gentleman? Chen. Biby Dong looked into Luo Chen's eyes. She sighed and chose to believe Luo Chen. Just like when he met Yuz Zana gang before, he stood up to speak for her. And Hulina's confidence when she absorbed the super age spirit ring. This child has ideas. Maybe he can dispel Luo's thoughts. Biby Dong stepped back to allow Luo Chen to face Luo, and this scene directly confused Luo. How is this possible? Is this still the Biby Dong I know? Luo Chen's words made Biby Dong suppress all her anger. Such favoritism and pampering. Luo's original idea of illegitimate child emerged again, even stronger than before. Is it really not a illegitimate child? By the way, 6 years old or something, it doesn't count at all. Although examples of early awakening of the spirit are rare, they are not uncommon. As for the records in the orphanage and the confessions of the people around, these can be falsified. Luo now fully suspects that Biby Dong secretly gave Rinxu a younger brother and only brought him back now. Ahem. Luo Chen didn't know that Luo's thoughts were so jumpy. He asked, old sir, you should be the chief worshipper of the spirit hall, the former pope, right? You know me. I have seen your records in the collection of the spirit hall. Luo Chen was not talking nonsense. He really saw books that recorded the process of the establishment of the spirit hall. And the person who founded the spirit hall was Luo in front of him. The predecessor of the spirit hall was the Douluo Hall, an organization founded by the first generation of angel gods, and it was also the holy place in the minds of all soul masters on the Douluo Continent. So in terms of existence time, the spirit hall is similar to the Haitian sect, both of which have only a history of more than 100 years. The truly long-standing ones are the Douluo Hall and the Pope, which have been passed down for tens of thousands of years. You are quite clever. Luo had a very good impression of Luo Chen. So what do you want to say to me? Didn't the old man ask about my martial soul before? Luo Chen showed the sun disk in front of Luo. Look, this is my martial soul. Chen. Biby Dong wanted to speak, but thinking of Luo Chen's previous look, she finally chose to believe it. What kind of martial soul is this? Looking at the golden disc floating on Luo Chen's palm, Luo felt very strange at this time. Because he actually had an extreme desire from the heart for the sun disk, as if this martial soul was some legendary treasure, and if he got it, he would have everything. I felt an unprecedented desire from this golden disc. Luo didn't understand why. He couldn't imagine what he was longing for. There was no longer anything Luo wanted in this world. Well, except Rinxu and Poseidon. But what do they have to do with the sun disk? Desire. Biby Dong's pupils shrank slightly. Compared to Luo's confusion, Biby Dong, who knew the powerful power of the sun disk, how could she not know the key? This desire comes from the martial soul, from the desire for evolution. But how is this possible? Luo's martial soul, the six-winged angel, is itself a divine martial soul. Theoretically, the six-winged angel has already stood at the pinnacle of the martial soul. Where is there room for further progress? This should be due to the Ascension ceremony. Luo Chen smiled slightly, then looked at Biby Dong. Teacher, can you do me a favor and demonstrate it for the chief worshipper? At this moment, how could Biby Dong still not understand what Luo Chen meant? This kid saw the conflict between me and Luo and knew that I was at a disadvantage. Biby Dong, he doesn't want to see me being coerced by this older mortal and is ready to protect me at all costs. If it was just now, Biby Dong would definitely refuse. However, at this moment, Facing the pressure from Kandao Liu, Biby Dong could only choose to accept it, no matter how reluctant she was. Damn it. The hateful Khan family. Hypocritical angel. Biby Dong maintained her calm, but she was filled with resentment in her heart. You actually let my Zyarchan, this child, risk his life to perform the Ascension ceremony for me. For a moment, Biby Dong even wanted to hand Luo Chen over to protect him from further harm. And she would immediately go to the Xingdao Great Forest, use the shortest time, to gain enough power, to compete with Kandao Liu, and then take her beloved disciple back from the worship hall. No. But as soon as this thought came out, Biby Dong directly suppressed it. If Luo Chen fell into Kandao Liu's hands, how would they treat him? They will definitely control Zyarchan, and make him continue to use the Ascension ceremony until the last bit of value is squeezed out. What? Only 3 years of life left. If Luo Chen's life can be exchanged for several ultimate martial spirits, or even new god level martial spirits, the worship hall will also make a lot of money. Biby Dong, are you thinking about something bad? Fortunately, Kandao Liu didn't hear Biby Dong's inner voice, otherwise he would definitely cry out for injustice. He just wanted to confirm what Luo Chen's martial soul was, whether it was a divine martial soul, and which god's gift it was. As for using Luo Chen as a tool, Kandao Liu is not Khan Zhongji. This great priest is the most chivalrous, and he is even more upright in his conduct and work. He is not as dirty and hypocritical as Biby Dong thought. It can be said that the only character in the entire spirit hall who does not have many stains is the great priest of the worship hall. Humph. Biby Dong had no intention of commenting on it. She walked silently in front of Luo Chen and left space for him to perform the Ascension ceremony. At the same time, Biby Dong also made a secret decision in her heart. Zyarchan is not injured, but if he consumes his remaining life to ascend for me, Kandao Liu, I will definitely make you regret it. Apostrophe. Chapter 25 Biby Dong's Ascension Ceremony. Then let me see the power of this strange martial soul. Kandao Liu didn't think much about it. He was very confident in his own strength. Apart from the favor of the Rakshasa god, Kandao Liu didn't really care about Biby Dong's twin martial souls. He was a strong man at the level of a demigod. Even if it was Tang Chen at the time, if Kandao Liu had not abided by the agreement, and did not use the divine power given by the angel god, he would not have lost to the other party. However, this calmness soon disappeared from Kandao Liu's face. Because at this moment, the vast and unimaginable divine power fluctuations surged from the sun disk floating on Luo Chen's palm, like a stormy sea, bringing Kandao Liu unprecedented pressure. How is it possible? Kandao Liu is the high priest of God. He is very familiar with the power and breath of God. However, this power is simply not the same thing as the divine power in his impression. Powerful, majestic, sacred, magnificent, transcendent. All kinds of praises emerged from Kandao Liu's mind and turned into a heavy burden, pressing him so hard that he was a little breathless. This is not real energy, but a kind of spiritual shock. Don't be an enemy. The divine power in Kandao Liu's body, which was given by the angel god, was constantly warning him that he must not be rude to the master of this power. What made Kandao Liu even more unbelievable was that his angelic divine power was actually afraid of the golden disc. No, it was not just fear. Kandao Liu's pupils shrank slightly, and at the same time he felt blasphemous for his guess. The will of the god ancestor is surrendering to this power. Not to mention how shocked Kandao Liu was in reality. Biby Dong let go of her mind, followed Luo Chen's guidance, and finally came to the bright and mysterious endless starry sky. Is this the martial soul space that Nana and Zyarchan talked about? Biby Dong looked around and was soon attracted by the universe dotted with stars. Teacher. Zyarchan? Following the voice, Biby Dong saw the majestic figure of the star-forging Dragon King. She was shocked by the grandeur of the star-forging Dragon King, but she was not afraid. Because through the eyes of the giant dragon, Biby Dong felt Luo Chen's emotional fluctuations. Obviously, the dragon of the universe in front of her was her disciple Luo Chen. Zyarchan, should we hurry up? I'm worried about what Kandao Liu will do to you. Biby Dong can entrust her heart to Luo Chen, which shows her trust in her disciple. And even if she came to this strange sea of stars, Biby Dong still cared about Luo Chen's safety.
Teacher, don't worry. The flow of time here is different from that outside. Even if we communicate here for several hours, it's only a moment in reality. The shadow of the star-forging Dragon King turned into starlight and dissipated, and then Luo Chen's figure condensed on the golden disc where Biby Dong stood. I know, teacher, you are worried that I will consume a lot of energy to perform the Ascension ceremony for you. Please rest assured, there is really no such side effect, Luo Chen said, controlling the golden disc to move, and finally formed a golden staircase upwards. But here, I want to apologize to the teacher. I'm sorry, teacher, I didn't tell you the truth. Luo Chen's sincere apology made Biby Dong a little at a loss. She hurried forward to hug Luo Chen. It's okay, Chen. You must have your own difficulties to hide something from the teacher. The teacher doesn't blame you. Yeah. Luo Chen waved his hand and summoned 5 golden discs. There are 5 discs here, representing innate soul power, top martial soul, super martial soul, ultimate martial soul and god level martial soul. They each consume single digit ascension power, 10%, 20%, 50% and 100%. I see. Biby Dong immediately understood what Luo Chen meant by deceiving herself. You concealed the 5th stage of the Ascension ceremony, god level martial soul, and doubled their consumption. The little guy's really a smart ghost. She originally thought it was a big deal, but she didn't expect it to be this little cleverness. In the face of strangers, you are on guard against people. How can the teacher blame you? And this is a good thing, because Juji Douluo, Wang Shen and Hulina all heard Luo Chen's original version. Only Biby Dong knew that the limit of the sun disk was not the ultimate martial spirit, but the real god level martial spirit. Thinking of this, Biby Dong was inexplicably happy. Only Chen and I know the secret, he. At this time, Naga, who was hiding in the dark and observing silently, showed a disdainful smile. Teacher, I hope you don't blame me, Luo Chen said. Before, I consumed 10% and 20% of the Ascension for Wang Shen and Naga respectively, and after 2 days of accumulation, there is still 72% of the Ascension power in the sun disk. If the Ascension power is full, Luo Chen is willing to perform the 5th stage of the Ascension ceremony for Biby Dong as compensation for his poor her. Unfortunately, the Ascension power is not enough, and it can't be done in one step. You kid. Biby Dong was a little amused. She always felt that Luo Chen was too kind. It was obviously him who wanted to give her the opportunity to become stronger, but he still felt guilty for not being able to give her the best. If I have to resent this, then I'm nothing. Don't mention the god level martial spirit or the ultimate martial spirit. Chen, as long as you can condense a life spirit ring for the teacher will be satisfied. With this 100,000 year spirit ring, Biby Dong is confident that she can raise her spirit power to level 93. With the spirit power obtained from swallowing Kayang Sunji, she can at least become a super Douluo of level 96. Fighting, there is no way she can beat him. Liu is too strong, so strong that Biby Dong despairs. The only thing Biby Dong can do is to try her best to protect her Chen from being bullied. I will try my best to evolve the martial spirit for the teacher, Luo Chen said. If I'm lucky, it may not be impossible for the teacher to have the power to rival that great priest. Luo Chen did not expect Liu to appear. Judging from the original work alone, it seems better to stand on Liu's side than to follow Biby Dong. But the fact is that Luo Chen doesn't know anything about Liu. What kind of person is he? What is his attitude? Will he use me to pave the way for his granddaughter Khan Ringsu? Luo Chen had no idea about all this. In contrast, Biby Dong had completely transformed into her own shape. Just like now, Biby Dong chose to enter his martial soul space with ideology, which was enough to show the trust of the beautiful Pope in Luo Chen. You know, this space is extremely close to the power of the star-casting Dragon King. If it were outside, Luo Chen would not be able to beat Biby Dong and Liu. But if the two dared to sneak their souls in here, it would only take Luo Chen a thought to crush them. Biby Dong seemed to have noticed this, but she believed that Luo Chen would not harm her. What do I need to do? I will summon your martial soul first. My martial soul before Biby Dong could finish. Luo Chen had already awakened his martial soul through the sun disk. Squeak, squeak, squeak. one on the left, and one on the right. Two terrifying giant spiders as huge as a hill emerged from behind Biby Dong. They bared their fangs and claws, and emitted strange and terrifying roars from their bloody mouthparts. This. Biby Dong's face turned pale. She looked at Luo Chen in horror, very worried about seeing fear on this child's face. There was no way. Biby Dong's martial souls, the Death Spider King, and the Soul-Devouring Spider King, had nothing to do with beauty. Biby Dong didn't care, and sometimes even thought her martial souls were cute. But she also understood that in the eyes of normal people, spiders were definitely synonymous with ugliness and disgust. Not to mention feeling cute, it was normal to feel creepy. Squeak, squeak, squeak. However, the two big spiders did not notice their owner's mood at all, and they were still fluttering happily there. Oh, is this the teacher's martial spirit? Luo Chen carefully looked at the two big spiders, and did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, he commented with interest, "It is worthy of being the king of spiders, and it is domineering. You, Biby Dong, Chen, aren't you afraid? It's okay." Luo Chen told the truth. Although it looks a little scary, it looks very powerful. Teacher. What? I haven't seen your martial spirit possessed. Luo Chen, by the way, there is also the martial spirit true body. Can you show it to me later? Luo Chen knew that Biby Dong hated her martial spirit true body because it was too ugly. However, Luo Chen felt that spider girls and the like had a kind of feminine beauty. People in Douluo Continent think it is ugly, that's because they haven't met the real LSP. In the eyes of those who like to be feminine, Biby Dong, who opened her true body, completely hit their XP, enough to drive people crazy. This. Biby Dong's face flushed. She couldn't refuse Luo Chen, but she didn't want her disciple to see her ugly side. Ahem. Helplessly, Biby Dong had to change the subject. Now is not the time to talk about this. Oh. Okay. Luo Chen waved his hand pretending to be disappointed, and the two spiders floated in the starry sky very obediently. They swung their giant claws and made a squeaking sound, as if they were cheering for their master. What should I do? Teacher, please climb up as much as possible. Luo Chen controlled the sun disk, and formed a ladder for Biby Dong to ascend, reach the 4th floor, to get the ultimate martial spirit, and the 5th floor. Above the ultimate martial spirit is the god level. Okay. Without saying anything more, Biby Dong followed Luo Chen's guidance, and went up from the 1st step. Soon, Biby Dong passed the 2nd and 3rd floors without any pressure, and then easily stepped onto the 4th floor representing the ultimate martial spirit. This means that both of Biby Dong's martial spirits can complete the transformation, and evolve their own ultimate power. At the same time, Luo Chen also discovered that, although the twin martial souls have 2 martial souls, the number of martial souls does not affect the consumption of ascension power. This means that the twin martial souls are stronger than a single martial soul even in the ascension ceremony. Can you continue, teacher? Luo Chen turned back into the body of the Dragon King again. The majestic dragon overlooked Biby Dong, his eyes full of expectation and encouragement. The ultimate martial soul needs to consume 50% of the ascension power, and then there is 22% left. Theoretically speaking, this 22% is not enough to push Biby Dong's martial soul to the height of the god level. But things are in the hands of people. If you don't try, no one knows what the result will be. I plan to try. Biby Dong has already felt the resistance to moving forward. However, her subconscious told her that, if she continued to move forward, she could get better. Who is the most talented person in Douluo Continent? Excluding Tang San, who cheated, and Kan Ring-su, who was fed by God. This position should undoubtedly belong to Biby Dong. Only Biby Dong has relied on her own talent and hard work to walk out of the road to becoming a god. The most difficult Rakshasa god test in history not only has no benefits, but is full of restrictions. She passed the god test 20 years earlier than Tang San and Kan Ring-su, but became the last one to become a god. Looking back on Biby Dong's life, Luo Chen has nothing to say, except to lament the injustice of God. Come on. Luo Chen cheered Biby Dong up, and at the same time, released the remaining 22% of the power of ascension at once, and then turned it into thrust, to help Biby Dong reduce the pressure as much as possible. Chen is helping me. Feeling the help from behind, Biby Dong strode forward with a firm look. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Biby Dong stepped onto the 5th floor with great difficulty, which is also the smallest, but most important of the 5 discs. Biby Dong felt a sharp pain all over her body, and the unimaginable pressure seemed to crush her completely. But she did not stop, and continued to move forward. Bang! The vast divine power turned into a storm like a sharp blade, tearing the clothes of the beautiful Pope, leaving scars on her snow-white skin. Blood oozed from Biby Dong's mouth, her clear eyes turned red, and 2 lines of blood and tears slid down her cheeks. Teacher. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel distressed. Although it was only Biby Dong's soul that was here, the damage suffered in the Ascension space would turn into real mental damage, and be fed back to Biby Dong. Fortunately, Luo Chen was the master of this world. No matter what kind of damage Biby Dong suffered, he could treat her during the Ascension ceremony. It was precisely because of this confidence that Luo Chen dared to let Biby Dong surpass her limit at this time. Buzz at the same time, Biby Dong, who officially stepped into the 5th floor, saw the center of the disc. There stood a golden column, with a dazzling crown surrounded by galaxies floating on it. It was Luo Chen's first martial soul, the heavenly star crown. This is it. Touch it, and I can get the best. Biby Dong's heart echoed with such a voice. She endured the severe pain from all parts of her body, and stretched out her hand to the heavenly star crown. Boom. Just when Biby Dong's fingers touched the crown, the originally blue power of Ascension burst into a dazzling golden light. Ascension ceremony completed. The road to Ascension is opened. The power of the heaven is currently insufficient. It is not recommended to open the road to Ascension. Luo Chen looked at Biby Dong in surprise, after she successfully broke through her own limitations. She saw that the pressure around her dissipated like a tide, and the trauma on her soul was restored to its original state under the transformation of the Ascension power. 2 rays of light, 1 black and 1 green, enveloped the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul Devouring Spider Emperor respectively. The evolution of martial souls has begun. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.